Welcome guys back to the final 16 of the Lord Tournament TLPT circuit event. We had 968 players in this field and we're down to 2 tables and a few familiar faces on this table, so it'll be really fun to, see some interesting hands go down. And joining me this afternoon is Shinhwa.
How you doing, Selena? Super excited to join you for the main event. Working our way down to the winner today. And yeah, the most fun aspect of our coverage today is that we have seen so many of these faces, including the man on the screen right now, not just at the main event, but actually the team's event. That's Lee Song-lin, who has consistently been one of the chip leaders in the tournament. Not so much the chip lead right now, but doing well on the table that we're on for sure. And let me just pause here because the short stack has picked up aces. First hand on day 3, what a feeling. 6 bigs and a dream and the Rockets.
Oh. Did he not shove? Oh. Okay, so tricky. 6 big blinds. He's gone just for a call. Man, if anything's screaming, I have a big hand, it's this.
Should point out a couple of dynamics. One, he is by far the shortest stack in the tournament. And of course on our table, also a pay jump going from 16 to 15. I don't know if any of that's playing into it though. I think he's just trying to maximize his opportunity for a double up.
Well, because the thing is that you really don't want to see like a bunch of people calling going into the flop with when you're holding aces, because now your aces is not going to do so well, right? Like, so in my mind, when you have this kind of amount of chips, you probably will get a call from someone, and then you just kind of have a heads up pot, which gives your aces a lot higher chance of winning, right? But if you have 9 hands and you've got aces going into it, then yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher to win. But no, luckily enough, he's only up against the big blind.
But unluckily, the big blind has the 6-2s. No way to continue. Still though, he adds about a third of his stack. That is a fun way to kick off the feature table and indeed day 3. I mean, this is what the short stacks are looking for. Just the right distribution of cards to somehow come back in it. Play for 220,000 USD up top. Just 15 spots away from all the glory. For now, we've locked up. Let's take a look at that pay jump I was mentioning. About 9,000. Next pay jump is over 1,700 USD.
So for those the players that have busted the main event, which is a lot of them, what is on the agenda? What other options they have for today? I'm actually always really curious to know.
Well, we have plenty of options, that's for sure. And certainly with only 16 players left, I am expecting a lot of the familiar faces we saw across day 2 to be playing some of the options you just mentioned. So we have day 1A of sort of the final circuit event, as we call it, a circuit closure event, $622 buy-in, about 60% off the main event buy-in. And then we do have a mini deep stack turbo structure. That's about half the buy-in of that, so about 370 USD. And then the second ladies event I've been mentioning. Today is the day. 250 USD is the buy-in. And finally, a fun side event, the Win the Button event, about a 370 USD buy-in as well. I actually really enjoy Win the Button events because it's just enough of a twist to the format to change strategy a little bit. Not too much. Don't need to go crazy. We're not playing super hold'em, etc., etc. Just extra incentive to win a pot so that you begin on the button.
Now, Liu Zhongxing here, under the gun +2, has raised up to 100k. And Yu Chenxing is going to come along the big blind with a pretty good hand, 4-3 of clubs.
Nothing fancy. 8-8 deuce is pretty favorable as the pre-flop aggressor. So we're just going to c-bet and likely take this down. Did just spot actually the biggest event of the day, Selena. Not sure if the main event players will necessarily be piling in, but certainly after the $2,700 cash, it could make them interested in the $5,350 high roller bounty. Today's day one. Do you want to get my hands on the handbook and figure out what the bounty is in the high roller bounty?
I thought there was a mention of maybe half of it.
That would make sense.
Yeah, okay. But the players that are seated right now, from where I can see, is that already the, like, what event is that? Is that just the satellite?
So first off, what I can see is a crystal bucket hat out in the distance.
You can't get you.
Which means our friend and champion, Zhao Yan, is seated right there. Yeah, that's a great question. So there is a high roller opening satellite that's going on. That's about a $1,200 one. And then the free high roller main event satellite, which came out of the prize pool of the main event, day two, which is about a $1,700 buy-in. 4 tickets guaranteed, so 60,000 USD guaranteed. Because, of course, the high roller tickets are near 16,000 USD.
Oh, okay. So they ran one yesterday and they're running one today.
That's right.
Got it. And so how many seats is guaranteed for each day?
4 for today. I believe it was 3 for yesterday.
Oh, that's really cool. I like the idea of doing that.
That is the table you're looking at, going from 11 to 47 bigs at the 25K, 50K level. We have about only 30 minutes or so left in this level. Otherwise, the levels are 60 minutes. An absolutely amazing structure that has led to some of the incredible poker we've seen over the course of 2 days. Worth mentioning, perhaps, Lena, the biggest stacks are actually on the outer table, which means we will switch to them once we do rotate feature tables. Now, one of the biggest stacks I do want to point out is the superstar from yesterday's stream.
Oh, she's still in, is she?
Not only is she in, she's second in chips.
Wow.
And given her playing style, you know she's putting it to work. I'll rely on you for the pronunciation again. Was it Shui Jiawen?
Yeah, Xue Jiawen. I believe that is her name. And yeah, like she's definitely by far one of the more exciting players I've seen on the feature tables, and very unpredictable actually. You know, just when we're like, oh, she can't continue with this hand, and yet she just comes down and goes for like these really aggressive moves and somehow ends up winning the pot with like 9 high.
We were also not able to find a hand and mob for her, so quite exciting. This is her debut in at least the live tournament circuit, and this might be her first big score on hand and mob.
Yeah, the thing about this stream is also that, like, you know, if a player that's unknown to you has been on the feature table and you happen to have them on your table today, it's not a bad idea to pull up the stream, especially with a player like Xue Jiawen, to figure out the kind of moves they have in their arsenal, to better be prepared against them and have a strategy going into it. You know, especially when you have someone like that with so much chips, right? Because if you do figure out how they play and take advantage of it, you might be able to just double up off a hand from her because of just how big the pot sometimes get when she's involved.
And what is the strategy? Make a hand and hold on tight?
Yeah, just you got to just close your eyes and just be like, I'm going to call you to the river no matter what comes, and just hopefully that you weren't on a draw and you were just trying to bluff me off a hand. Now, there are times where you have to play against a player like that.
And then the poker prayer I was mentioning to you yesterday, just hope they're not top of range.
Because we did see a hand where she did make a flush on the river and she got raised by 3 on our table. Do you remember that hand?
I do remember that. She had an 8 high flush and he had the blocker.
Right. But then the thing is, you know, if he had gone for a much more of a significant raise, I don't know, maybe she would have thought about it. But at the same time, you know, she could be one of those players who's like, well, you know what? I just have a flush. I call.
Well, that's the other thing. When you bluff so often and now you are top of range, even though it was a low flush, but a flush nonetheless on an unpaired board, if I remember correctly, I guess you just got to call, right? Because sometimes people play back at you when you're pretty splashy as well, and you can't really go around folding your strongest holdings.
Yeah, that's for sure.
She did snap call. I do remember that. She's like, I have a flush. What do you have? What are you raising with, buddy?
Hijack. Wang Fu Wei here. Raise it up to King 10. And Lee Song-ling with the Ace 5 of clubs on the dealer button. And with a player like him, I can see him, go for a 3-bet from our past experiences with this particular player. He does choose to call in this instance. A fair price for Liu Zhongxin here with the 8-7. Getting a lot of good odds to see a flop with a hand like that. Does join the pot, so it's now 3 to a flop. Now there's an ace. Liu Zhongxin here with middle pair. Is thinking about his options here. Is going to go with a check, pretty standard. And then Wang Fu Wei is not going with a C-bet as the pre-flop raiser. Just could mean that, because there's 2 other players in the hand, instead of being heads up, he's not going to go for that continuation bet. Lee Song-ling here with the best hand on the dealer button. It's going for a 35k bet.
So on the one hand, we've defended the 8-7 and flop to 7, but multi-way, ace on the board. Do we peel one? Backdoors as well, I suppose, in the form of the straight. Yeah, looks like we are peeling. Too much of a hand to fold just yet. The 7 indeed would be live, as is the 8, and now comes the backdoor straight draw. It's also an open-ender for Lee Song-ling.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's tough, right? You don't have too much chips. You're happy to see a flop, out of position. You hit a middling pair with pretty much no kicker, and you're being priced to see another card. It's a bit of a, denting your stack. You want to try to maintain that stack size as much as you can.
This is a spot you often see aces check behind against the big blind range here, but given the stack size, wouldn't have minded a bet in the sense that the strongest holdings in loose shoes would either have committed more chips pre-flop or on the flop. But instead, Lou gets to draw to a free card, and I guess that's not too bad a result, putting in the 75k on the flop. Getting to see both the remaining cards, now left with third pair on the board. And I think this can go check fold if it comes down to it. Oh my word. Are we blocking or are we bluffing? I think we're blocking, and I think this is a bit of a leak. Quite easy for me to say, but these 100k chips are so valuable, part of a 600k or so stack. I think we check and evaluate. Yeah, sometimes you're going to face a bet and be in the blender, but not every time, right? You might just get to showdown against something like a pair of 8s, a pair of jacks that might play this way. Even king queen might not feel the need to bluff at it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Lee Song-ling for thinking about it here, because It does feel like the opponent might have a better hand and just wanted to get that extra bit of value out of it. You know, it is a blocker bet that we can see, but it's just so hard for him with this kind of odds to actually fold his top pair here, right? And he's got 1.9 million chips, so for him to put 100k into it, it's not detrimental. Definitely not a spot to be thrilled about, but at the same time, because the bet was so small, he kind of just crying core just chucks it in and see that he's actually got the best hand.
懵掉了，有摊牌了这个牌。
有诶，肯定靠啊。
I wonder if there was an opportunity, considering we had the 8 in our hand and the big blind, sort of the double blocker to both straights, to really go for it. The board was favorable to the big blind, and arguably Songlin was a little bit capped after the check back on the turn. It's one of those situations, as we were discussing, you do want to evaluate all your options. Yeah, you have a little bit of showdown value. Decided to block bet it, but you do want to think about the entire range of situations you can create with your chip stack.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like if he had gone with a bet of, say, something like 300k, the end result might have been very different. But just that sizing of 100k was just way too good of a price for Lee Songlin. Another suited ace here for Lee Songlin on the cutoff. He is going up for a raise. Making 125k to go.
I gotta say, Lee just makes it look kind of easy. He's just been rock solid, aggressive where he needs to be. We were just mentioning a failed bluff attempt, but I believe even in that hand, he actually had a hand that he could have taken to showdown, converted it into a bluff. No lack of aggression, but also not too erratic. It's maybe no surprise that he's climbed all the way up to 2.4 million in chips. Good for about a top 5 chip stack out of the remaining 16 players.
Yeah, because the word that comes to mind for player Lee Songlin for the 3 times I think we've seen him on our stream is I would consider him a very solid player. All right, you're not going to see these like ridiculous hand where he's just going to go from one of the more healthy stacks to just busting out of a tournament. So if I was to predict, we are going to see this player on our final table today. And probably, have one of the better finishers too.
Yeah, it looks like he really values his stack. And when he makes moves, it's sort of what I was calling bankroll management within your stack at the time. When you have enough chips, that's when you can take a portion of them and make riskier moves with them. So, for instance, the raise with the nut flush blocker yesterday, it was with about 20% of his stack off an already big stack. That's when he's really trying to put the pressure on. Let's see if he lives up to sort of the glazing and the hype in the booths at the moment. You never know. He does have tough competition in the form of the 7 contenders on our feature.
Yeah, I find him, from his style of play, as someone who seems very comfortable on the poker table. It seems like he's seeing a lot of different situations, a lot of different type of players, and just thinks his thought process through and, usually comes to a pretty good decision. We see a chopped pot here. And the opponent has gone with a 250k bet on the river. Just kings and threes with the ace kicker. Lee Songlin actually had the better hand. Outflopped his opponent. Oh, he decides to fold here.
I was a bit confused about that bet on the river. I mean, big stack versus big stack. And it looks like Zhang decided to kind of bluff at it. Bit of a merge, I suppose. Gets chops to fold. Every once in a while, maybe gets a hero call from a worse hand. I don't know that Songlin is folding small pairs there.
Right. I don't think so either.
But I think Zheng put together that the chances of that versus getting a chop to fold are actually superior. So, really well done.
But then I'm thinking, if he has even a hand like 4s, 5s, is it really different to having ace high? Because what is he really his opponent in having, right? Like a king or a 3?
As it turns out, an ace is also barreling to the
Exactly.
2.5 pot. So I suppose you have to just close your eyes and call for those scenarios.
It's quite interesting. I actually thought he was going to call there, but yeah. Li Qing here. Less than 10 bigs, a very nice hand. No extra his pocket aces, so I don't really see him limping. I don't want to see him limp.
Yeah, please don't. Yeah, we're ripping it.
All right, there we go. All in for 435,000.
43.5万。
Keep eyeing the tournament clock just in case it ticks down to 15 remaining.
5个25000的。
Do not discount how meaningful even a $1,700 pay jump can be. However, 220k up top.
Good enough to take down the blinds and antes. Still, pretty good result. I don't mind just picking up these, maintaining now at 11 big blind stack. If a hand like King Queen calls, it's, that 60-40, right?
Maybe pocket eights if you're really lucky.
Yes,
if you're running
yes.
really good.
The 6s, 7s, 8s, that's what you want to see.
Mind you, it's chipped up from 300 to about 560, so nearly doubled up thanks to 2 premiums. Haven't seen Seat 1 involved yet. Did look up his hand in mob, about 40k in earnings. Seems to frequent Jeju over the course of this year itself. The entire 40k, by the way, has come in the past 2 months. Clearly making a mark for himself. That is a jam from the cutoff with Jack 10 suited. This time it's a Liu. And looks like it's going to get through. Nice spot picking. This is just also exciting. It's all led to this. 220k is going to be awarded today. Not to mention the glorious trophy that Selena Lin will be giving out. Is it tomorrow or today in this case?
Yeah,
No, maybe depending on when it ends.
Yeah, it does depend on what time it ends, but I will be popping down to do, I guess, final table introduction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That should be fun.
so we'll find out, where all the players are from, which I think in this case, majority definitely from China. If I had the chance in my career to play a 1K and win like 220k in a 1,000 person field, it's actually amazing. But it actually took a really long time for any tour to really build up the number of entrants, right? So for example, for the Red Dragon event, I remember the first time I had ever played it, it was 2 tables.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we're talking about maybe 15, 16 players, right? And then when, towards the end, when Macau Poker, like the tournament scene kind of shut down there, we actually reached almost 2,000 players. So just think about the growth of that. It's absolutely amazing to kind of be on that journey of, every single time we ran a tournament, back then you were breaking records.
It really is exciting, and obviously the bigger the field, the more the impact of the final prize pool. You're creating careers, obviously creating stories and changing lives, really. In fact, I do remember some of the earliest scores for Indian players that truly made a splash in terms of, news in the poker world.
Was Macau?
In Macau.
Yeah, that's right. Because every time there was the Red Dragon Macau Poker Cup, you get, players from pretty much every country, right? But it's got to be the same familiar faces that just enjoy it so much. And every time they'll come out for it. And this is what we're going to see in Jeju, is you have groups of players from Japan, you have groups of players from Taiwan, hopefully eventually India.
I'll tell you,
Right?
I am really committed to having a huge cohort here next time for sure. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's not a tough sell considering what we witnessed in this main event. 220K up top, nice little overlay, not to mention the player experience. And let me point out the structure.
The
60
structure is
minute
very
level,
good.
it's so
Yeah.
attractive.
Yeah.
5 starting flights.
Right. It's not a crapshoot, right?
Not at all. So yeah. And then you were saying the Indian cohort would make it to Macau in some of the early days.
Yeah.
And in India, they have a slightly different system. So 100,000 has a special name. They call it a lakh. And 10 million is called a crore. So 1 crore, which is basically like 10 million rupees, is sort of like that dream goal as like a retirement amount, or just like a really huge sticker shock. If somebody has 10 million rupees as a salary, 1 crore they call it, you made it. You're just like this, you're killing it. And the first time any Indian ever won essentially what would currently be worth about 100K USD, but at the time was like nearly 200K USD, 1 crore was in Macau. And you might not remember this feeling, Selena, because international poker had become quite big by the late 2000s. But in India, it was almost like fake news. It's like there's no way somebody just went and won 1 crore, like one.
Right.
Like,
So you're saying
100K.
like life-changing money, right?
Absolutely life-changing.
Yeah.
It's the kind of money that becomes sort of the talk of the town. at the time.
Right. Okay, do you remember who did that and what event it was?
There's a couple of people, including some second and third place finishers also, that were for astounding sums. Abhishek Goendy and Raghav Bansal come to mind. But over the course of, I think, 5 years, there became this like, sort of this crew of Macau-going people. They are now sort of the old guard in Indian poker.
Dinosaurs, right? That's what we call them.
Well, I worked in this TV show where, we're sort of getting in the young guns, and then all these guys are the old guard and the OGs, and when we're coming up with nicknames for them, it's always like OG related. So I'm sure you and I can relate as well.
Yeah, so they came out, they won their life-changing money, and you're telling me they could just go back to India and just retire?
Not retire. I mean, certainly as a poker player, you always want to just keep growing. But again, it's the kind of number that a certain strata of society would certainly treat as retirement money, in the sense that you probably buy a house and you think of it as this is what you're aiming for in your 401k. Let's just say that.
I see.
Right?
Okay.
And at the time, it was pretty astounding that it was even achievable
Right.
in Macau
Yeah.
and Asia in general.
Well,
It certainly wasn't in India. Let me just say
right,
that.
because you're out there for what, like a week, 10 days? That's how long usually the tour is. It's about 2 weeks if you were playing from the get-go. But usually people come out for about that main event about 1 week. And be able to take home that kind of money is just amazing. 3 days of work, right?
3 days of work. Here we are at the main event. As we get down to the final table, I might actually do the homework and see who fired which flight, how many times. Always fun to see the effort gone into this deep run. Yeah, I think we've gone a bit too far with the limping here. Lee Chin limp and then calls the inviting ISO from Zhong Shin. What do we have brewing here? 10-4-4 though. Super clean for the isolator and not ideal for Lee.
No diamond draws out there. Gonna be tough for him to continue. I mean, this is a board that usually you do peel one with the ace-8. But, with his stack size, I don't like it. And hopefully he does not get too creative and get his stack in the middle. But from, the player we've seen so far, he's more on the cautious side. So, ace-10's definitely not going anywhere, no matter what happens. He is reaching for chips, and he will make a c-bet. 100K.
We really do need to give it up for Liu's creativity here. I think he went for the small isolation size. Firstly, he managed to extract value pre-flop by getting the ace-8 to call and now takes the pot down. I believe he was sort of protecting himself as well in case Lee Chin did have aces, as we saw him have in the first hand, and came back over the top. And yet with his ace-10, he did not want any action behind him. Really, really well navigated there. Just takes the unconventional limp UTG and makes it, was it 2.5x plus 1?
Yeah, no need to really go too crazy there. You know, you can go with the standard-ish raise just because your opponent's stack size at that point would determine your raising size.
So just a reminder, Lee Chin, sitting now in the blue jacket. He's in the big blind in this pot. He's the one who found that double pocket threes versus pocket nines against Julie.
Yesterday.
And then had a big smile on his face.
Right. So yesterday he did not have a blue jacket on, right? He would just...
I believe he put on a jacket at some point on that feature table. But you're right, like in that pot where he doubled up. I don't think
right. The one that was really happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he actually survived.
The pocket threes, and here he is.
Yeah. So just kind of like short stacked all day, but just make it work.
And so it is today as well. Now back down to under 10 bigs.
Hey, you know what? If you can maintain 10 big blinds throughout the entire tournament, you're going to be on that final table.
What's the old adage? If you can steal the blinds once in orbit, you can never go broke.
And some players just have the luck of never being called, and you see someone else just going all in for the first time, and then bam, they run into some monster, right? So, you know, if you could just dodge the rest of the player not having a better hand, then technically, yeah, you can survive for as long as you possibly can onto that final table.
Well, to your point, what about when you're in the big blind, you've committed 25% of your chips, and you wake up with ace-queen facing queen-jack, which might be priced in. I really do hope he finds the jam here. This is just a monster. It's a bit of a gift from the poker gods, and here we go, nothing fancy. I do believe he announced the all-in, so not a string bet, and surely the queen-jack priced in. What a great result for Lee Chin thus far.
All right, let's see. No 3-outer for this gentleman here, hopefully. I do like, you know, always rooting for the guys with the small stack. Let's see if he could double. He has a spade out covered in case the turn comes a spade. So far, still holding. Well, that's good for a double.
17 bigs now. Came in with 6.
AK
我有 K，
哦，你有 K 啊？
他秦哥他推我要接他，
是的，是的。
And I'd imagine this being the most significant result he has to date.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. To look up his hand and mob, it was about 16,000 USD. And pretty astounding that we've nearly locked up a good chunk of that. 9,000 so far.
待会有个大门拉一圈，很舒服。
哈哈，是啊。
慢慢来，好舒服。
And sometimes the more I watch these kind of actions unfold and so forth, there's a part of me that's just like, oh, maybe I wish I had played this.
Welcome to the booth, Selena.
I know.
You'll get used to it.
It's always that the grass is greener on the other side. And like I told you that I entered Aussie Millions 5K just not long ago. And then, you know, kind of like sit down, play for a little while, and then just get into it when this ace queen nines flip and you're just out of the tournament. And it's just an annoying feeling because as a poker player, you're just like, okay, me entering a tournament, sure, you know, you think of yourself as plus EV, obviously. But at the same time, you're like, what could I have bought with $5,000, right? It's not a small amount of money.
Yeah.
You know, you could do a lot with that. You could go on holiday with that money, right? Flights included. You know, if you don't go too far, you might go to like Gold Coast. You could take the whole family with you for a week holiday. right? And it's a pretty nice holiday with a theme park and everything. But yet, it's like 30 minutes on the poker table sometimes, right? So you're not getting your money's worth there.
Well, I do want to explore this because coming from somebody who's as experienced as you, how important is it to not let the poker roll and the life roll intersect? Because honestly, the way money is treated in poker, it's a tool. It's either a buy-in, it's a way to keep score. You almost can't fall into the trap you just mentioned, right? Like in real life, sometimes money is survival or, pleasure, as you just mentioned. So how do you manage not letting the two intersect?
I think it's tough because you talk about the value of it, right? And it seems like, for example, that particular holiday with the family up at the Gold Coast and the amount of the memory EV of it is actually huge, right? But obviously, you're coming back 100% not with a profit. While if you play a poker tournament, there's a chance you're going to be able to make money.
Over the long run, as you said, your plus EV. Well, let me just come back to that in a moment because Lee Chin with his newfound chips has found a whole different gear. Look at this 3-bet, Selena. We've gone tiny. So Yu opens it up from the cutoff, 2.5x, already on the larger side. I'm not sure what Lee Chin picked up on, but he actually somewhat clicked it. Not exactly a click, but he went to 5 BB from the small and just gets it done. So impressive to take the king, queen and take this line.
Yeah, he's getting, a bit of respect in that spot. And then, as you can see, he did put in a third of his stack as well. So, where a player kind of puts a third of his stack in, there's a lot of chance that any flop comes, he might just jam the rest of his chips in the middle and take down the pot. So it's tough for his opponent to call. We did see that he did dominate his opponent with a hand like King Queen versus King Jack. So no, kudos to him finding more aggressive lines to take.
He's up to 21 big blinds, came in with 6. Sort of the story of the feature table so far. No doubt many stories to come. Let's see what the Ace King can do. UTG. Comfortable middling stack. Over 20 bigs. Oh, the snap muck with the Queen Jack suited from +1. Note the discipline from somebody we did have on our feature tables. Jin D. An Ace Jack for Songlin.
Maybe you do.
Well, we get the Queen Jack suited to fold. We get the Ace Jack to fold. So far, everybody making the right decision.
Our small blind here with the King 10.
Just goes through. 2 people get out of the way. I suppose the more surprising fold was from the Ace Jack, Songlin, with a bunch of chips, giving a lot of respect to Wang's first open on this table. A little bit of research, a little bit of dynamic setting maybe coming into the picture there.
我的天，他可真是。
本来都350收啊，360。
啊，他又收炮了。
我都在场里。
啊哈。咱们这都小短板。
Now Jin's activated. Pocket eights. Don't know that we need to overthink it with the queen jack. Yeah. Just let it go. What's interesting here is, and I've seen this on a lot of feature and final tables, is that I can sense a bit of tension amongst the players who maybe haven't played too many pots yet. Maybe feeling the pinch. They don't know that the card distribution has determined most of the action. So maybe when you do get a medium holding such as queen jack, you do want to think about it before letting it go. And once again, I do wonder how much research these players have been doing, because Jindy was on our coverage yesterday. I certainly would put him in the active, aggressive category. In particular, I'm thinking back to some 4-bets he made. Let's see if this situation arises. Suited hand, theoretically defendable in the big blind, however, facing an under the gun open. Jack 3 feels mildly disconnected, but we do come along. Big blind discount, very meaningful. 58k to call, 225 in the middle. Ace, king, 10. Jindy, miserable. Got shot on the backdoor spades for Wang. A quick C bet takes it down. This is how you do it, folks. Getting an interesting update thanks to our live reporting, Selena, here from the outer tables. And the title says it all. Shui bluffs Shi, who, by the way, is the other big stack coming in as the chip leader today. Shui bluffs Shi of pocket kings. Turns out we had a 4-bet situation to 850k. I mean, this was chip leader versus chip leader on the outer table. A 850,000 4-bet was called, and the flop came ace high. A continuation bet was 500k into 1.6 million, and Shui quickly clicked it essentially to 1.1 million. And after burning through the time bank, the chip leader flipped over pocket kings and folded it, and Shui flipped over pocket jacks. Oh my word, what in the world is going on?
I would have loved to have seen that on stream.
That is incredible. And with that, we have a new outright chip leader. 4.8 million for Shui Jiawen. There's about 29 million chips in play. We have about 1/6 of the chips in play with 16 players remaining. And the same situation building here, jacks versus kings.
Both players with a similar stack size here. And 3-betting to 300k from the kings out of the big blind. And Xu Chenxin here has quite a decision to make. No, I mean, you don't blame a player for just, 4-bet shipping jacks here. At the same time, there are players who don't like pocket jacks at all, who likes to take a post flop. But unfortunately, he does go with a ship, and he's going to get called by kings. And might just lose a player here.
对呀，这个时候不会跑波动的呀，那么多短码了。
Yu Chenxin does have his opponent covered by extra 200,000 in chips. So being the underdog in this hand, even if he loses the pot, he's going to still have about 4 big blinds left.
这样吧，
啊，你
King still ahead on that flop.
就一个6啊。
没有，我反对 king。
哦，
Extra outs now for the jacks.
Never easy.
哎呀，
And that is not one of them. That sees Gene D here getting his stack up to 2.7 million chips. Now the chip leader of our this feature table.
没帽子的翻后眼。
Pretty rough cooler. Any way to get away from it at these stack depths?
Yeah, it's a bit tough because
只有2手牌 KK。
Mind you, Jin was very aggressive on our coverage yesterday, so to the extent we're profiling the range with the 3-bet, it is going to be on the wider side when it comes to a player like Jin.
it's pretty standard. And the only thing I can think of is that, like, you know, players maybe not going for that 4-bet shove, just maybe calling
喂，
the
我那把定赔。
pre-flop and maybe
我感觉出来
reassess
了。
on the
那个
flop
马
if
上
no
还感觉
ace or king
想等我
comes.
立马3逼
You know, that's
不可能
another
的
option that some players prefer to take.
我知道我推了。
你推我肯定接。啊，
So Jacks versus Kings goes a certain way on this
动一下我
table.
呢。
一会儿找人问。
I'm frankly still not over this live update. This is what live reporting is all about, to capture this madness. Just a reminder, the flop came ace-8-6
他那把第
rainbow,
一把，我26那把，他是 A。
and the
我
4-better
一看他6个 BB，
puts out about a 1/3 pot.
啊，我感觉
What takes over in your head to raise it in
我
position?
我没必要了。
Yeah, it's definitely
我
not
都不会扛你。
the standard way of a hand being played.
你买个
Like,
高张能给我
no,
买
you can ask any pro to analyze this particular hand, you know. But at the same time, you know, if you do play it
啊，
and taking the standard line, you don't win the pot, right?
Exactly.
That's the difference, you know. So by her choosing to do what she did, it came out with a great result, you know. But at the same time, we talk about don't be results oriented when it comes to poker. You know, there's that argument too. But
你这个
with
打
her
法
image,
我已经
with her
死过太多回了。
you know, style. Yeah, there's something that's going to suit everyone, and if she thinks that's a great spot to actually, you know, really test her player, whether or not they have it, and
对
use
你别
her
看我起
chip
着你在3
stack
难受，我不领先，
as her, you know, most important weapon there, and get her opponent to fold a better hand.
我没别的牌了。对不？
I may have mistakenly not mentioned the best part of the live
周 K 的
report.
话，重 K 肯定会。
Let me just do that because I feel like we're going to see a call here for the tiny shove. In the end, she clasped her hands together after turning over the pocket jacks and repeatedly said to her opponent, "Shishi, shishi."
我高低得靠你啊！我就算掉了，
Yeah, I mean, like her opponent
你的牌太差了。好多人不会。
might have found more of a maybe possibly a check call in that
差很多钱。
post flop situation rather than like a bet fold, right? If
Yeah,
an
that's
ace
interesting.
comes, yeah.
Especially with the sizing as well, right? I believe in 4-bet pots with an ace on the board, you can go super tiny. I mean, you're either saying you have ace-king or a
我看能不能跟你一起
middling
排
pair, or in this case, kings.
有点次。
Yeah, there is the
Well,
caller
sure
with the
are. Well,
ace
we're gonna
8
try.
for the 2.5 BB shove.
啊
60-40, Selena. The old 60-40.
肯定来
In
了
with a shot.
啊！
我说他5-6肯定来，就加一个 BB。
我那个圈儿肯定跟他俩撞范围，你没必要。
5-6缩体。
嗯，
8 chains is nothing really. Queen or 10 needed. There's a 10.
哎呀，
Diamond variety. Not too many outs. All the diamonds folded.
没有。
Yeah, there we go. We're back in it.
我会太高钱了，我5-6。5-6方片。
你要是大马，
No, it's pretty amazing. We have not lost a single player from the field of 16.
大小盲棋都可以。
Yesterday, the players were dropping like flies right after, you know, when day 2 started. But today, you know, everybody is eyeing for that final table where the pay jumps are really significant.
好难掉，对。
打到这时候
Some of the middling stacks might actually be getting a bit frustrated. Very often, once again, I have access to the entire list of 16 players and their stacks coming
大
in.
概率是退了。你等
At the
5点
50k level where we came in, blinds are up to 60k now.
啊，你等5点的时候差不多
We had
还在的话
6
就退了。
stacks below 20 bigs. And maybe 3 stacks below 15 bigs. So if you're one of the middle of the pack stacks, 1 million and above, well over 20 bigs, you certainly start imagining getting a few pay jumps before you really need to become activated. Isn't there also this element of getting used to whatever the min cash is? So for in this case, it would be 9,000 USD, right? A great ROI, of course. But you go to sleep with that as a new normal, and now it's all about how much more you can make the next day.
Yeah, I mean, if you came in here also as a free roll satellite winner, right, with absolutely nothing invested, it's absolutely amazing, And China very similar to India in some ways, where something like that is equivalent of at times like somebody working maybe close to a year, right? So that's just fantastic opportunity to come out, experience Jeju, have a nice holiday, and go home with a year worth of pay.
Bit of TV time for you. Not much you can do. Not pleasant to be the short stack on the big blind and have action behind you, but we let it go and move on. And Zheng, who was the largest stack on our table to begin proceedings, quickly lets it go. We have a new chip leader on the table and the rich getting richer. 3 million now for Jin. Top 3 stack in the tournament.
A2不会，但是很难起，很难盖的。
Your point about not seeing any eliminations, certainly surprising to me as well. About an hour into coverage for the day. But it does mean that the tension is building. Usually does mean you see a flurry of eliminations, or at least huge swings in chips as the level moves on. The next level is going to be the big jump. So between now and the next hour and a half or so, I expect we get close to that final table bubble. So stay tuned. It's going to be quite a wild ride. So much being played for. King and the Duck for Liu. I think everybody's getting in a bit of TV time. Or maybe waiting for that pay jump. They've certainly earned the TV time. Down to the final 16 out of nearly 1,000 entries.
$13我的大盲这么香吗？
也不是啊。哎，不是，我是靠。好吧。
不行啊。
好吧，好吧。扔错码。啊，无所谓，无所谓。
不怕整。会累死你了。
Start to wonder if you're being played back at in Jin's shoes. Certainly not as light a hand as is possible from the cutoff open of the chip leader. We have seen him make quite aggressive 4-bets in the past, but finds the correct fold in this
我是
case.
真想 call 你来着。
Don't know that we need to
不是，
show
我是真
our
想 call，
hand
我没有
in such a
看
high
见。
stakes scenario, but sure, we can start image
肯
building.
定没有的。
50万要看。
I'm not 3-betting you light. I have it. Don't come after me next time.
他觉得他在演戏了是吧？
Selena, I have a wild update.
干嘛？怎么能？
Once
Another
more
one?
from the outer tables. It does involve Shui.
而且这几个
Let me
我也觉得他错，他是
Let me walk through it as the story unfolds. We have pocket kings
我不是。
for Shui, obviously the chip leader of the tournament after the last update,
这个牌来看
and a huge stack, 3
不是，我
million.
这个牌我是
I
可以
believe
3
the
比
player is Ji Hui
我不要
Zhang.
跟他波动啊哈。
We see the kings versus the ace king for Zhang find their way into the middle for 6 million chips. Pocket kings on the verge of eliminating ace king and getting 25% of the chips in play.
5万，当时
And it
我
comes
想
queen 9-10 ace, and then a jack for a chop chop.
Oh my god, that was what the commotion was that we were hearing out there, wasn't it? I heard a
believe
lot of
so, 30 minutes
screaming.
ago. That's right.
Oh wow.
不可能的，我又不是
She nearly had 25% of the chips in play, then nearly, with that ace in the turn, went down to 2 million in chips, and the jack on the river
啊
means
对对对
the stacks were preserved 5 million and 3 million.
他那个位置起 raise 范围
This is pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. It also means we still don't have an elimination. Ace king nearly out of the pot, out of the match, I should say. Instead, we're still 16-handed here at the main event.
Jindy, really heavy run of cards here. Ace queen now on the hijack. Does make him look like he's getting really aggressive with his stack size, being the chip leader at the table right now, but we can see that he has been picking up hands, definitely hands that he can raise with.
He just got played back at with the ace-10 from the ace-queen, as it turns out. Let's see if this time this does invite action. He is going to be opening. Pocket sevens might just invite action. Wouldn't blame an all-in here, and it looks like we might be heading for a flip, barring something happening in the blinds. This is quite favorable. The loosest player on the table has opened from middle position. Pocket sevens should be performing pretty well. Great timing for having a chip or two behind, with 2 players still left to act.
Oh, look at this big blind. Li Qing finds pocket tens. He has about 15 bigs. I can't see him really letting his hand go. But at the same time, he is being faced with a raise and a re-raise. He is just calling with the tens instead of shoving to the middle. Actually back to Jin D now here.
This is fascinating. I think we can jam here now with the ace-queen, because if Li Chen had ace-king in particular, I don't know that he's just calling. You're so much more likely to essentially call 4-bet jam. And barring ace-king, what are we really afraid of? We block aces. Yeah, there
Oh, he
is
does.
the 4-bet.
He does go for it, but knowing Li Qing, he is a player who's on the tighter side of things. Do you see a fold from here? It's very possible, isn't it?
I think you have to fold. I mean, it's been misplayed in the sense that he's taken the conservative option, but don't forget Jin D is the chip leader on the table. He's going to have the widest range. Yu Chen Shin's hand, not as relevant because it's a much shorter stack that Li Chen covers many times over. I think we were supposed to jam that pre-flop. I've actually seen some of these situations and asked a lot of pros about them, and it gets quite confusing, three-handed,
Yeah.
ICM in play. But now we've put ourselves in the most difficult spot, and part of the reason we jammed the pocket tens is to not be in this tough spot.
For sure, because we do see here, you know, pocket tens versus the other two hands has the best chance of winning with 41%, right? But when Li Qing does end up folding these pocket tens, now it gives the equity over to pocket sevens. You know, we could actually see pocket sevens being ahead if pocket tens fold and triple up.
Yeah, Chin might have given you one of the few ways in which he can not be a massive underdog. But first, let's see the floor clarify a few things. So we do have that remaining chip put in there. And the pocket tens have folded.
And pocket sevens is so happy with that result, with 56% now in this pot.
I do believe Jin would have let the ace-queen go if facing a jam. The cold 4-bet jam, no less. So far, quite a bad result for Li Qin. Let's see if he flop a 7. Ace, jack, jack. You did end up with the flip situation, but not going his way so far, and that's going to be it. Mind you, I don't think the ace-queen would have been in there, so Li Qin missing the opportunity to be the one to eliminate you. But with that, we do have our first elimination for the day. It's Yu Chen Shin. GG, sir. Certainly unlucky to miss out on a few pay jumps along the way, but goes home with nearly 9,000 here at the main event.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking at that turn out of, you know, with the ace on the flop, Li Qin might be actually kind of happy with his fold there, thinking that his opponent with a big stack might have called the 15 big blind shove with the, you know, the fact that if he had tens. Players do play a little bit differently with a bigger stack, and the possibility of eliminating two players, you know, may be enticing for some. You never know, right? You really never know. No, he kind of felt like he dodged a bullet, but at the same time, you know, that chip leader could have folded his ace-queen, reading into the situation as being behind.
Always tough to call off ace-queen when you're worried about ace-king. But yeah, you're right, Li Qin. Certainly happy to see an ace. Another update from the outer table, Selena, and looks like it's been quite a show between the two players who came in as the chip leaders in the tournament. Once again, it's between Shui and Kai, and looks like Shui gets the best of him once again, adding 1 million chips. She's up to 6 million chips now with a rivered set that did get a value bet called off. So Kai Shi not having a good run at it, but so important to stay focused because Kai still has 2 million chips. That's certainly good for over 30 bigs. Hopefully can maintain his composure. The chip leader in the tournament now with 20% of the chips in play.
And that is really good to see. The only female left in the tournament, isn't it?
That is correct.
We have awarded 2 female champs so far, and that is not, I'm talking about in ladies events, right? We're talking about 2 female champs, you know, in mixed gender events so far in this series, and it's so good to see female being represented.
So it was the win the button, I believe, day 1, if I remember correctly. You mentioning
Turbo.
Oh, the turbo.
The turbo, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
The turbo that finished at like 6 a.m. in the morning.
The late night turbo, gotcha. The
Yeah.
No Limit Hold'em turbo event, and then of course Xiao Yan winning the bounty, and also pulling the biggest bounty. You told me.
That's right. She pulled the biggest bounty. You know,
Nearly a
she had
10K score.
She had 5 envelopes out of the 9, so really good chance for her to walk away with that big bounty. And I think that big bounty was quite significant in terms of what she actually won from the tournament itself, right? So
it was equivalent to
equivalent,
first
exactly.
place.
So
Yeah.
it doubles your first prize money, which is so nice.
So this means next year we have a banner with the crystal bucket hat confirmed, right? That's awesome.
Well, I mean, the number of champs we're just getting, churning out every single time there's a series being run. I don't know if we're going to have enough banner space. Maybe when we look around next year, every single black curtain area that we currently see is going to be filled with, someone's face.
Why not? Why not?
G&D here with almost double the stack size of the second in chips. Looks like the players do see that commotion happening on this table. I think it is the Kings versus Ace King hand you're talking about that has just gone down. And I'm sure it got a lot of reaction out of the two players in the pot.
他就没跟我在一桌，跟我在一桌把我剥削他了。
Oh, I've got feel like we've got the wrong feature table here.
Hey, they're coming. We will switch on the break. I think all 16 players certainly deserve their due. I'm kind of excited to have kicked off with this crew because I think it's a good mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces. For instance, it's been interesting to see Lee Song-lin sort of take a step back, have seen him actually fold a few playable medium strength hands because he's gone into that stack preservation mode that we were talking about. Also, when he's not the chip leader of the table, he's recognizing that it's not his job to be the table captain.
One full rate here with the ace-10 of spade on the hijack. Raising to 120k.
Oh, we've taken the mics off. And does that mean we're on the break? Or maybe Song-lin had somewhere to go?
I think he's going to find out what was the commotion about.
That could be it.
Followed by another player who's very interested in what happened on the other table.
什么呀？他多少了？700万。
Might have a buddy
Yeah,
on the outer table.
yeah. Coming back to probably share the news with his table.
不能让他打到 FT 了吧？那边干两
Li Qing here, 11 bigs, 680k in chips. Gonna look to find a double somewhere. Apart from Lin Qi, everybody has very similar stacks on this table.
Yeah, seeing the distribution, one huge stack in the form of Jindy, and then quite a few stacks scrunched between the 22 to 34 big blind range.
这个几个大了，打了都记一下直播多对吧？那好，直播多我不晓得直播上面的。
不一定吧？
I like to mention the fact that
有可能是一直直播。
with live tournaments these days, it's actually so hard to come across a tournament with such an overlay. Right, like I'd be surprised if this is not the best marketing dollar spent
That is true.
for the next series to just be filled with a lot more pros who love overlays. We actually have $500,000 USD worth of overlay in this main
give or
event.
take. Absolutely.
That essentially means the top 3 places
Are being funded. It's just so good for the players, and shout out to the team behind the Lord Poker Tour for obviously treating the situation with the integrity that the TLPT deserves. There are tours where you'll hear something like people being put into the events and so on. And mind you, a lot of the field here, not necessarily those who made it to day 2, but a lot of them came from AA Poker through very interesting free rolls. Of course, we did have many uniques joining us in person. So yeah, I do believe that'll be a sign of good things to come for next time. And I wouldn't be surprised if the guarantee increases again next time, inviting the potential for yet another overlay.
Yeah, so essentially you're saying there's $500,000 in the prize pool, that's an overlay. You have $500,000 in the prize pool that's from the free rolls provided by AA Poker.
Again, give or take, but I've heard a number close to that, yeah.
Yes, exactly, right? So imagine you as a pro, how enticing that is, right? It's such good value for your money in terms of entry cost. And there are pros who, live for tournaments like this. And we've seen quite a few, regs, I would call, that comes down for the TLPT. And after they find out about this at the TLPT, it's a series they're going to put on their schedule, on their calendar, year after year. And, I've actually heard a rumor that there might be something in the works for October.
Interesting.
Right? So that would be interesting. I don't know what is going to happen, but for them to launch something so close to this event, it has to be big. Like, it has to mean...
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
So it'd be really interesting to see what they cook up for October.
And you do mention the value for the pros, but you know what? Take a look at our final 16. Not too many pros in the mix. I mean, as we work our way down, sometimes we're not even finding Hendon mobs. They tend to be 5 digits, which is to say less than 100k for sure. And certainly with China being sort of an up-and-coming poker economy, I would say, for this new population that's found the game. I mean, this is really a career starter, is the way I see it. Plenty of pros in the field, of course, deep into day 2, but that's the beauty of the main event as well. You know, the enough probabilities are clashing, and it gives a chance for many of the recreationals to really have a shot at it.
Yeah, and the way Xue has been playing, I mean, I don't know if many pros out there can handle her.
Yeah, that might be it. That might be why we don't have pros left in the field. But you and I have been discussing that the quality of play, in particular the aggression, the resilience in certain cases, it's just been astounding. It has actually exceeded all my expectations here in the booth. Makes our job that much easier when the poker is just so fascinating.
我怎么能推出去啊？
大盲位的3B 他怎么能拿勾勾推呢？你想看最多也说是个靠住，
喝进去也难打。
就不该靠3B 大盲3B 就直接弃了就完了。那么长的吧？
至少只能1000加。
是，最小也是个 A 圈 AK 什么的。
1000加呀。
就是那个300的尺度都已经表明态势了。
对，就很大，就要给你干了。
Quick note, Selena, once we get to the final table, the live reporting will actually match our 30-minute delay, so no spoilers possible. For now, I might be reading ahead a little bit, I suppose, since we do hear the commotion a little bit after.
Liu Zhongji here. Yeah, very nice hand. You know, ace king, but also suited at the same time. That extra bit, you know, more confidence in playing a hand like ace king, but just takes down the blinds antes at this point.
Yeah, but note that we soft jammed there, Selena, with about, was it 16 bigs? Yeah, 16 bigs. He decided to just commit. Isn't that a bit too many blinds for ace king suited? I mean, surely we don't mind inviting and inducing some action.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the table itself has not been that aggressive, but, you know, a lot of times I do see players coming in with a worse holding, just shoving over the top. And we do have our outer table now on screen.
This is the hand I've spoiled, unfortunately, Selena, because what we're about to see is a set on the river for Xue. And that is Kai, who has been having a rough go of it. So the board is queen, jack, deuce. Turn just came a king.
I wasn't even aware of the ability to actually showcase an outer table.
Yeah, how cool
That's
is that?
pretty cool.
Huge shout out to the production team. I did catch the stream last year as well, and I can see the improvements already. It's a pleasure being in the booth, of course, but you know, slowly, as we do cut to the outer table, getting a sense of the entire action. That's a 7 on the river, by the way. 7 of spades. And it looks like a quickly called value bet. And look at the laugh.
Man, how did the action go down for her to have still been there on the river with 7s? Was there no betting?
Yeah, can take a look at the live reporting. So we saw a button raise, as we did see Kai was on the button. And just a defense with the pocket 7s, first off, in the big blind. That's interesting in its own way. Then a check call on the queen, jack, deuce board with the pocket 7s. But I suppose if you've under rep, you certainly can peel a card on the flop and the king turn got check.
Okay, and
then
then
she
she donk
brings the
bets.
seven.
She donk bets the river, right?
Yeah, after
Against-
brinking the 7, she value bets. Pretty big. So let's just take a look at the pot. 130, 132, 60. Yeah, she bet 300 into 460. Gets called by what I assume is at least a queen, considering the flop bet and the turn check back.
Right, that makes
好的好的，
a lot of sense. Yes.
换多点儿。
Yeah, it's not just that, you know, she's been playing good poker, aggressive. But when you actually, you know, hit as well and your image works in your favor to get paid off, that's how you build a big stack. Now, Lee Song-lin here with the pocket fours in the small blind is going to put Li Qing all in for his 560k stack. Less than 10 bigs. But king 9, you know, I think that's very much on the top of your range in the big blind versus a small blind shove.
Yeah, this needs to get called. With the big blind ante, Lee will be shoving much lighter than this. It's a bit of a setup, really. It's just a hand that should always be going towards the flip. No, don't do it, Lee.
No,
We're
he does
showing
not
the king
like
and
that
folding?
hand. I think he just got to look from the player to his left, like, oh, you don't realize, you know, that's a calling hand. But at the same time, we do see that Lee Song-lin was not really stealing. You know, a lot of players do shove hands there with like 10, 9, Jack 8, Jack 9, a lot of those hands. And, you know, definitely any king that he dominates. Oh, we've got more of the outer table action. We do see a player all in with 3s, I believe, in this spot, and a player with 6s.
不多吧，不就5开吗？
And we see a departure from our outer table. So that should bring our player number down to about 14, if I'm not mistaken.
So I do believe we saw somebody being moved from our table, Selena, which would signal that we were down to 14 to begin with, to rebalance to 7 and 7. So as it turns out, we're down to 13.
嗯哼，
就拿这个牌，我要是跑出了，我有点难受。
Or maybe this departure was the reason. So just a reminder, the player we did lose was Liu Xingyu.
不能推，不能接，我的看。
Goes out in 15th place. Within the pay chop, of course, for the day.
你 K 勾你
Yi
包
Yang
推的
was the beneficiary of those chips.
啊，接他呀。K 勾的怎么打你都接了呀。
我的那个牌
知道能记啊。
Li Qing here, small blind, now finds pocket fours himself. Well, knowing that he was faced with annoying with the pocket fours of the small blind last time, he is going to ship it in here himself. 7-5 of clubs, a pretty playable hand facing a raise, but not annoying here. No, you're going to have to put in 9 big blinds.
对呀，这个时候没有买。
And he does not barely have 20 himself.
嗯，是
哎呀，和我的一样的牌，
44啊。
我跟你也是5开，我跟你也是5开。
肯定是5开呀。
你那牌是不是没有 K 9大？没有 K 9大。对对对。
He's got such a great smile.
Yeah, there
Like,
it is.
Yeah, he's got that smile where his whole face just lights up,
没有 K 的。
and then he's just so happy to still be in the tournament.
是的，是的。
我 K 9我也开。
And I mean, goes to show, you know, not taking the spot with the king 9. Once again, in theory, you're supposed to call it off
但是
almost always. But instead now,
我是你的马良，我包接的。因为
chipping
这个时候
up
不用买几张嘛。
我知道包机啊，我是
redeeming what he lost in the big blind against
知道
Song Lin's pocket fours with his own pocket fours.
感觉
And instead of being 50-50, he's very much still in the tournament.
再掉3
这
个人，
跟掉人没关系，这个时候我就不考虑，因为我马
啊，就是感觉跑不赢，那就不用接，那无所谓了。
他不是说剩2、3个 BB 啊，那我不用考虑，完全。
Just a reminder, we're
BB，那你不是有2张
well in the 5
牌就
digits
行了
now in terms of payouts. 10,800 USD or so. That's 16.4 million.
3个 BB，2638，无所谓。
Now here, Wang Haiyan with under the gun pocket 2s
尊重一点，我还是想打牌。
does decide to fold. Pretty standard way of playing those small pocket pairs with 20 bigs. Hijack, not gonna raise it up with the Jack 9 suited. And maybe he did smell something behind him. Lee Song-lin cut off pocket aces.
Yeah, great discipline there by the pocket deuces. It's one of the first leaks that you have to fix, especially when you're at the final tables, opening those small pocket pairs. And this is one of the reasons why Song Lin waking up with the absolute goods. Yeah, he hasn't been that involved as we were mentioning not too long ago. Going with the card distribution. Does he get some action from the 3 players behind? Unlikely.
第一把。
哎呦我操！幸亏我没有。
Yeah, you gotta show it.
嗯。
Misery loves
我本来
company.
想起，我想想算了。
你起了我都。
When you don't get action with the aces, that pickup doesn't feel
还好还好。
as valuable as it should. Still, comfortable second place in chips on our table.
全部都能看到。
是的，是的。
没关系，对吧？
啊，对。
等5分钟全部都能。
So can't exactly see the tournament clock, but can do some quick math on the average blinds here, since we do have 29 million chips in play. Let's see, it should be... Yeah, about 34 bigs average, actually. Quite comfortable. Now, a lot of it is being dominated by Shui on the outer tables, with about 20% of the chips in play. Ace-8, 7-handed, mind you, under the gun when you have the chip lead. Actually quite openable. Surprised to let this go in the form of Jin D folding it. Songlin now with pocket 6s. The randomizer leaning quite low there in the form of that fold. Gotta say I'm surprised. So did I mention, Selena, Jin has $3,000 on his hand in maw, and it came exactly a year ago at the circuit main event, where he finished 58th place, and now back at it and has guaranteed himself 10,800, and frankly on the verge of a lot more, considering he's chip leading our stack, our table, I should say.
Two small pocket pairs here. Threes is not going to join the fun, so it's going to be just 6s versus 6s. I don't think we've seen a seen a hand like this, have we?
I don't think so.
Yeah, pretty much the same hand. Big blind looks like is going to join the fun.
Well, Wang Zhang is in rough shape because he can't flop a set and he's in the small blind, so the chances of scooping the spot become next to none. So off we go to the flop, and it's 9 high, which means advantage Songlin in position, pre-flop aggressor, and the biggest stack on the table. I just don't see this hand not going his way. Could feel like the flop favors the big blind range a bit. Not to mention have to be worried about the small blind. Simply checks. And the 10 on the turn. 91% now, barring an 8. So looking up Jin actually did make me click on the Hen and Mob for the tournament last year, and we're talking about overlays and sort of the growth of this event and this series. Well, 505 entries in the main event last time, and 968 this time. So talk about the trajectory with double the buy-in.
All right, the entry fee for last year was half of what it is this year, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't hear that every day. You don't double the...
You double the buy-in and somehow you double the field.
Size, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the other way around, right? If you double the buy-in, you might get only half of the field. That's actually really good to see that success.
To my utter surprise, it's actually Wang Zhang taking a stab at the 6s. just thinking that both opponents might have overcards, or in the case of the big blind, some sort of undercards. This is quite ambitious. I mean, look at how much of his stack he's invested. 280k off a 1.2 million stack, and top pair, second best kicker, cannot dream of going anywhere just yet.
That brings a call from Wai Hai Yan with the King 10. Lee Song Lin can pretty confidently just fold his hand right here and then. Wang Zhen, is he going to continue putting that pressure on his opponent, because his opponent does only have 600k behind? He is eyeing the rest of his chips.
Oh
no, this is not, no. Oh, can you imagine him trying to represent having the 10 here?
Oh no.
That is not going to go well for him.
The last thing you want to do in poker is represent what your opponent has. Could feel like he has showdown value against a lot of obvious straight draws. Backdoor spades were activated as well, so you can imagine King Jack of spades, King Queen of spades, along with the Queen Jack straight draws. Could be coming along some naked eights as well. A hand such as, 8-5, even 8-7. You do have the opportunity to maybe blow them off. And ultimately, when you put your opponent to the test for their tournament life, you tend to get slightly tighter folds. Yeah, we're going with
Oh, wow.
And this is going to be
wow.
a snap call, I imagine. Once the count. Maybe one of those moments where you just breathe, take it in case you've been cooler, but there is the call. And we tap the table, and table to sixes. Huge double up.
Oh, 那确实.
Man, so there was no bet on that flop, was there? See, that's that issue of like sixes being relatively, that's a kind of hand you want to protect a little bit on that flop, so the overcards don't come, and then once you're behind you start betting and then putting your opponent all in, and it just became an absolute disaster for him.
Gotta admire him pulling the trigger on the river,
Yeah.
Did have some showdown that he could convince himself into checking instead. Runs into top of range.
What a hand for the big blind with just the King 10. Really, really collected a really big pot here. A double up for him. Yeah, because it's really hard for King 10 to think he was beat there, because there was just absolutely no bet on that flop. And I guess the worst case scenario, you look up, maybe the opponent has a hand like ace 10, right? That might be, but there is a lot more hands in his range that he does beat with his King 10. So you think things through and you're like, yeah, like I think I'm ahead here, I can call.
Yeah, we saw him take that moment. I did say he's going to snap call, but he did ask for a count. And as I was saying, you sort of soak it in, because if you have been cooler, you mentioned ace 10, maybe some sets because it was a flat from the small, so some sets turning into full houses there. But that's okay. If it's your time to go out of the tournament, that's totally fine.
Oh, the player seat 1. I just interviewed him this morning.
Oh, is he a winner of
the 2-man teams event? The one that you and I were supposed to play.
Gotcha, the tag team.
The tag team. But did you know it's a different format?
Oh, it's
So
not a
you-
tag team.
Well, the thing is, you get to play at the same time at the beginning, together, in the field. Okay? So you both accumulated chips.
很难受的.
Right.
And then you combine your chip stack.
Oh, you combine your stack.
Yes.
On
But,
the final table?
well, yeah, I mean, I guess final table?
你有 A 你多少?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Because at the final table, I actually caught it while I was
是的，是的
walking away one night, and the two players are sitting together
Right,
with
right.
the same stack.
Yeah, so then it was really funny because I don't think I've heard a format like that. Usually, you know, one player plays one blind level and then you kind of swap, right? So
太多了，太啊。
you play at the same time in the
哎
beginning
六人嘛
and then you combine your chip stack. And at the same time, if one of the team has busted their stack, you just have a disadvantage going into it as one of the short stacks, but you can still be in the tournament.
Gotcha.
Right. And then once they make that final table, two players can discuss during the hands what to
我还
do.
说逃个大忙呢，
And you can,
想把你牵进去。
哈哈哈，对啊
because
今
the
天太
strategy
晚
they
了
told me was, I think there had one player who was better with pre-flop situation
Okay.
and had the other player who was better with post-flop situation. So they kind of played half of the hand each.
I like that.
Yeah. But it also means that there is no that boring standing at the rail time for your teammate if you're the one sitting down and playing. So they actually, yeah, that's actually kind of cool.
I like that format. And it was actually fun to see a poker table with sets of two people sitting. You don't see that every day.
没人接啊，多少？
Oh, Jack 10
靠
suited
啊靠啊！
in the big blind. We're going to call this off. Very favorable for Zhang. This is just the stuff that dreams are made of, right? Because you jam with the 5 bigs from the cutoff. First off, nobody opened behind, in which case the Queen Jack would have been in
啊，
quite the blender. And then when you do get called,
出题也得
you're
靠。
dominating your opponent. With 13 players left, which means we do have an elimination. We'll check that in just a second. As we observe if the Queen Jack can hold. There's the 10 though. Does give the Queen Jack the open ender.
没有发圈的。哦，那大
And there's the ace. Queen Jack with the lock barring a chop, and that is going to be the double up.
呱呱都好。
So it looks like our 14th place finisher, Selena, was Disheng Chang. Pocket 5s versus pocket 10s. Not much you can do there. Shi Hui Zhang was the beneficiary, up to 4 million in
好的好
chips.
的。
Looks like we have 2 stacks out there, bigger than the biggest stack on our table.
多号赢了不对。
We're 7-handed on our table. In case there's another elimination on the outer table, we'll rebalance the tables.
完了，我成短板了。
So not only did you give the trophy to seat 1, I do remember you telling me that you finally got a hold of the missing player from 2 days ago.
是啊。
Winner of the PLO Turbo event that went on late at night, I understand, but apparently was too busy celebrating. Doesn't come in the next day,
太多的筹码。
but also doesn't come in the day after that.
是的
Did he have anything to
呀
say? Did he address the fact that we've been waiting for him?
Yeah, so yesterday he actually said that he's getting up now, he's coming down, he's going to be there soon, and just never showed up. Today, when we inquired about where his whereabouts was, because he was late as well, he said he's on his way. So we were just wagering whether or not he's going to just disappear and never show once again. And the funniest thing was, I was just talking. I'm like, man, like maybe when he arrives, I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind, saying that does he really think his time is worth that of 5 people waiting for him? You know, for 2 days, right? And he's within earshot, and he probably heard what I said, and I was like, oh crap, you know, I just stopped talking. but I think that like I didn't mind if you heard a little bit of it, right? Because I kind of just do feel that being the case where you know, yeah, you won a tournament, but like it does not mean that you keep, you know, 5 people waiting. We have the cameraman, we have the producer, we have the person handing you the trophy and the microphone. You have me, right? And then you have the people with the lights and the camera and the smoke and everything. So yeah, you know, it's it was a funny situation.
Well, we got him in the end, and I
got
think
him
he
in the
may
end.
have heard what you had to say. Good lesson for the future.
Yeah, he is a 2-time TLPT champ. He won a event from last year as well. So might be our first actually.
Well, more power to him, maybe. Why he was undervaluing this trophy ceremony ever so slightly.
Yeah, he's like, been there, done that. You know, if it was me, I'd just be like, okay, give me your address, I'll just send it to your house.
Good glimpse, pardon me, of the board there. 5, 3, 4, 3, 8, and looks like we have a bet. Oh, is that a raise? Big blind bets the river and has been raised by the button. Oh, and we get shown aces. Wow. We called it off with less than one pair. Really nice raise on the river. So I was mentioning to you, Selena, how I've actually run sort of a poker TV show, multiple seasons of it, and I've handled many, many poker players and their schedule in the form of coming down for the interviews, sometimes coming down for the actual game itself, although that might be slightly easier to do. And the thing is, poker is such an individual sport. Many of these professional poker players have never had a regular job, regular responsibility. They are the absolute worst at having empathy for what goes on in a production. But you know what? That is the nature of the beast, and I suppose we have to deal with it a little bit, and also, more important, to impress upon them all the effort that's going into it. I do find that if you're able to convey how many people are waiting or putting in the effort to make all this glory about them, they are able to come on board.
Yeah, I think that poker players might be just the absolute worst when it comes to having to stick to a certain schedule, or, you know, the concept of time, right?
Unless they're losing blinds, then they show up somehow.
Yes, right. So they would never be late to like a day two, right? It's they're always very much on time for that.
Always interesting to see Lee Chen navigate, because it's so much more his style to just kind of play flops, make some moves as opposed to call things off. In this case, he took a stab at the gut shot with the 10 deuce and the 6-5-3-6 on the turn in this limp pot pre. Oh, and look at this. Song Lin is going for the steal. This could have been a chop. Song Lin check called with the open ender on the turn and now steals away the chop pot from Lee Chen. Still solid. He has his classic look at the table, the sports coat, t-shirt underneath. Always well groomed, well kept, and playing well as well. Back to the outer table. Believe that's a button open. Bit of a rail on the outer table. Would you look at that?
Yeah, with the hands you were telling me about, man, that is one exciting outer table.
We can see the tournament clock. 6 minutes left to the break, I believe. The end of the level should signal a break, which means this is the table that will be rotating and will be joining us on the feature.
Ace deuce now with just 10 bigs. Li Qing should be a comfortable shove for him here. He does. Put his chips in the middle.
对对，但王肯定
Another
都推了。
Bad hand here for Liu Zhongxing. Cannot make this call.
60万10个比例，
肯定他大了，肯定了。
I like players like Li Qing. He's just so happy to be there. He's at a point where he's like, I don't really mind whatever happens here. You know, I think I've gone further than I had expected. Just being really content with what you have, right? I think that's cool.
And what do you think about that approach? I mean, is it going to maybe take away some of that fire in the belly, or is it also the right way to be able to make good decisions, you know, really locking into the amount of luck that it's taken to get here and acting accordingly, playing a bit freely?
No, I think it's just a very positive outlook, whether it's in poker or life. Just being grateful for what you already have. You know, so for him, he never expected to go this far, like with, you know, 13 left now in the main event. Yeah, like I don't think he expected to still be here. And like we said, we did see him yesterday also with the 3s and the 9s and so forth. So he's probably been on the lucky end of things, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had put himself at risk for his tournament life more than any other person so far, right? And he's just kind of, you know, dodged the bullets and still currently sitting here.
It takes a lot of skill to navigate a short stack the way he has, not just in terms of, you know, picking your spots, but also staying mentally resilient, waiting for your spots, and not just, you know, calling it off light, trying to just double up. Well, speaking of spots, we might just have one over here. 16 big stack of Wang has opened, and look at this, dodges disaster. Once again, Queen Jack suited folds and
pocket 9s.
Small blind, snap rips it, and looks like it's been snap called considering the cards have been flipped over. This is for essentially an elimination. Only 30k left behind. And it comes down to this.
And Li Qing seeing Ace Jack being flipped over. You know, he's really happy with his Queen Jack fold for sure. Not getting into trouble.
Well, he doesn't know that we saw an ace folded in the big blind. We saw the Queen Jack folded on the dealer button. So the equity, as we can see, 63-37. He's actually 2-1. Liu very likely to get the double to nearly 2 million. Oh, we've left a chip behind by mistake. Doesn't really matter one way or the other. The graphics will update to the extent the floor rules that it's not an all-in.
我先开了。哦，他先开的。哦，因为我先甩的，对。
The first and then nine. First. Open. Okay.
So the added element here, Selena, is that he's flipped over his cards.
But I think it was before the other big blind had folded, isn't it?
I don't think that's the issue. I think he got snap call, and then we found out that he has 10k behind.
Oh, okay.
And he's flopped upset, but by the way, his opponent has 2 spades. He's not as comfortable as he thinks he is, as we now do see the ace jack of spades. Still to just 5 outs.
Right, so the event, if it comes like 9-9-5 flop.
Yeah, his opponent can't fold. That's a great point, actually. Oh, there is the 5, and that's going to be the check mark, which means we have a stack down to just 1 small blind.
And that catapults Liu Zhongxing to 2 million chips. Yeah, so with Li Qing, you know, we're talking about that just being grateful and content. Is the difference is if you come into this event hoping to win it, right? With that expectation. Well, then essentially it means that doesn't matter which place you finish, you're going to be upset. Okay.
Right.
But if you come into this event with his mentality of every single ladder up is a bonus, then you're always going to be happy walking from this event.
That's a great point, and seems so obviously the right approach when you phrase it that way.
最后一把来，好了，下去了。
Well, we saw the tournament clock earlier. There we see it. It's ticking down from about 30 seconds. So this is going to be the last hand before the break. And looks like thanks to our live reporting from the outer tables, we do have a sense of chip stacks. So Shueijia Wen right now checking her cards. Does maintain the chip lead in the tournament. Has lost a few chips here and there, but still 5.5 million, I believe. 4 million for her competitor on her right, I believe, on this table is Jiwei Zhang. 4 million. 4 million for Yin Chao Shen as well. So 3 stacks above the chip leader on our feature table, which was Jindy with 3.6 million. So the next feature table is going to be amongst the 3 biggest stacks in the tournament. And 3 more players. And mind you, very likely we do lose Wang Furui in the next level, who's down to 1 small blind. Actually, it's going to be less than a small blind coming in. So 13-handed with 1 player in a chip in a chair spin-up situation as we do take our first break of the day. We're, of course, playing down to the winner here at the TLPT Circuit's main event. Do not go anywhere. We're playing for 220,000 up top. See you on the other side of the break.
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. This is for the real players. From CV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's book, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's book, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这里一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star. 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we'll raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we'll raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we'll raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's book, we'll raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Rise on the prize, rise on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar. And Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows.
New feature table for you guys, and this is the very exciting feature table with Xue Jiawen on this table, sitting on 5.1 million chips, the chip leader of our main event, and she is the player with the most action that I have seen so far in the last 2 days of stream.
Absolutely have to agree. Looking forward to seeing the fireworks on this table. Did see some of the other names as well. Yi Yang was in there apparently. Let me just take a quick look at the seat number. Yeah, there we see it, seat number 3. And Lin Tao. And do want to shout out these two players, Selena, because these were the 2 chip leaders on day 2.
Oh,
So you
wow.
don't see that too often, actually, that they have actually parlayed building that huge stack on day 1 all the way down to potentially the final table here in the main event.
Yeah, so, you know, we've got a 220,000 USD for the winner of this series. You know, we were talking about how there's $500,000 overlay, 500 players enter this tournament from a free roll, and currently with only 13 left, you know, your chances are looking pretty good for a nice payday. Most likely majority of these players are all going to be at the final table, so really fun to look forward to.
Actually, I continue doing a little bit of research with the names we have left and the day 2 names, and actually all 6 of the top stacks, and in fact 7 out of 8 of the top stacks on day 2, coming into day 2, are still in the tournament.
Right, so that actually tells you the power of having a stack coming into day 2. They somehow managed to accumulate chips and do really, really well and guarantee themselves, you know, a spot right now with 13 left. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty incredible. It's almost like poker is a skill game where the biggest stack matters.
Yeah, because you do see instances where, you know, the chip leaders of those days, they come in with so much confidence and with so many chips, they just start blasting it off. And before you know it, they're out of the tournament, right? We've definitely seen a lot of that before. And yeah, it's actually really cool. They really seem to value their stack coming into day 2 of this event and really make it work to their advantage.
I'll have to look out for this statistic in the future. Haven't had this kind of access thanks to our live reporting team in the past. But yeah, just a reminder, huge stack can make a difference. So Lin Tao and Yi Yang were the 2 biggest stacks on day 2 and now on our feature table. That is quite a flop for the king-queen with the queen of diamonds.
Really one of the best flops you can hope for. Top pair plus the second nut flush draw. Shikai here with the ace 10, the 10 being diamond. He has chosen to bet 85k and get a quick call from Shen Yingchao. Now Shen Yingchao has pulled ahead significantly with pretty much the second nuts.
Good pot control from Kai, who, as a reminder, based on the coverage, has been sort of having a rough go of it while he was on the outer tables.
Quick call. You know, can't blame him holding the 10 of diamonds. Pays it off. Shen Yingchao does chip up a little bit now.
Sakai stack continues to bleed. Came in with 4.2 million chips. We see he's down to 1.7 million now. Sort of a steady trajectory downwards, coming partly at behest of some of the moves pulled by the chip leader, Shui. What do you think of the mindset now here, Selena? If you've come in as a chip leader 16 ways, only 3 eliminations, and you're now very much middle or bottom of the pack, I mean, what do you need to tell yourself to keep your head in the game?
Just take each hand as it comes. Just keep making those decisions, good decisions. You know, don't let it waver you, because like we've seen, a lot of times things can change very quickly, right? One double up and you're back to being very comfortable. I don't envy the spot that Xue Jiawen is in right now, because yes, she is a chip leader on this table, but there is 2 big stacks sitting right behind her. And a lot of times it comes down to the position on the table to how well you do. With their position advantage on her, they can just flat call her raises a lot. And knowing the kind of player she is, where she might blow the pot out of proportion, and imagine one of them doubling up off her. Oh my goodness, right? We would have someone sitting on 8 million in chips, you know, going to the final table possibly.
It nearly happened, although she did have the best of it pre-flop in that instance. Kings versus aces.
Now Yang Yi here, ace jack of diamonds with 11 bigs behind after a raise of 2 big blinds. Xu Jiawen here is not going anywhere with the king queen. She calls, and then Shen Yingchao here, small blind, ace 9, finds a fold. Can't see 6 deuce coming along, so we have 2 players in this pot, and Xue Jiawen being the player in position.
Oh, the ace 9 would have smashed it. 9-9-4. Seems pretty ripe to continuation bet this. Not worried about too much on the button with the 9-9-4, but instead he checks. Maybe going for the delayed c-bet, expecting a lot of middling pairs to continue on the 9-9-4. Still would prefer to just take a stab and maybe try to get the hand over with. Shui is getting to see a lot of free cards, but the check mark does go to the ace high on the double paired board at the end.
Well, she's happy checking that down, probably thinking that king high a lot of times might be good here, especially, you know, faced with a bunch of checks. It wasn't kind of the play I expected from her. I thought there was going to be a point in time where she's going to put some chips out there.
Yeah, lots of expectations to the chaos that she's capable of creating, but maybe she has different gears, you know, which is also a really great sign in terms of going all the way. Also keep in mind, you know, these players have now had about 2 hours against each other, so they certainly will have reads in terms of, you know, whose ranges are the tightest and the widest. Could have been playing a role.
Now Xu Jiawen here, cut off, pocket 5s. She is gonna raise it up. Making 135.
Could see these two tango cans, suited one gapper. taking his time. You're certainly supposed to peel. Late position open. Connected enough, yeah. We do come along. Those red chips, 100k apiece. That's the one everybody's looking to accumulate. Very favorable for Shu, to state the obvious. Although we do flop the wheel draw with the 5-3. Not much else to write home about. Ace-high board for Shu to maybe start repping. So would it be Shu or Shui, Selena?
Sure.
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 Certainly try my best, considering we might be seeing her for the whole run of it. Want to get it right as much as possible.
Yeah, hard to know exactly the pronunciation without seeing the Chinese characters, but that's, you know, the best I can know for now. I've had some very difficult names to pronounce, actually. You know, it's like the kind of names that doesn't just roll off your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, within the name, you're changing 3 different tones, and yeah, it just does make my life pretty difficult because doing it both in English and Chinese changes things for me a bit. Xue one here. Now with the club draw, checks behind again. Seems like she's really nice to this kid.
Yeah, I will say there's something to the amount of time he took calling pre-flop, and then does, of course, check call the flop with the wheel draw. And all of a sudden, with that check behind on the turn and him having near the nut low, this seems like a must-bet situation. What kind of read does he have on Shui to understand that she's not checking behind on the turn with an ace too often, and he can represent it? He's going for it. 770 in the middle. How much have we put out? A bunch of reds, it seems like. 300k.
I like this bet. It makes it hard for her to call too light, you know. She does have to have a pretty decent holding to call a 40% pot there on the river.
Yeah, how can you possibly call with pocket fives there? Great pickup by Yang. Takes him up to 1.5 billion, was it? I mean, these are the make or break pots, aren't they? After you defend the 5-3 of diamonds and kind of whiff, you have to be able to make moves like this. Hearing quite some commotion on the stream on the outer tables, but I have a feeling it's one of the other events going on. Quick update, Selena. After all, we were left with 30k for Wang Furui, who has been eliminated in 13th place. Couldn't pull off the ultimate spin up. Did lose essentially a flip, which will happen on the final 2 tables. GG to a great run here.
Ling Tao, dealer button, pocket nines. Very good hand and very good position to pick up that hand. A lot of people do believe that, you know, when players raises on the dealer button, they usually have crap. So they might get played back at with a more marginal holding. Yang Yi here has 9-8 of diamonds. Not gonna get fancy. Shikai here. 1.5 million chips. 7-5 of suit. Let's go. Has this been more of like the more kind of relaxed streaming schedule you've been on out of a lot of the other events you do?
I think it's certainly sometimes determined by the action itself, and may I say the company in the booth. So certainly have to agree that it's been a bit of a breeze. But I've had various stints where sometimes you're mainly only doing late nights, and you can actually play a few events in the day. I kind of enjoyed those as well. Still a player as well. Enjoy the side events.
Yep.
Sometimes it's the opposite. Things get done early, and then you fire some of the fun ones at night. So I think for me that's the right balance. And we almost made it to the team's event. There were a few turbos I could have played if my sleep schedule had been managed better. So can't complain. I'm excited for a long one today, I have to say. 12 people remaining. It's going to be a grind. And the structure itself, right? It's just 60-minute levels, plenty of play. Should be a fun final table. And do expect it to go long because we're playing for 220k up top. Oh, we have pocket aces making an appearance on this feature. Yang was actually up to 1.7. Did just pull off the 5-high bluff. If he can somehow go small here, I think Shen will be in quite a tough spot. He's gone big. He said 4-6. Big blind can get out of the way. And do we have a decision here for Yin Chao? Your opponent has put in about 25% of their stack. Do you want to speculate with 9-8 of spades? What if they have an overpair, as they indeed do in this case? Can't get into tricky spots if you flop just a pair. Maybe some sort of a draw that you feel committed to. He lets it go. Good timing. As we continue my cultural education, Selena, did mean to ask, this way of saying 6 with your hand gesture, is that a common one?
Yeah, so we could count on one hand.
All the way?
All the way. Just kind of makes sense. Sometimes where you don't have both hands to spare.
Yeah, we're on our phones all the time.
Yeah.
One hand is taken up.
Right, so sometimes you play pickleball against some of the elderly, and they, it's like everybody can't remember the score, right? And I kind of forget because I'm trying to gesture to them from across the court. It's like, like a 6-7 or something, right? But I realize that they don't understand my gesturing.
So if you
don't
don't
I'm holding
mind,
a paddle.
yeah, one hand is taken up.
Right, and I'm like telling them, oh, it's a 6, and then they're like,
okay, let me see it. So you just did the 6.
Yeah,
and
7.
Then 7. Oh,
7.
that is not what I expected. That's
And
like an
then
Italian expression.
8.
And 8 is
Like
okay,
this.
the thumb and the finger.
Yeah.
Okay.
9.
Huh. Does this mirror what?
Yeah, what
the
it kind of
number
look like.
Looks like?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then usually this would be a 10.
10 is
kind
the
of thing.
fist.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what threw me off there is the 8, because I might expect that to be a 6 or a 7.
Right. So in the Chinese character writing, 8 looks like this.
Gotcha.
So that might make more sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. One part of this job that they did not tell me would be massively plus EV is the Chinese lessons from you.
Oh no, any lesson is going to be plus EV from me.
Absolutely.
Like, I think I would be a really good poker life coach.
Oh, absolutely. And
Yeah.
by the way, you could consider it.
No, I think a lot of player needs it.
Absolutely. There's a demand, and you are the best supply I can imagine, not just in terms of the poker experience, but the life experience as well, which will play a huge role.
Yeah, so like the poker Oh, I mean, would I use the word mental, right? Like, what would be the word?
They do have mental game coaches, although they tend to have sports specialization in general.
Okay.
Right? A lot of mental game coaches are the same, whether it's cricket or chess.
Oh.
So they're sort of tackling that like athlete mental game coaching. But I do think poker is so unique. I just don't think a chess coach or, like I said, a cricket coach or a sports mental coach can appreciate the extreme nuance of poker, because it is a mental game and it is a game with a lot of financial ups and downs as well. So we need someone like you out there.
Yeah, you need someone who's been there, done that kind of thing, and able to have made it work for them. We do see a bit of a hand developing here that Shuja Wan did bet the flop with her middle pair, and Queen 10 decided to call and come along. On the turn, he does flop an up-down straight draw. Both play a check. And then on this river you see here, she has managed to hit 2 pairs versus Queen High.
This is when you're hoping that the image you've built throughout this tournament can work in your favor. That being said, pretty tough for the Queen High to take a stand, no matter how small you go. Really like the bet sizing here. I mean, she's completely intuitively understanding that a king is unlikely given the action. So if you're trying to extract value with 2 pairs, blocking the 8s and the 7s, you gotta go small. Oh my word. We've gotten paid off by Queen High.
My oh my.
Amazing sizing. Certainly extracting the maximum, I would argue. Think about what it means for your opponent to take a stand with Queen High, right? It's pure image. It means they're expecting you to take a stab on the flop with absolute air, and with the check, turn maybe something truly bottom of range into a bluff. Proper extraction there with the 8s and 7s.
It looks like we've got an all-in player. Is it on the outer table? I do see the green button. Oh no,
I think that's the button.
Oh, that's a button. Okay. Yeah, so we have Li Qing involved in a pot here.
Mr. Smiles himself has fired a bet. And it's been called, it seems like, pretty quickly. Not sure if that was a check call. Yeah, considering we're playing in flow, so I believe we did see a check call. Looks like the option on Lee in position at the moment. The board there reads 7-10 king, and now a 10 on the turn. Wonder if we got to the outer table again, because I have just got the update on that hand. Cannot wait to tell you about this one, Selena. Looks like we're sticking to our feature here. So as a reminder, we saw the board, 7-10 king. Then a 10 appeared on the turn. So we'd seen Lee continuation bet and we check called there. After the 10, it comes another king on the river, and his opponent, Wang, decided to fire 175k, which was for half of Lee Chin's remaining stack. And Lee took a stand with ace high on the double paired board, and his opponent revealed a missed straight draw. So Lee Chin, who's been navigating with that short stack throughout, put himself at risk for everything barring a few blinds, and is back up to 14 bigs.
Wow. Yang Yi here, under the gun with the queens. Make it 2 big blinds. Not gonna be getting a customer, I don't think. Yang has definitely chipped up a bit on this feature table from when we first started.
Pay jumps, understandably, absolutely massive now. And we are on a pay jump. 10,800 USD locked up. 13,600 is the next payout. About 2,800 USD. About the minimum payout in the tournament is the next pay jump. That's a lot of time banks. I may have spoken about pay jumps at the right time, because looks like we're grinding the pay jump considering we've thrown out all the time banks. Pretty keen sense of game flow by Zhang there to understand that a6 is openable from the hijack despite having the two big stacks on his left. We do get out of the way. Now Lin, we got a feel for him. He's had to be quite patient. I know it can feel like the world is collapsing on you when you're not getting the card distribution you're after at this stage, and it really looked like he was thinking about it before he decides to fold the ace-7. Might be reading into his body language, but I can sense a bit of frustration building there, at least going by the way his stack has been going and certainly the cards we've seen him get on the feature. Shortest stack on our table, 13 bigs, Lin Tao that is. Zhang with that pickup, ties as the second biggest stack. Business end of the main event, but arguably the toughest portion of the tournament. Final two tables with huge pay jumps and, of course, the glory and the 220k up top. And we're playing short-handed, 6 max, across two tables. If you were in these players' shoes, would you be thinking about the final table as a bubble? I mean, after all, final table is the final table. You do get the pay jumps and you get the introductions.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like, yes, the idea of making that final table is really good and all, but then, you know, it is short-handed. If you're one of the shorter stacks, by just waiting around, it could really dwindle your stack, you know, and you're giving yourself less of a chance on that final table of a bigger score. I still really very much go for it and try to, you know, play my hands. I'm not going to just take that into consideration if I was making decisions. Still just the most optimal best decision is the one I'm going to go with.
Yeah. No need to take into account the equity of being introduced by you at the final table. There's too much to play for. Well, the King Jack gets out of the way, which was one of the more playable holdings amongst everybody involved, and pretty rare for us to go three-handed to the flop here without the blinds in the mix. In fact, I'm quite blown away by the situation developing because it's a loose open UTG, a loose call in the hijack, and the button seemed like he was compelled to come along. Ace-9 of spades did not find the 3-bet squeeze there, giving Zhang too much credit. We see the 10-6-5, so the pre-flop opener getting way the best of it. And Jeju, I mean, after all, if you've called with the 4-3 suited, certainly going to call the open-ender. Lin Tao can get out of the way. Bit disappointing to see that the ace-9 suited had to go this way, and now we see the 7 emerge. Oh my goodness. How much is this going to cost Zhang? He has quite a disguised top pair. I do believe in his spot, UTG, even though you've hit the 10, you're often supposed to mix in checks. It's not really your board, is it, as the under the gun opener facing 2 opponents. But now that he's bet, Shui's range is going to feel a lot wider after the call on the flop. Clubs have missed. The board has gotten connected. She flat called in the hijack. No surprise that we're about to pay off a bet, drawing dead here. There's the check call. Do we get a clean river? Not exactly. 4 to a straight on the board now. All kinds of 2 pairs possible. And looks like we just go check, check, and get to showdown the dummy end of the straight at this point.
She has been hitting some pretty good hands post-flop against the opponent. And I think this is the second time he's paid her off, isn't it?
Is there a hand you're thinking back to?
Was a little earlier where I think...
Oh, the Queen 10 call off. That's right.
Which was surprising to us.
Yeah, don't believe the Queen 10 would have had to be revealed in that spot when she did have the 8-7. That's right.
The river 2 pair.
But I feel like if she had seen how light she's getting called, maybe she would have taken a moment and maybe value bet the straight there as well. It's the under the gun opener. You don't need to give them credit for an 8. Certainly could have thought about that a little bit more before snap checking back the river, just because we had 4 to a straight on the board. It's only natural though, right? You know, you have a bit of a scare card and then you're just so excited to scoop the pot. But this is the moment where each chip matters. When you were mentioning the idea of being short and really going for it, in a recent tournament that I played, it just came down to one decision because it's so hard to get hands, period. And when you're getting short, I had Queen Jack. I actually don't even remember whether it was suited or not. I had 8 big blinds. And I picked it up in like the +1 position. We were, I think, 7-handed or something. And I just made the quick motion to fold a little too quickly. As I was about to muck it, I was like, wait, maybe I think this is supposed to be a jam. But I'd already put my hands way too far, almost above the line. I couldn't take it back. And I was just in that mode of waiting for a premium, maybe thinking I'm early position, maybe eyeing some pay jumps. And regretfully, I let that go.
But technically, if your hand is still on the cards, you can pull it back, right?
I could have pulled it back.
Because it would be a greatest reverse tell.
Yeah, I didn't think about the reverse tell equity. I just figured I've displayed too much weakness. And you know what? I never got a hand after that. And thinking back to it, it didn't matter what else I did in the tournament. It all just came back to, why did I not jam the Queen Jack? I would
that one
have
hand.
a few blinds.
Yeah.
I would have had 10 bigs. It's crazy what can be make or break in a tournament, especially if you're short stacked.
Now Ling Tao, hijack with the ace-8 of hearts, is going to put it in for a little over 10 bigs. Cut off, we have ace-5. Yang Yi thinking about a call. With the players behind here, let's it go. And very likely, Ling Tao here is just going to pick up the blinds and antes.
Look at how meaningful that is. 200k added to an 800k stack. He's done well to be patient. Really did miss out that one opportunity with the ace-9 suited. No way for him to not give the under the gun opening range credit. Still 12 players.
Yang here. Pocket threes. Hijack.
Both his chip stack and confidence has been boosted. Things have been going pretty well. 5-3 suited, managed to steal, picked up aces. Does open the pocket threes. Should go through. So ordinarily we stay pretty unbiased in the booth, but is it only natural for you to root for the remaining lady in any main event like this?
Yeah, but it's mostly that she's an exciting player to have on the stream table.
I gotta agree, yeah.
You know, you're going to have more highlightable hands.
Seeing quite an overlap between being an exciting player and being a woman, at least at this series, thinking back to Zhao Yan at least, who we saw in the coverage.
Yeah, and you know, you have a female who is exciting to watch. That's the best combination of both worlds, right? You have the female audience rooting for a female to win, and you have the male audience, you know,
You can say it, rooting for the female to win. Exciting to watch. I think I find myself biased quite a lot towards the natural underdogs, as are most people. And in this case, I will say, with a lot of Hendon mobs being, frankly, not even visible, which should signal very early live experience or quite small, that is something that is really exciting me in this main event here, down to 12. There's not really many players who have even ever had a score above 10K, which is now locked for all of them. And the idea that the first print or maybe the first big score will be 220K for someone, now that is exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the ratio of female poker players in Asia is quite good compared to other parts of the world.
It is.
I think at some point I was told, you know, maybe I like to think because of the fact that I can, you know, back in the day, show women that they can sit at a poker table and compete with the other men and do quite well. That there was a time where I think it's about 45% that we see in the field that are female, which is quite good. And I think the rest of the world sitting around 1 to 2%. Yeah, so I do like to see, you know, these Asian females coming out and entering these events.
I'd be curious where the numbers end up towards the end of TLPT, but wouldn't amaze me if it's better than 4 to 5% for this tour in particular, which is frankly amazing. Certainly had all female teams in the teams event, or rather, what do we call it? Yeah, the teams event, not the tag team event, but the 6-person teams event.
The team event of nation
That's
or
right.
cities.
So we had Team Poker Goddesses and a bunch of females in each
Poker
team.
Queen was the other one that comes to mind.
Poker Queens, that's right.
And then, you know, talking about the 2 female winners that we've had so far in the series, I think that ratio is really good, you know, with the amount of winners we've had and 2 of them being female in an open event. Absolutely awesome to see.
Going to have some diverse banners next time. Another pickup for Lee-Chin. It looks like, man, this guy has just been the short stack ninja of the tournament. Parlaying that pocket threes, besting of the pocket nines, all the way down to the final 12 and the potential of going all the way.
Lingtel with another shove, ace-7 this time. And King 10 is asking for a count, I believe, at this point.
This is close. This is truly close. I think you're supposed to call this off, getting slight pot odds, 775, 1.05 in the middle, and you do have your opponent well covered. I think Lin Tao will be taking all kinds of hands in this situation, and he does make what I would say is the correct call. In this case, he is behind, but look at the equity. It's a flip for Lin Tao's tournament life.
And it always helps to be suited.
Yeah, suited is always good, especially when you get to see all 5 cards. An additional 3 to 4% in equity. Ask for an ace. Instead, it's a king. 3 aces and some backdoors live. Lin Tao looking at the outer tables. There's a 7. 2 more outs added. Oh, and we can tell from his expression that we do not get there. GG to Lin Tao. Did really well to take his chip leading stack at the start of day 2 all the way down to the final 12, and we are now 5-handed on the feature table, 6-handed on the outer table. And we actually do make the pay jump for the top 11 spots. $13,600 guaranteed. 20.6 million Korean won off of 1.5 million, of course, Korean won buy-in. What a day or two at the office so far. But just ponder the pay jumps. You're 10 spots away from 220,000, having locked up 13,000. Tournament poker is just too crazy sometimes. Shui, who maintains a chip lead in the tournament with the small pickups on the feature. 5.8 million is good for about 20% of the chips in play. Does open it up ace 7. This is what you want to do with the chip lead. Having the ace blocker really helps. Zhang with the ace 5 against the UTG Open. Pretty tough to convert this into a 3-bet unless you're really going after it. So instead he's just going to call and come along. Dominated, but these hands do tend to chop quite frequently. Well, the 5 on the flop though would change the equation. Quick check, check, and the disastrous ace for Shui. And a quick check from Zhang as well. These two are playing very quickly. And now do we announce the strength of our hand with the check raise? We certainly want to build a pot against a range that should be ace heavy, even though we do block one. Shui is representing an ace, and the check behind signals over cards more often than not. But he decides to check call is probably the line that I would take as well if I am blocking the ace. And now the beautiful 5 on the river. This is just going swimmingly because Shui should always be value betting this. Trying to extract from a 4, a 9. Maybe kind of the hero call she's been getting. How much do we lose? 300 is the ask. Half pot. Oh, pardon me. 1/3 pot. Okay, Selena, how do we Hollywood this? Let's take a look.
You kind of look at it, you look at her bet, you're a little bit puzzled, and you kind of like frown a little bit, and then you going for a raise.
Pretty accurate so far.
Because you don't want to take too long, right? The problem is, you know, it's just that timing is almost, you just want to get it perfect. And she quickly makes a call and pays it off.
Way too quick to call it off. Giving Zhang credit for trying to muscle her out of the pot. And that is a huge swing. Well played by Zhang, understanding his customer, waiting till the river and going 4x. That was a huge check raise. It's been snap called. We'll have to get back to the table before we see what that's done to the chip stacks. Meanwhile, at the outer table, this time I do see the all-in triangle. So looks like the action is on the small blind as the shot clock does tick down. Well, the action was on the button, pardon me, and the small blind still in the mix. The hand's still not over. Who else do we have? Looks like UTG was in the mix as well. So we've jammed into 3 players. 2 of them have folded so far. And it's Lee Song Lin Pretty rare to get a call considering Lee no doubt flat called the open pre-flop. So nice pickup there. The next pay jump will be when we reach the final table, guaranteeing a minimum of 17,000.
Shikai here, ace-9 of hearts on the button. He's going to bump it up. Makes 170k to go. Now, some of these players on the table is, you know, been playing with the same people since the start of the day. And at some point, you have an idea of where your chips are going to come from. And I don't know, sure, might be some of the target on her back with
That's
some
a
of
great
the
point.
plays. No, some of the hands we've seen so far. And maybe the idea of she might overvalue her hand and pay a player off in the spot that we saw with A7.
I also feel that players who bluff a lot, which Shui certainly does, call a lot more because it's like the theory of mind, right? You give your opponents credit for being as creative as you are. I think that ace-7 call there, I mean, she didn't even take time to see if she had the best kind of ace to be a bluff catcher. Certainly having a 7 was okay. She was blocking 7-5, but that's not too much of a block. And now she has ace-jack. And maybe feeling a little bit upstuck, down to 4 million after being up to almost 6, having the potential to be up to maybe 8 million with that kings versus ace-king hand. How do we approach ace-jack here? Personally, I'd love to see some discipline and a fold, even though she has the best of it, and she does let it go. This is actually a great sign in terms of her mental state at the moment to show discipline in this spot.
Yeah, I see that she's not getting stubborn, right? So there are times where, you know, like you said, she's lost a third of her stack in just the last couple hands, but you can't let that really change your game. Zhang Zhihui here, another pot he's adding to his stack. An aggressive play there with the a7 going for a 3-bet.
And maybe the fact that we're 5-handed coming into play now. This is kind of the move you want to make when you're short-handed. Certainly the blocker is helpful. And as we see, one of the reasons it's helpful is that you can get better hands to fold. It's a big part of your 3-bet strategy. Can you get better hands to fold, whether it's behind you or your opponent itself? Pocket queens now.
Shikai under the gun here, 2.5 million behind.
As we talk about mental states, let's give credit to Shikai as well, who came in as a tournament chip leader. Seemed to be on the wrong side of every close spot. Now comfortable with 30 bigs.
Wow, Zhang Zhihui here has 6s. It's actually really rare to see a lot of pairs being picked up 5-handed. But here we have a little bit too much in Shikai's stack to really, you know, kind of put a player to the test for their chips. But he does still find a 3-bet, making it 500k to go.
He is the tournament chip leader, trying to be table captain here with a fair enough holding. Is likely going to get jammed on. No pay jump. I think we can let the Jack 4 go fairly quickly in Shen shoes. Same advice for the 3-deuce suited. Actually, I wonder why we are tanking. Usually there's some logic to it.
Right. I think that it might be the pay jump you're talking about.
The next one is actually in the 9th spot, so the final table. So we're
Okay.
two eliminations away.
So is it hand for hand yet?
Yeah, not yet. Not yet. I think players just kind of hoping for some madness in the outer tables. There
Yeah.
is that final table equity, as we jokingly call it, the desire to make it. But you know, when there's fireworks happening, I would fold quicker and just hope to see the action amp up on my own table.
Yeah.
Which it certainly will with pocket queens here.
I do see that at times where there's 2 tables left and one table feels like the other table is playing much slower than them. They kind of feel like it's disadvantageous for them as a short stack to play too fast, because as the orbits go around, it's going to eat away at the stack a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's a great note, actually. Now that you mention it, I'm thinking back to coverage of a main event where we have 5-handed action on our table, 6-handed on the other, as we do see the pocket queens jam, and I do expect the pocket 6s will wait for a better spot. Yeah, quick release.
247没有推 all in。
Oh, is it not a release?
Is it call?
Oh, he
Oh,
put
he
the
do-
chips up front and then the cards, but still behind the chips. So I thought he was folding. And my goodness, we have a chip leader
Ooh.
pot with a 2 million call. This is way too frisky for Zhang. A bit of what we sometimes call winner's tilt. He just became the chip leader, now simply hoping that he's flipping. I mean, he would need to be up against Ace King precisely for this to work out. It's not an all-in with a 50k behind. And Kai is just getting it in blind on the King 10-9. Not the flop he wants to see, but once he sees the call, he's going to be pleasantly surprised. Asks if you have the King and finds out that he's been the beneficiary of a mighty loose pre-flop call. And barring the 2-out disaster, we're going to see, and with that Jack, 2 outs only for the chop now. We're going to see Kai become the chip leader in the tournament. There we go. I was talking about his mental state. Came in as the chip leader, final 2 tables, and he's back.
哪次没牌？
Oh, so he came as a chip leader, did he? From day 2. Oh.
Oh my goodness. We have a Kings versus Aces all in on the outer tables.
Oh, ouch. 6-handed. And for that kind of setup.
This is just brutal. It's Zhang Wang versus Jin D, and Jin has the aces, holding so far. Need a king. Oh, it's Baines, but the wrong kind. A table tap from Zhang Wang as he leaves us in 11th place. We're down to 10 players, Selena. GG, of course, to Zhang. Really brutal cooler. This deep in the main. Simply nothing you can do. And with that, but we actually now have sort of a co-chip leader in the form of Jin D on the outer tables. We did, of course, just see Shikai on our table, and we're 10-handed, which means we're playing hand for hand, 5 players apiece on each table.
Yeah, it's gonna actually slow down a little, as hand for hand means, you know, both tables are gonna be going at the same speed, and once one table finishes their hand, they have to wait for the other table to finish, so it's not disadvantageous to any of the players on either table.
And Pocket Kings make another appearance. Things have just gone too wild. I haven't had the time to process any of it. First the Queens versus Sixes, huge swing in chips. Kings versus Aces on the outer table. A lot of feel for Zhang Wang there.
55。
And now Yang, who ever since he was a short stack, made a bit of a comeback, really has been picking up some premiums, including Aces. Now Kings. Raises shoes, cut off open.
不需要合规听得懂。
Yeah, I'm quite happy to show how many chips he has behind. Just hoping to induce. I like that the sizing has remained balanced as it would with a hand that was trying to steal from the small as well. Oh, she's grabbing chips and she is peeling. This could be the beginning of some huge hits for Shui. Attempting to peel with the suited connectors. She has not connected though. Instead, it's middle set for the pocket kings. And Yang will just be hoping, or maybe I should say praying, his opponent has an ace.
Or try to represent that she has an ace.
That
like
too.
she did with the other hand that we saw on the live reporting.
Well, he's put it together, Selena. He's checked it. And you're right, we did see her represent an ace in a 4-bet pot. This time he's found the perfect check against the opponent drawing near dead. And I'm loving the slow zoom here because it looks like she feels compelled to bet at it. She's grabbed chips. What a great check by Yang. And what a great zoom by the team at the right time. Wow, 325 extracted. And if you've been telling the story of checking on the flop, surely we can just check call. If she has an ace, she'll let you know on the turn as well. Pretty much no card to fear. Pitch perfect poker by Yang so far. Way more chips in the pot than should have been to begin with, as we see the meaningless 9 two-tone board, I suppose, but the stack to pot ratio is so small that the flush draws don't matter. She wants to know exactly how much he has. She wants to potentially muscle him out of the kind of hand that he's representing. Pocket queens, jacks, maybe a weak king. She expects an ace would have played differently. She's grabbed chips. The implosion continues. There's a 600k donation, and now it's a bit meaningless whether we check call or check jam. I think both look equally strong, and you do want your opponent to feel committed in case they do have some sort of a weak draw. Yeah, we get it in. The absolute worst news for sure. At least she managed to preserve 310k in chips. Don't blame her for posturing by asking for the count, but that is a dagger through her heart. She's down to 2.6 million.
I don't know if she can call even it's only 310 behind.
Oh no, she's just posturing.
Yeah, just
That's
7 high. I don't think you've got any outs at this point. He doesn't need to show his hand because of that fold.
That's a great point. She's going to have to wait to catch up to the live stream. What a great pickup there. Talk about getting extra chips. Mind you, Yang is another player with well under 10k, in fact 3,500 USD on his hand and mob. Has locked up 13.5 and now has what we can certainly call a final table stack. Still continue to play hand for hand. And maybe we can once again throw to you for the poker life coaching here, Selena. What do you tell yourself in Shui's shoes after that aggression has backfired?
Yeah, the thing is, you're going to have to take into account that the players have seen your showdown, have seen what you're capable of doing. And a lot of that I see is him kind of giving her rope to hang herself there. And, you know, I'm more inclined to bluff less if I was in her shoes at this point. And, you know, she's getting paid off by other players when she has it. So that's going to also tell you that if you tighten up your ranges and you're getting paid off more than you're paying off other players, long term, that's going to be in your favor.
Really like this jam by Shikai. It's a huge rip, 30 bigs, but it's the kind of holding that you can actually rip for that much. Obviously, you'll get plenty of better hands to fold, such as weak kings, maybe even weak aces. But he's also putting the pressure of that final table bubble. You know, I do think you have that extra bit of ICM, not least of all because of the $4,000 pay jump, but also asking the question, do you want to make the final table or not? Part of the self-talk for Shui needs to be how she still has a very playable, arguably pleasant stack of over 30 bigs. I mean, if I tell you that you get to reach the final table with 30 bigs, you take that any day. So it's important not to feel upstuck, which is to say, feel like you're losing even though you have a decent stack, just because it's gone down from its all-time high.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough, right? Because, you know, she's seeing that huge stack build in front of her. She's been the chip leader of the tournament more than once. It's hard not to compare what you currently have to at some point in the tournament where you were on 6 million chips. And it does rattle some players for sure.
This is where the life comparison comes in as well, right? You know, it's very important to look at life and not just compare to your all-time peak. As we do see the huge jam with the pocket tens. I think he's taking the jamming too far now. Maybe missed out on what could have been an interesting pot against the king-queen. So we see Shikai's mindset. I think he's just looking to reach the final table with a bunch of pickups along the way. So hand for hand, which means we cut to the outer table.
Li Qing here has the triangle in front of him by the looks of it.
You did argue that he might be the player who's been all in the most in this tournament. We can add one more notch to the tally marks, and looks like Lee Songlin has a decision.
But we've seen him do it with good holdings, you know, and he has let other spots go that is more marginal. So against a player like Li Qing, I think my calling ranges has to be a little bit tighter too.
Yeah, that's a great point. And look at that. We show the ace in fold. And I believe we showed paint there. King or maybe a jack. Should signal a better holding, considering the ace is likely weak.
Hand for hand here with the final 10 left in the circuit main event. 220k USD up the top.
But with Li Qin, you know, don't forget some of the moves he made. I'm thinking back to this king-queen min raise he made. Sort of the 2.5 big blind. 3-bet with the king-queen in the small blind. So it's not very ABC as well. Like, he's certainly capable of amping up the aggression. Hand for hand means we're back on our table. And Shikai now wakes up with pocket sevens. He was so good about using his chip lead to be aggressive with the all-ins. Instead, now just flat calls. And what a spot. Shui wakes up with pocket queens in the small. She's made it, I believe, 750. The king-9 suited will get out of the way.
Shikai here with a very similar spot he had himself with the queens versus pocket sixes. Now he's in the spot with those marginal small, you know, medium pairs and versus pocket queens here. Let's see if he, you know, does something differently to just 4-bet and, you know, kind of put the player in here. I think what happened was his opponent actually called it off, right?
In that case, yeah, with the sixes. This time, he will let it go. And she shows it. Good time to build an image, I suppose. Hand for hand means we cut back to the outer with some players missing from the table, which means we should have some action. Lee-Chin involved once again. Looks like the small blind has 3-bet, and Lee lets it go. Really appreciate the coverage here from the production team. Going back and forth when possible.
For the free home event satellites, if you register before this event, please, after this match, please spread video on the table. If after this break you didn't come on the table, this will be disqualified.
Opening an ace on the cutoff. And does Yang take the spot with a 3-bet? Now instead we just defend in the big blind. 7-7-5. We're chopping if we get to showdown. Yeah, let's chop it up.
Chop.
Hand for hand. Continues to reach the final table. Looks like we are going to deal on our table. Pardon me, Kiwi Bird, had missed your message in the chat. We'll be sure to ask Selena, who stepped away from the booth for about 5 minutes, about who her favorite female player is. Great question. Shuei looks pretty pained to fold the queen 8.
现在是同步的。
She wants to get back to that big stack and really maybe put it to work, but for now remains a medium stack. Did get that nice little squeeze with the pocket queens. Yeah, and coming fresh off the chop. Will limp in the small. Yeah, we're playing 5-handed. Time to start defining small and big strategies. 8-5 functions pretty well as a limp in the small. Jack 3 of hearts could have gone either way, but we'll take the free flop. 2 hearts in the flop, quite pleasant. The stab with the gut shot gets raised in position. This raise doesn't need to mean much in the sense that you're trying to say you have an ace or 9-6 in particular having checked back in the big blind, but it's just too tough to play back against. Here on the final table bubble, I think the 8 high qualifies as a hand we can let go out of position, no hearts. Let go we do. Final table bubble continues. Wonder if you guys hear that commotion on the outer tables. Can only imagine it's one of the satellite events. Certainly tend to get a bit boisterous. We've actually taken a hand. Oh, wait just a second. Graphics updating. Yeah, it looks like they were correct to begin with. So as I was saying, we've actually taken a hand that functions well enough as a limp. But I really do like Shikai going for it in the form of the raise from the small in this case, because he is the chip leader. This is the time to put the pressure. Bit unfortunate for Shi to have run into the ace jack for Zhang, who is going to put it to work. 3-bet pre-flop, and I think we can release with the queen 9, but really well played by both. That pickup will give slight added comfort here on the final table bubble. Jiangxi, who he has also done a great job navigating. We've seen him at various stages have a mountain of chips, including the chip lead in this case. Looks like he's just eyeing the final table. I'm looking at his hand and mob at the moment. It's astoundingly just 3,300, which means the 13,000 minimum is going to be quite pleasant as an addition. Certainly blown away by the skill display relative to at least the live earnings. Just goes to show it's frankly tough to get a poker resume that reflects somebody's poker talent. You never know. They might be coming from the cash streets or from a country where hand and mob not as active. As I do welcome back Selena to the booth. Quick question in the chat for you, Selena, about who is your favorite female poker player? And
Mine.
Does Shui Jiawen qualify? Mind you, she's not taken the spot respecting the final table bubble and just flat calls the ace-10 against the cutoff open of Yang. And now donks at it. What a perfect board for the big blind to fire a bet. I mean, these are pro moves. This is a ton of intuition and experience coming into play. This is how she chooses to take this pot down. Add some backup in the form of 2 overs. And the gut shot. So yeah, quick pickup for the female player at the table, but back to the question, whether you have a female favorite.
For me, I kind of have to say it's probably Liv Bory, just because of what she has done with her popularity in poker and then transitioned it to what she's doing now, which is advocating for, you know, animal cruelty when it comes to the farm animals being mistreated and so forth. She's got her podcast, The Win Win, and you know, she's really smart, and you know, I've gotten to know her over the years. She's got, like, I believe, you know, some kind of like quantum, like she's into that quantum physics, you know, all that kind of science stuff.
Yeah, I've checked out her YouTube. She's a science communicator of sorts.
Exactly. And she has, you know, gotten some really big names to come on her show that she has interviewed as well. But she has kind of transitioned, like I was saying before, that when you're a poker player, you feel like, you know, it's your own business. You're taking care of just yourself, and you're like, how do I give back to the community, and what good am I really doing for humanity? And in this instance, she has transitioned from being a very popular poker player to doing a greater good.
She's also kind of like you, actually. She's one of the few poker couples, right, with Igor Korganov, her partner.
Yes. I think they got married at Burning Man last year.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But they have been together for a while, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's one thing to be a poker player yourself. It's another to be married to your poker player as well.
Although both of them a bit more removed from the game than certainly you and Randy. I believe Igor shows up as an angel investor in Google at this point. We're battling here on the final table bubble. Not giving up, bottom pair after peeling with the 5-3 of hearts. Both players with the same gut shot. Advantage remains with the pair of Shendy and Chow. And I do believe the table has noticed Shikai is going after it. There's no reason to hide it too much as the chip leader on the table, but this is a dangerous card. 4-2 straight on the board though. That small pair just in the form of 5s with a king kicker might not mean too much. 2 pairs for Shen and Chow. It's the kind of board where he would be betting no matter what. He's supposed to represent the 4. He's supposed to have a lot of these small cards. So there is a chance he could get paid off, you know. Spades have missed. Some floats on the flop might take a stab, such as ace highs. Even hands as weak as king 10, queen 10 with a single spade are supposed to check call the flop. Looks like we're about to get paid off. The chips have been grabbed. Half pot bet. Will be balanced as a bluff. I mean, what are you supposed to do in Shikai's shoes, right? First off, I'd be looking at my opponent a lot more at the board. You want to pick up as much as you can, because this is one of those spots where it's almost like neutral EV.
Yeah.
Getting 3-1.
I like how he does always take his time to think his options through. He's not very, you know, because we do see other players making really quick calls here, but he is kind of putting his player on the range of hands they could possibly have. He kind of feels like, you know, there's a good chance his king 5 is the best hand here. Does pay his opponent off.
Don't blame him, like I said, getting those odds. But with that, his stack is now closer to Shen and Chow. He doesn't have that huge chip lead he did have on the table not too long ago after being super active. It's moments and hands like these that really make me feel something that I've been trying to make a hashtag. Poker is difficult. I mean, what are you supposed to do in that spot, right? Like King 5, on the one hand, such a weak pair. You know, somebody looking at that hand might say, why would you call 4 deuce straight on the board, just pair 5s? But don't forget, you're playing against good players, players who are down to the final 10 in the main event. They would have floated you on the flop with a wide range of hands. Hashtag poker is difficult. But every time I try to make it a thing, people tell me to calm down. That's not the image you want to give out to the rest of the world.
Poker is fun.
But it's difficult in the way that it is. It's beautiful. It's like playing the guitar is difficult. Doing anything is difficult, you know. The more you know, the less you know. But it's still fun. Ten, 7, deuce. I don't think it's possible for everybody to miss more than on this flop. So the question is, who wants it more? And certainly Shui, who's become involved with the 4-3 of clubs, could feel like she has some right to stab in position. Doesn't represent what would have been a board that she could have. And now both Yang and Shui with a pair of 4s. We continue checking. Zhang, to my utter surprise, cannot resist betting into these two players. Goes to show his ability to navigate. Personally, I'd be quite worried about getting sandwiched between Shui and Yang, who've been pretty active. So it gets one of the best hands out of the picture. And now the ace in the river. You're left with King Jack. All the draws have missed. And he's going for it again, confidently, might I add, on the ace in the river. Really not sure what you're representing. Check on the flop, bet on the turn, when it's in fact Shui making a pair of 4s and a double barrel on the ace. I mentioned that people who bluff a lot, call a lot. This would be the time for it. But it's not an easy ask. Oh, she's done it. She's done it. A boost to her stack, and no doubt her confidence as she tables 4th pair.
And with that, she has shown some expression of
slight
yeah,
smile.
yeah, like a bit of a smirk smile.
I feel like she
right
stopped
there.
herself.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm glad you pointed that out. I noticed that too, but almost got confused whether I'd imagined it. That's gotta feel good. Although I remain impressed by Zhang for going for it there. As I was saying, Selena, right before you came back to the booth, 3,300 on Zhang's hand and mob. You know, 13,000 locked up. And the level of comfort and aggression being displayed is indicative of...
So we don't have anybody over 100k in winnings?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I mean, there's certainly some names that sometimes are overlapping or don't show up.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't seen one so far.
Okay. So that could really be interesting in certain decision-making spots on the final table where, like... You know, it's spots they've never been before where the money jump between each of the place finishes is so much.
Yeah, I should say that if you have a lack of studying, let's say, certainly intuition can go a long way. But ICM is very tough to deduce by intuition. It's probably the field of study that tournament players dedicate the most time to. So without having done that, we might see an overvaluing of first place and sometimes an overvaluing of pay jumps. And there's a lot of profiling you have to do once you get to the final table about which player is leaning which way. And we have an announcement at the outer table. Looks like the all-in button is out. Ace 3 Oh, against 8-3. Very favorable for the ace-3. The tiny stack being called off, I assume. Six deuce is pleasant for the ace. Oh, you can hear the rest of the table anti-railing, asking for the 8. Understandable with the final table bubble in the mix. No 8 though. We continue on. 10 players remaining. Wonder what the social norms are about the open anti-railing in China.
Well, I mean, like, it's when you sometimes see the player bust on the bubble and that everybody's clapping, right? And you just have the worst feeling in the world. That, yeah, just because of your, you know, misfortune and downfall, like the rest of the tournament floor is celebrating.
The party continues, but you have to leave. Not a good feeling.
它实在太短了，就30万。不过也快，它是30万，应该很快就掉了。
哦，小盲是30。
那个短码是30多万，它应该马上就掉了。
30那肯定，他如果是盲的话，那加2个。
洗的话可以洗掉。那不好像用了。
Back to seeing a hand on our features. 5-handed ace king suited for Shui. Just picked up a bunch of chips. Lines up to 50k, 100k. We're going with the min open. Under the gun 5-handed is the hijack, so the ace-5 might not want to give too much credit. I must say we haven't seen Shui being too loose pre-flop. Certainly seems to like to battle post-flop more so, and another ace emerges. 15 bigs precisely at the 100k level. Lines and antes posted. Don't see him folding, but we are on the final table bubble. Oh, we've 3-betted. We've 3-betted and been snap 4-bet jammed. I mean, she's 4-bet jammed in such a quick and confident and blasé fashion that I think Zhang knows he's really stepped into it. And maybe doesn't need to convince himself with the pot odds at this point. This is a sickening feeling. Absolutely sickening feeling. 8.95 to call. He's the effective short stack, so he should be getting something like maybe 2.5 to 1 on the remaining 900k. And Shui has the hand that you're most afraid of being up against. Barring pocket aces, I suppose. Oh, this is just a gross spot, but I think we have to let it go. Taking into account ICM and the speed with which she 4-bet jammed, knowing we can never be ahead, I don't know that we're supposed to call this off, no matter what the pot odds.
Yeah, I think there's some things running through his head, such as other bluffs that she's probably have had in the past. And we can see pre-flop here. She hasn't done it with, marginal holding.
She shows her hand, mind you, so he's going to feel good about the fold at least. And the bluffs you mentioned, I mean, she just snapped 4-bet jam.
Yeah. I feel like all her decision making has been really fast. It's like already like she already thought about it prior to the street that it's being on, and that's why she, makes those decisions really quickly. And it's also maybe because she's quite a seasoned player in the sense that she might play a lot of cash games or something. Normally, a female player I see on these tables, they take a little while longer to think things through and sometimes not knowing exactly what to do, but her decision making has been extremely fast.
I will say there's a timing tell to be gleaned, right? Is she snap 4-bet jamming with aces and kings? Maybe not.
Maybe not, yeah.
Maybe that made the ace-7 decision a little more confusing. I believe he was getting 2.5 to 1.
Yeah, it's annoying because, pre-flop we saw him 3-betting to 700,000 and with only 895k behind. It's a really big chunk of his chips to already put in. And, it does make that folding that little bit more painful.
Quite a misplay, I would argue, against an opponent that is proven to be very sticky and it just pick up a lot of chips. I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised with her continuing with much wider ranges than most players across the field at this point. I mean, let's think back to that 7-6 suited versus the pocket king's hand, right? Many players would not even continue pre-flop with that. And she fired 2 streets. Back to the outer tables. Don't see a triangle just yet. You can see the tournament clock, mind you, counting down hands instead of levels or time, I should say.
Right.
So we're doing, let me check on the update I got on this, 21 hands a level.
Right, because then if you were to do it, hand for hand and counting down with time, you're getting so little hands in per level now. So yeah, I actually like that.
Yeah, keeps things pretty fair. 21 hands a level, accounting for 60-minute levels. Actually pretty generous in my opinion. Just further reinforcement of the amazing structure, the amazing tournament direction at this main event. Everything's being done right. You know what I mean? Even the fly, it's 40 minutes in day 1, 60 minutes in day 2. Believe it or not, that's actually something players want, Selena. They actually don't want the long grind of day 1s to be extremely deep with that structure. But they do want day 2 to not be a shove fest, not be too shallow. And we maintained well over a 30 big blind average stack going all the way. No surprise that we're on the verge of the final table at the 50k, 100k level. We'd have about a 30 big blind average stack at this moment as well. Bit of a situation brewing here. Multi-way. Yang opens under the gun. Shui comes along with a reasonable holding in the small. And Shen Yanchao takes the spot with the ace-9 and gets 2 very good holdings to fold. Using his ace-9 really well, although he was up against 2 strong hands. More so using the game flow. He'd been quiet long enough and knew he should get quite a bit of credit from the big blind.
直播中反正到时候都看得到的，也没必要隐瞒。
Ace-5 suited under the gun. Shikai not exactly the chip leader, but still one of the largest stacks on the table. 5-handed as the hijack, so we can open comfortably. 2.1, 10 bigs for, pardon me, pocket tens for Shui. Certainly more than 10 bigs. Oh, we've just flat called, and Shen Yanchao, who did squeeze last time from the big blind, has ace-10 and somehow mucks it from the small. And then Yang wakes up with ace-king in the big blind. I mean, he's loving life. This is a great spot for him. Little does he know that Shui actually has a hand that is going to call to the extent he bumps up all the way. He's gone for it all in. We're going to have a flip. Shikai should always get out of the way, and certainly Shui should be calling with her disguised pocket tens. Or am I speaking too soon? I've been wrong plenty across the series, but this just seems like it was a trap all along. Maybe driven by the squeeze bet we saw on the very last hand. You can't be afraid of 4 hands precisely, and maybe aces don't even find the full 21 big jams, so you're only worried about jacks, queens, kings. Yeah, she's called it off.
Is
we have
gonna
a
call.
flip.
Yeah, the tens are just way too strong. You know, I can see Yan Yi here doing with pocket nines too. So you have that absolutely crushed. And with the amount of chips in the middle, you know, if the player has 2 overcards, yeah, you definitely are going to be ahead here.
So Yang needing some help. We either reach the final table or see a 4.5 million stack for Yang. Plenty of commotion on the table. Let's take a listen as the floor comes in.
I'm just getting excited. This is the most animated we have seen her, isn't it?
She wants this a lot. She would go into the final table with the chip lead. Queen, Jack adds 1 out in the form of the 1 life 10. Ace or King needed, or Broadway.
Now she's saying hold, hold, hold.
9 is the diamond variety. Oh my goodness, there's just 1 out life. And it's the last remaining 10. Kings no longer do the job. Yang in rough shape here, 2%.
She's so happy.
What
and
a
with
reaction.
that, yeah, amazing. It's so good to see a player getting so excited because, you know, normally they're pretty stone-faced, you know. But yeah, going into the final table with a chip lead is Xue Jiawen here, 7.4 million chips.
Wow, what a journey it's been. 16 down to 9, and with that we have the final table, which means we will be setting up for the final table. Selena will be heading on to do the introductions. We'll of course take a long break as these players do process the fact that they made it to the final table of this main event. Should be about 40 minutes or so. We will come back and play all the way down to the winner for 220,000 here at TLPT. We'll see you on the other side of about a 40-minute break.
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From Seaweed Nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. is the moment, here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Deluxe Poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the and leave your mark from the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Man, this is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you're gonna rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car that they lost poker will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you're gonna rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is the game that we write time. No crown, no fame until you dare. raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every Jeep, your story grows. The Lord's game with the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From Sydney nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every Jeep, your story grows. The Lord's game with the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, your girl rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, your girl rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame. the stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at Taylor's poker we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
For the high rollers, be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From TV nights and Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star, this is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at their Lord's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at their Lord's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at their Lord's poker we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From TV nights and Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card, at their Lord's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roll starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At Taylor's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. That the Lord spoke, will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From TV nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。 TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CV nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CV nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, hearts on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With leave your mark from the ground to the golden car. That they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dead. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play it slow, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That they lost poker will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dead. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That they lost poker will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dead. Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden car. That they lost poker will raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dead. Cause a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every Jeep, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm Shinhwa, and after several flights, the final table of the Circuit Main Event tournament has officially been set. Only 9 players remain, and tonight, one of them will walk away with the title. The final showdown begins now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our final table players to the stage. In seat 1, representing China, Liu Zhongxin with 1,150,000 chips. Please take your seat. Yang with 2,760,000 chips. Please take your seat. Seat 9, representing China, is Sony with 1,410,000 chips. Please take your seat. Best of luck to all the players, dealers, Shinhwa and Jeju.
Well, there you have it, folks. Thank you so much, Selena, for introducing the players. And this is the final table of the TLPT circuit's main event. All to play for nearly 220,000 USD. That's 330 million Korean won up top. These contenders have locked up the better part of $17,200. But my word, the pay jumps are hard to even fathom. Just 8 spots away from adding 200,000 USD to the tally. Every decision so meaningful, and it really has been amazing to have watched the final 2 tables go all the way down to the final 9, because we are now familiar with all of these players. Chip leader coming in is Jae-win, who has been really on a bit of a roller coaster. Coming in today, 2nd place in chips. We saw some missteps on the feature table right as we were on the final table bubble. She's just so aggressive, so creative, that she perhaps gave her opponent too much credit in certain spots. Also thinking back to that double barrel with 7 high, being trapped by the pocket kings in the form of a set. But here she is, having made her way back into the chip lead, winning that flip to break the final table bubble. 7.4 million, blinds 50K, 100K. For a little bit longer. Shortest stack on the table is somebody who really has navigated a short stack so impressively thus far. It's Lee Chen with just under 500K. That's good for 5 bigs. Selena argued he might be the player who's been all in this tournament the most amount of times. And we kick off the action here at the final table. I could not be more excited. We're playing down to the winner, needless to say. Over 200,000 additional dollars to play for. And away we go. Queen Jack will be opening thanks to having the chip lead. No doubt the remaining 8 players have a good sense of Shui's reputation here, because she has been super active on every table she's been on, including showing some wild bluffs. Some of the live coverage captured some crazy drama on the outer tables, and she seemed to be involved in most of it. Immediately 3-bet from the low jack. Ace-10 suited. Zhang makes his presence felt in the form of the committing 3-bet. And look at the sizing as well. Completely understanding that it's not the fold equity he's after. He's actually willing to put in 400K in chips, but with plenty of players behind, leaving himself 445. This is just very impressive. Signals a ton of experience. I'm starting to feel like he might be one of those online sickos. This is some advanced stuff, and it looks like Shui is grabbing chips. She's high enough in her own range that she's willing to just gamble against a short stack. So Zhang is going to be at risk because he's no doubt calling off. First hand here at the final table. And Lee Chen, who is the shortest stack on the table, loving life. We saw this earlier with Zhang 3-betting with the ace-7 and Shui snap 4-bet jamming ace-king. This time he has ace-10 and he knows he has to call it off. He's ahead, but not by much. Look at that, it's a flip.
你是勾圈吗？
King 7-4. Although she would still have the chip lead if she loses this spot. It would be quite a dent. There's the club. On the verge, barring 4 outs, of a huge double up. And the deuce is as clean as it gets. So very first hand, chip leader Shweja went involved in an all-in situation. And it's Zhang who's doubled up. And I think this puts him right in the middle of the pack with 1.9 million. Wonder what this does to how Shua is approaching this final table. Clearly was looking to just speedrun it with that Queen Jack 4-bet jam. Fair enough, against a 10 big blind stack, felt that she had enough of a holding. And she was right in a way. It ended up being a flip. The rest of the table taking note, maybe wondering if she's willing to get it in quite light against some of the other players as well. There we see the stack, 66 bigs for the chip leader, just 5 for Li Chen. Shikai, third largest chip stack on the table, was super active on the final table bubble, recognizing that having the chip lead on his table gave him the right to steal a few pots. Certainly went his way a few times. Doesn't engage with the King 7 suited. I like the caution, and that's Li Chen with the 5 big blinds, Jack 10 suited on the button, pardon me, on the hijack. He's seen fireworks already, could be tempted by the pay jump, and the pay jump is hefty. 5,200 USD is the ladder from 9th going to 8th. I really do think he should find the all-in. He's counting how many players behind, but this is revealing the slight weakness of his hand. I don't know that he'd do that if he had a monster that wasn't worried about how many players behind. So he should hope somebody doesn't wake up with something marginal. King 8 doesn't qualify, and turns out he's jammed into the blind of the chip leader. Shui has ace 10. My goodness, that is unfortunate. This is getting called, and we're going to have yet another all-in situation within the first orbit on the final table. Bad news for Lee to be dominated. Can he pull the rabbit out of the hat as he's been doing across the tournament, or are we down to 8? The players say good luck. I don't know if they mean it. Ace, Jack, 10. Maximum drama. Amounts to ace 10 remaining ahead. Spade, spade, potential, or 2 jacks needed. That just ends it. Wow. Dramatic exit here after that flop. And with that, we say goodbye to the short stack ninja. Cannot believe that it came 10 jack, 10 ace in form of the revelation on the flop, but all amounts to an exit. For our 9th place finisher, take a bow, sir. What a fantastic performance. 17,000 USD. Nearly 15xing the buy-in. And just like that, we're down to 8. So there's going to be a bit of relief on the table in the form of that $5,000 pay jump. You certainly don't want to be pushed around, and a 5 big blind stack being present allows anybody with a big stack to really bully the middling stacks due to the ICM pressure. But with final tables at a main event like this, there's always the next pay jump to consider. $7,000 now. Lee Songlin, understandably, opening the suited ace-7 in the cutoff. Jindy will call. Neither player connects. Only heart for Jin, but heart being shown by Lee in the form of the tiny bet, enough to get the job done. Lee Songlin has been a cool customer as well. Done so well on every feature table coverage we've seen him on. Second from the bottom in chips with 17 big blinds. Is quite comfortable. Mind you, we're 8-handed, so you get to see a lot of free hands before you need to put in the ante. Pretty curious open with the ace-9. Slight lack of discipline. Or should I say maybe a tendency for aggression. Zhang not afraid to put his 19 big blind stack to work. 8-handed under the gun. You do need to get through a lot of players, but you do have an ace, which does block a lot of continues, and so far so good. This is going to go down to the blinds. Ace-9 in the small, and Jin quickly grabs and folds the same hand. What a great result for Zhang. Jin respecting the UTG open. And the queen, it comes along. Off to the flop, and it's queen high. Dangerous for Zhang, who quickly fires a continuation bet. Oh, and it's hefty. Take a look. It's actually not quite standard to go the full 2 big blinds in this spot. But I do believe Zhang was slightly desperate to have the hand over with. Maybe sized up. Also, the board is quite connected and wet, so this is pretty convincing. But Shan with top pair has snap, check raise, jammed, and Zhang can just release. It's okay to have c-bets that don't have equity in this spot, like the hand he has. I understand the temptation to posture, but loose opens and a slightly big c-bet do not work out in this case. Cannot call. No shortage of action, safe to say, thus far. Ace Jack for the chip leader, 7.1 million. Look at those towers in front of her. Those red chips are 100k apiece, so 3 towers amounts to 6 million by itself. The envy of every other player on the table. Certainly hefty stacks on our left as well, as we can see. Jin-D with the ace-6. It's just so natural to not want to play it back. She's open to 2.5x, mind you. Remains unpredictable and looks like it's being perceived as weakness. Jin-D really going after it. We have a big stack on big stack battle here. 3-bet with the ace-6. Ace-4 of diamonds for Shen. The solver favorite. Mind you, a cold 4-bet would certainly work in this spot, considering the ace-jack would be squeezed in a proper holding for Zhang Jihui. King-queen suited. 13 bigs. How does he perceive the situation? Late position open. And a 3-bet on the button by Jin. These two can have the widest of ranges, as we do indeed see Jin has the ace-6. The problem is he might not think he has fold equity with 1.3 million. And if you don't have fold equity, king-queen is going to be behind any ace. So he folds the suited king-queen and Shui folds the ace-jack instantly. What a great 3-bet by Jin. Sure, not wanting to get involved with a big stack on her immediate left. This is what tournament poker and final table poker rather comes down to. So often, picking spots, being aggressive, and game flow. Jin understanding he hadn't been involved, hadn't opened too light, would get some respect. So the ace-jack hit the muck. Pocket pair in the hijack. We're opening with our small chips. Not sure if players want to read into that at all. $100k in blues, another 100 in orange, which are 25k, and pocket 9s for Jin. Right after he 3-bet. And looks like this time, this is going to make him a little bit gun shy. The position slightly different. Hijack versus cutoff this time. Versus cutoff, the dealer last time. And once again, Zhang wakes up with a hand. This time it's just a single open. And this looks like a squeeze spot to me. You just have to go with it. The loosest player has opened. Flat call in the cutoff. beautiful spot to get the ace-10 in there, and to the extent that disguised nines will call, it would have been a flip. Looks like he's thrown in a time bank. Yeah, good spot for the time bank, but do believe we're always getting this in. A little bit of balance as well in terms of the time bank. Says the words. Well, step one is for Shuya to release the pocket threes, because she might feel like she's willing to get into a flip situation. Zhang doesn't know it, but an amazing result for him would be for both players to somehow come along. Give him the chance to triple up. He needs to hit anyway, right? An ace or a 10. Might as well do it facing both the threes and the nines. She's grabbed chips. She might perceive Jin D's call as dead money and want to come after it. And Jin should be observing the timing here, because if Shui had a hand better than pocket tens, would she take this much time? You grab chips once again. I will say if she had aces or kings and was trying to lure in Jin, she might take time. Throws in a time bank. And looks in Jin's direction at least. Not sure whether add Jin or not. She lets it go. She's gotten away from it with a better hand right behind her. I do believe Jin needs to call this off. 1.1 million to call, 5.5 in a stack. He under-repped pre-flop. More often than not, will be up against 2 overs and is getting considerable pot odds. Not to mention Zhang can definitely be doing this with pocket 8s, pocket 7s. Yeah, we've called it off. We have a race to determine the tournament life of Zhang Jihui. Nearly a 7,000 pay jump on the line. Zhang needs to catch. Not quite a catch, but does add those Broadway outs in the form of a king. 8 outs, going twice. That's a ton of equity, 40%. Absolute brick. So it comes down to the final card. But it's an 8, and with that, we are indeed down to 7. Nothing Zhang could have done there. Loses a flip. A 3 million chip pot goes the way of Jindy, and we have a new chip leader, folks. Jin, who was hyper aggressive on our day 2 coverage, really solid throughout the final 2 tables, now takes a chip lead. We're down to 7. 2 pay ladders secured by everyone, meaning we've climbed to an astounding 30,000 US dollars. Next page, I'm 10K. And Lee wakes up with aces. What a feeling. If anybody watches Rick and Morty, you'll understand that I keep wondering if we can bottle this feeling of picking up aces at the final table somehow and try and sell it. It's a plot in one of the episodes, but my mind cannot even comprehend what it's like to wake up with aces in such a huge spot. Does make it 2.5x, which surprises me. Usually meant to dissuade loose callers. Maybe a bit of overbalance. Certainly want to incentivize a call, but maybe it was not happening anyway. Jack 5 in the big blind. Looks like we're headed for no action. Still though, don't forget the feeling of at least seeing pocket aces when you feel like you need them the most you've ever needed them in your life. Oh, we are defending against an under-the-gun open with Jack 5 against a 2.5x raise. Color me surprised. And now we flopped a Jack. We're in trouble. We're in real trouble. 650 in the middle. About a 2.4 SPR. The board as wet as it gets, which might make Lee want to size up. He plays it tricky, just checks it. And now the 10. Not willing to commit on the Jack 9-8 board with aces. Really wanting to see a free card. Overvaluing ICM, I would argue. Pot control, maybe not warranted on the flop there. And now Wang betting out, thinking he might have the best hand more often than not, expecting any hand with a queen, king, certainly a jack to continue. So he's betting 100k, expecting to have the winner often enough. Also setting his own price to get to the river. Can we actually think about folding here? If you're worried about what might come on the river, you're not exactly capped, in the sense you certainly can have king queen, ace queen in Lee's shoes that would just call on the turn, that is. Would make it difficult for an opponent to bluff the river. And even if they do, you wait for them to put the chips in the middle and then evaluate. Oh my god, he's folding it. Oh my god, one of the most misplayed pocket aces I've seen in a long time. I may have spoken too soon about bottling feelings and whatnot. There's waking up with aces, and there's scooping the pot with aces. And turns out those are two very different things. Wang Haiyang doesn't know what he's pulled off there with the Jack 5 defense in the big blind. And firing with top pair on the 4 to a straight board, getting the aces to fold. Lee Songlin is getting quite affected by the pay jumps. Cannot blame him. The next pay ladder is 10k. Around 9x of the buy-in. But that one is going to hurt watching on the stream. Certainly wouldn't be surprised if we hear a massive groan 30 minutes from now as he's told what happens when the delay catches up. Well, still has 15 bigs. For all he knows, he's folded the worst hand, so shouldn't really shake up his confidence too much. We move on. King Jack for the new chip leader. High Jack is favorable enough to open. Shen looks like he's taking a stand, loving the aggression at the stable. And it looks like we're 3-betting quite small. Red's 100k, orange 25. Blues 5K. Yeah, we've gone 5.6x against the 2x open from the hijack and pocket nines for Shikai. This is the butterfly effect in full force because now the pocket nines are going to feel so handcuffed and they'll let it go. Shen Yinchao's aggression comes in the way of the pocket nines there. Action back on Jin. And we're folding. These aggressive 3-bets working out so far. Jin made 1-2 against Shui with the ace-6 this time on the receiving end of the aggression. This is what it takes to accumulate chips. Shen Yinchao getting the pocket nines and the king jack to fold. Lines are up 61-20, so the raise size from the cutoff becomes 250, and Liu Hongshin immediately putting the pocket sevens to work. Shikai has a hand that's so far down his opening range that he might not call off despite getting pretty amazing odds. Well, never mind. He's grabbed the chips, yeah. Good call, in the sense that he is flipping. So now it's Liu at risk. Could we be down to 6 in such short order? You just hate seeing queen line as pocket sevens. Your opponent was opening loose, but it has 50% equity. Let the anti-reeling begin. The entire table no doubt wanting the elimination. And it is a 9 on the flop. Just 1-7 left live. So brutal in Liu's shoes. Comes down to this. The 7 of clubs and the 7 of clubs only. Close but no cigar. And just like that, in a few orbits, the quick walk away from Zongshin. Don't blame him. Not easy to get eliminated by the queen 9 there. We're down to 6, folks. Everybody is walking away with 40,000 USD, 60 million Korean won. The next page up, an astounding 82 million Korean won total. So almost 14,000 USD. The pace with which we've come down from 9 to 6 is astounding. But it does mean that now everybody has quite a few more chips. We're deeper stacked. It's not going to go all in and call that easily. Pretty surprising fold there by Jin with the ace-9. Quite surprising, actually. Six-handed. It's the kind of hand you can see the chip leader certainly opening. Randomizing a little bit, I would argue, towards the conservative option. Keeping in mind that Lee Song-lin is down to 10 bigs and he's jammed into the pocket queens. Are we down to 5-handed already? Looks like there's a 70% chance that we are. This is incredible. This is just mind-boggling. Do we lose Lee Song-lin? Totally understandable for him to jam. An ace on the button with 10 bigs. But it's Shui who wakes up with the goods. Everybody guaranteed 40k. Is this what Song-lin walks away with? 54k is the new pay jump. She's asking for a queen, which in my mind is a bit greedy. All she needs to do is hold. Does become animated in all-ins, which we love to see. Lee Song-lin, though, a wry smile. Ace and an ace only. The Barry Greenstein ace on the river needed. Does not appear. Shout out to the most solid player, as we said at the start of coverage. Loved watching him in the teams event, followed by the day 2 coverage, and now walks away 40,000 richer. And we're down to 5, folks. Everybody guaranteed 54,000, 82 million Korean won. And the next pay jump takes you to 75, so over 20k. And thus is the situation. 25 bigs now, the shortest stack. Anybody who was short gets it in there and gets outdrawn or outflipped. So we don't really have a short stack anymore. We're playing 5-handed poker. With that pickup, Shui did take the slight chip lead, 7.8 million now. A little bit more than what she came into the final table with. Wang Heyang, 3 million. Shi Kai, as well as Shen Yin Chao in the 5 million range. And Jindi, arguably tied for the chip lead, still 7.3 million or so. This one might be over soon. I mean, what kind of a pace is this? We've come down from 9 to 5. And for context, we've gone from 17,000 locked to 54,000 locked. In the span of, I'm not even sure, 20 to 25 minutes? Okay, I just checked. The final table started with cards in the air 34 minutes ago. So maybe it's the action that's making me feel like time is passing by pretty quickly. Still, though, losing 4 players in the span of 35 minutes is pretty wild. Action on Jin, wondering whether to defend the Jack 10 off. Would be a good time not to, but certainly is pretty standard to use the big blind discount. Oh, wait just a second. Wait just a second. He is pure game flow driven. He's had enough. He understands that with the pay ladders becoming so massive, he can use his own big stack to put pressure on the other big stacks. You don't see this all the time. With no blockers, which is to say aces or kings, he's 3-bet from the big blind, trying to squeeze Shi Kai in particular, who has a pretty decent hand. Oh, he's 4-betting it. Let's go. Let's go. Taking it to the streets. Frankly, even calling in position against the dominated holding would have given him plenty of ways to win this pot. However, by 4-betting it, he nearly guarantees it. Also, it's quite a finger wag in the direction of Jindy. Not like this, sir. I know you've been observing and taking your spots, but when I have a hand, you'll hear back from me. Ties his stack now with Jin. Look at the situation. 7.6 up top. That's 63 bigs, and then 2 stacks of 53. Really anyone's game. And that certainly includes the shortest stack as well. Barely a short stack. 25 bigs for Wang. Really tough to pick a top contender here. Certainly, Show has been entertaining us since yesterday. Jindy, as we can see with the spot picking, with the Jack 10, with the Ace-6, really has a keen sense of pre-flop dynamics and game flow. Shikai, as we saw with the 4-bet, and indeed when he was a chip leader on the final table bubble, really loves to go after it. Put essentially what is ICM pressure on the final table bubble, and certainly now as well, considering the pay jumps. Shenyan Chao constantly was a menace to whoever was on his right. Has 45 bigs. And Wang Haiyang, 25 bigs, is certainly a contender. A double up through any of the players would swap stacks. Pocket eights. Under the gun for the shortest stack. 25 bigs, as I mentioned. Only question is raise size. 250 seems to be the standard. And we go with the standard. King 7 will not engage. And I doubt Jack 3 will as well. Tough to pick up a hand in 5-handed poker. We're playing 21 hands a level, mind you. Really eliminates the need for tanking to the extent it becomes relevant sometimes. You'll see some advanced tanking strategies. You know, for instance, if there's a short stack, you can tank and let the blinds go up so that they feel more of the pinch. So our structure was so magnificent with 60-minute levels that combining it with counting down hands at the final table, 21 hands a level, just makes it absolutely fair for everyone. Ace Jack for the chip leader. She's raising the 2.5x. Let's see if she faces resistance as she did the last time she raised with the Ace Jack. Doubt it. As I do welcome back Selena to the booth. Selena, can you believe it? We are down to 5 players already, which means we've gone from 17,000 locked up to 54,000 locked up for each of these remaining 5. There's been plenty of drama, but Shue Jiawen continues to have the chip lead. I mean, it's been 40 minutes or so since we started the main event final table. Not too often you'll see the field down to 5 this early.
Yeah, I literally just went, ordered some food, had dinner, and I switched on the stream. And as I was eating, I was like, oh man, I need to hurry up and finish my food because the speed these guys are going, by the time I get down to the venue, I don't know, it could be heads up.
It might be over, yeah. You might be running to give the trophy because the pace has been tremendous. But, you know, the tournament poker math takes over at some point, and all of a sudden, everybody is deep stacked. The shortest stack itself is 25 bigs. And we're playing 1 hour levels, or in this case, 21 hands a level. So there's no reason for any of these players to rush things. Certainly, we know that the chip leader Shue is now famous for bloating pots a bit. But the rest of them seem to be taking their spots. If I had to summarize, I will say that the likes of Jinti, who is on Shue's left, and indeed even the likes of Shen and Chao, even Shikai, who were the last remaining contenders, they love coming after it pre-flop. They have quite an advanced pre-flop strategy, going with the game flow. Ace-6 off got 3-bet. We did see light 3-bets from the blinds as well that got the job done, so it's been pretty impressive. And we did see Shikai also take a stand, went 3-bet, come back over the top with the Ace-Jack suited and 4-bet pre-flop. And right as I say that, Shikai proving my read in the situation. In comes a 3-bet with the Ace-4. We're throwing in the time bank, which means we've gone beyond posturing. Is there a world where we can read into the situation and turn the deuces into a bluff?
Yeah, I don't like calling pocket 2s out of position pre-flop and just hoping to hit, you know, a miracle flop of having a deuce on it. I think his option is either coming with a 4-bet or just let it go.
Shows an ace. Did have the fake aces, you know, the Ace-4.
Yeah, I always do find final tables playing relatively fast in Asia. You know, just when you think you're in for, like, you know, close being an all-nighter. I mean, I wouldn't say an all-nighter, but maybe possibly till midnight. You know, we do see a flurry of bust-outs right after they came back from their, you know, dinner food break.
It's like the players have ascended to a totally different zone where they've gone beyond the pay jumps. They're really going after it pre-flop. You know, just using the ICM to put pressure, not letting it affect their own play. There's so many situations where you would just expect people to call and come along, and they're turning their hands into bluff. There was a squeeze with Jack-10 off, multi-way. You know, it's so easy to just call that in the big blind. Instead, we saw Jin D turn it into a 3-bet squeeze.
Yeah, these guys are really not afraid to put their chips in. And that's what makes them pretty tough to play against. Xu Jia one here is gonna call in a small blind with the Queen 10.
Always exciting when she's in the pot, especially post-flop. And ace-10 deuce could get costly. Check and flow and a very obvious continuation bet spot. You're going to be doing this with your entire range on the ace-10 deuce rainbow. As the undergun opener. Quick check call, nothing too fancy now that she has a pair to hold on to. 4 of clubs changes nothing really. Does not connect with the small blind range.
With 1.1 million in the middle, Shen Yingqiao does want to keep betting to just, get that extra value from his opponent. Checking one street does mean that, you miss out on value.
Yeah, there's some opponents where you might actually exert pot control, but you were making this great point where maybe Shua is the candidate for extraction on this table based on some of the showdowns and the hands we've seen on the stream.
Yeah, I kind of feel like she's more of a bit of a non-believer when it comes to, calling her opponents down. So, yeah, I can see definitely, players aiming to get more value out of her. I do find that she kind of switches gears to, spots where she thinks that being super aggressive would allow her to take down the pot. And then there are times where we see her kind of playing, just like that middle pair, right? Relatively passive and just lets it go on that turn. So she changes it up, and I like that. There are times where you just can't be stubborn and you're not going to try to win every single pot.
Yeah, gotta keep him guessing. Actually did make the queen 10 fold look quite easy there. Check call, check fold is arguably losing the minimum with a strong middle pair in a heads up pot. Now king jack suited. And this is one of those situations that we've seen on the final table thus far, Selena, where she gets played back at. She has a real hand, but she's in late position. Players tend not to believe. And ace-10 wouldn't mind playing back at all. Arguably the best hand and a must 3-bet situation.
Yeah, I think this player has the advantage of being with her for pretty much all of today on the same table, Shen Yingqiao. And, he's able to maneuver around her. He's able to still build a big stack. And probably very, very aware of the kind of plays she's capable of making.
I didn't mention that I was expecting a 3-bet. Instead, he just kind of traps the ace-10 in the big blind. That does open himself up to getting blown off the hand, but we do see a check on the flop. We actually do see Shua maybe not c-bet these king x hands in position. Thinking back to a couple of king-queen scenarios as well. Just enough showdown to continue, and she lets it go against the big blind range on 7-5-3-4, completely reasonable. So the best hand finds a way, and the low variance approach to taking down the pot.
Yeah, I guess that's one of those things where by flatting that big blind, first of all, he's disguised the strength of his hand of ace-10. At the same time, when a low board comes, he's able to just bet out and represent those cards and take down the pot without questioning, without her questioning whether or not he's got the goods.
Shen has also been slightly less likely than others to engage in the pre-flop betting wars. Jack 6 will give a walk. It's a bit too weak for my liking. Can certainly limp a hand like this. With the big blind ante in play as well. I mean, think about it. You put in another 60k. And maybe your opponent raises, maybe he doesn't. And maybe you get to see a flop. To each their own, though. One of the advantages of being deep stacked is that you don't really lose too much EV by just giving a walk, moving on to the next hand. The half big blind here and there. It's not going to change your fortune. But can't make a habit of it. You want to make the life of the player who's put in chips without looking at their hand a little miserable if you can. Ace queen suited now on the button.
Ooh. Small blind, ace jack for Shikai.
Oh, we're grabbing 3 betting chips. Cannot blame him. These are basically 6 setups from the poker gods. And now we have ace queen suited. One of the problems is the ICM is pretty wild. As of the last time we saw the chip count, we have 4 stacks between 50 bigs and 63 bigs. But ace queen suited is way too strong. We're never folding. Are we 4-betting or are we jamming or are we calling? Yeah, low variance again.
Calling, isn't he? Yeah, I think I like that there.
How's that for a board? Queen, 10, deuce, ace jack with the ace of spades and the gut shot Broadway. Will certainly feel like they have enough of a piece. Can't love the queen out there. Certainly does interact with the unblocked king, queen, queen jack sort of range. That would continue on the button. Certainly the suited variety. 2 spades as well, but we do have a spade in our hand. Puts in a time bank to begin with. Does not automatically c-bet. 1.7 in the middle. Every chip seems so precious at this stage. And it comes about 1/4 pot.
Now faced with this bet, Shen Chao here, he has to think that, he's currently ahead, but his opponent has outs. There could be straight draws out there. And as we can see here with ace jack, any king's going to give him that gut shot. Possibly spade draws as well. He goes for just a call. Doesn't bloat the pot right now.
What a beautiful brick to see if you have ace queen. Certainly if you were ahead on the flop, that is still going to be the case. And a crucial decision point in the hand for Shi. Our backdoors a bit meaningless and actually function as a wrong kind of hand because you want your opponent to have the ace of spades, a kind of holding that they might call a couple of streets and then let themselves find a fold if the spade doesn't come. So he does check. Would love a free card. Don't know if Shen will be offering it up. With the white flag raised, if you're not afraid of aces, kings, and pocket tens that have 3-bet from the small, I do believe we can start betting for value. And he does so, just shy of $1 million.
Yeah, not smart to let your opponent get a free card here. I like this bet here. Not too big to, I think fold out hands like king, queen. Possibly maybe the queen jack might come along for one more street. Ace jack here with only the gut shot. Let's go. And we see Shen Chao here picking up a big, nice pot that allows him to actually take the chip lead from Xue Jia Wing one here.
What a turn of events. Shikai just slowly grinding his way up to the top of the chip count. No player has breached this 7.5 million mark. Let's just call it the 8 million mark yet. We have 3 stacks between 6 and 7 million. Frankly, the top 4 stacks all between 6 and 7. 2.8 is the shortest. Wang Haiyang.
So the high roller, it doesn't get up today. Tomorrow is the first day? Or
Are you talking about the high roller main, the 16K?
that's
Yeah,
correct,
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Okay.
King 9-3, all diamonds. 4 diamonds is the only flush draw available between the 2 players. A c-bet from Jin will get the job done, I would imagine. Well, I imagine incorrectly, don't I, Selena? Quick check call with the 5 high and the 4 of diamonds. This cannot be simply to draw to a diamond. She has to have something up her sleeve to be check calling the 5 high. Goes check, check.
Oh, wow. There it is. The 4 of diamonds comes out on top now on that river card.
She's checked it. She's not following the Clockmeister theorem, where you just bet as soon as the 4th diamond comes. And it's the right time to check it because she has a baby flush. And also, considering her opponent doesn't have a diamond, she might induce a bet.
So she's going for the try to get that extra value with her 4 of diamonds by just check calling then. Her opponent does not bet there, and we see her pick up a nice pot by calling 5-4 offsuit on that flop.
Constant battle for the chip lead. And would you look at that, she's taken it by just about a big blind or 2. So 260 big blind stacks, 250 big blind stacks. 1 clear shorty. The ICM game is a bit difficult to play at this stage. Short stack isn't that short. And you always have 1 competing stack with you.
Saying tell here, under the gun, 6s. It's under the gun, but we are on this table of 5. So everyone really is late position at this point. Raising it to 250. Cut off. Sukai, Queen 10.
Ace Jack for the shortest stack of the table. On the button. It's a bit tricky to just flat call this, knowing that you're letting in the big blind as well, multi-way, but that is what he chooses to do. And King, Queen in the small. These are all huge hands, 5-handed. In particular, waking up with King, Queen as the chip leader has to be tempting. Doesn't squeeze 3-bet. Comes along with a flat call and pocket 4s for Jin D. We might have 80% of the remaining players in this spot.
That is not something you see very often at all. Everyone with a playable hand.
Wait, who's not in the pot? Must be feeling so left out. I guess Shikai. 4 on the flop along with a king. This is trouble for Shui. Bottom set for Jin. And mind you, gut shot to Broadway for Wang as well. Only Shenyan Chao has nothing to be interested in.
But you do see the two players who actually caught a pretty big piece of this flop has both checked. Shenyan Chao not going to take a stab. But Wang Haiyang here with the gut shot is going to check as well. Okay, see now Xue Jiawen is going to probably looking to bet here.
And I feel like Jin will understand that a bet into 3 players is a decent amount of strength most of the time. This should be a strong king more often than not. Could be as strong as 2 pairs in the form of king 10 precisely. Does Jin want to play his hand quite fast and raise in position? There's plenty of straight draws and the backdoor hard draw possible. He's just flat calling. Keeps his own range wide.
But by flat calling there, he is going to, get a few action killers on river. But that is probably not going to be one of them. I think that she's going to kind of keep betting at this pot. And I think we're going to be able to see him going for a raise. He can't always be afraid of, a hand bigger than his. He's got a set of 4s. All right. She could very well have, 2 pair, that kind of hand, king 10, something like that. I don't think he could come up with any other hand, really, that he should be afraid of. There's really no straight that got there. He's going to start Hollywooding at this point, by the looks of it.
For what? Please don't flat call.
Please don't.
You have a set of 4s. The board is run out so pure. There's only 3 hands that beat a set of 4s. 7s, 10s, and kings. Yeah, he's not flat calling.
There it is, yep.
I'm just kidding. I never doubted him for a second. What's that 2 million? Oh, 1.6. He's clicked it. And she's snap called. This happened earlier with Zhang Jihui as well.
See, this
just not a believer with 1 pair.
No, but see, this is one of those instances where you're like, oh my God, she snap called me. I could have gone much bigger. Right, you really regret not getting that extra bit of value. What did he do? He just minimum raised her? Is that essentially pretty much what he did?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we have a new chip leader after that top pair versus set situation. And I do believe Shui will have to take a moment and ponder how every time she snap calls the river facing a raise, she's up against an absolute monster.
Yeah, because I feel like, at this point, if Jin D raised her on that river, she could read into him having a lot of misdraws on that turn. He very much disguised the strength of his hand as being a made hand, right? So it's very common for a player on the river there to turn that hand into bluff by raising. And I guess that would warrant why she caught it as quickly as she did. But at the same time now, you're like, oh, you could have probably gone for almost like close to a full 3x of a raise on that river. And with her amount of chips she has there, she's probably going to pay you off.
Shui also had to take a moment there to wonder that after she's displayed so much strength betting into 3 players and with the follow-up on the river, is she getting click raised with a bluff? Well, it all amounts to her calling things off, getting down to 42 bigs. Now the quick pickup with the ace-7 suited. We've seen it before. Shui taking a big hit, then somehow came into the final table with the chip lead. What a great action-packed day it has been, Selena, and certainly action-packed final table thus far, deserving of this amazing circuit main event here at TLPT. It's the poker we deserve. Nearly 1,000 entries, 500k overlay. Comes down to this, 54,000 locked, and we're trying to quadruple it by eliminating 4 players. Quick defend with a 7-4. I've actually been blown away with some of the big blind defenses as well. Jack 5, 7-4 also. Not really an automatic defense facing the chip leader. And now we flop the old nothing, 7 high. Facing what turns out to be bottom pair. Plenty of equity, but also the ace to represent. I'm personally a big believer of momentum on the final table, and certainly Jin has a ton of momentum. Taking a look at what he came into the final table with, 5.5 million. He's taken it all the way up to 8 million. Keep in mind there's 29 million chips in play.
Yeah, it's really crucial and helpful to actually be in position of the chip leader when you come into a final table like this.
We saw him put it to work early on. Show it open ace-jack. Jin just took ace-6 on the button to the streets. Got the ace-jack to fold. Really goes to show the mindset he came in with. Going for the win, not just the pay jumps. Sure goes with a raise size of 2.5x. We know Jack 10 is coming along. Well, he's grabbed chips. Pardon me, he was in the small blind. I thought it was the big blind for a moment. Ace 4, on the other hand, should qualify.
It's pretty amazing. It's an all-Chinese final table.
That is right.
Yeah.
Not that there were not other nationalities across the main event and day 2, but certainly the way the numbers played out, China dominated all the way till the final 2 tables. Ace 5, can't blame the quick continuation bet. Unlikely for your opponent to have an ace, but that is indeed the situation. Looks like the shortest stack is going to gain at least 1 million. That's in the middle. Be up to about 3 million. Can we maximize? Not afraid of much. Check calling certainly makes the most sense. Another 5, counterfeit for the deuces, which actually might make her more likely to bluff at it. So we have the effective nuts. Can we somehow check this? Doesn't make much sense, I suppose, with a quick check back on the turn. Certainly high cards possible. That might be calling a value bet. Missed diamonds, missed wheel draws, those are the hands we can represent. In fact, the 4 of diamonds interacts in exactly that way. Only question is sizing, and Shui is playing the board. Oh, I noticed a bit of handshake, actually. Can't blame it, considering the moment. And Shui gets away from it. So I'm thinking back to the mystery bounty, Selena. We saw quite a quick final table, and then a crazy 3-handed battle, and then a heads-up battle as well. There are these sort of inflection points. As I was saying earlier, sometimes the math takes over, right? There's so many big blinds on average. And now we have to play intense short-handed poker. In fact, was there a mystery bounty where even 4-handed, 5-handed, everybody had had a turn being the chip leader and the shortest in chips. That's a strong hand.
Ace-8 of spade on the button. 是开. Probably not going to get any action.
So if you're in Jin's shoes with 8.8 million, can you go a little buck wild, try to become the table bully, or considering everybody else has decent stacks, you have to make sure you don't run into it?
I think with, you know, being short-handed and everything, I still rather get respect than be seen as a maniac.
Interesting.
Yeah, I kind of do feel like it does work in your favor. Look, I would say like an undercover maniac, right? Because you want the respect from the players, and this is a good spot for you to kind of put the pressure on, because players who are those middling stacks have to take the consideration in of those smaller stacks. You know, Shui coming into this final table with a chip lead. Right now, she's actually sitting second last in chips. It's really, I just think about, you know, pick your spots. Probably not allowing the players to see your whole cards, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at the chip count there, if we had maybe 2 stacks in the 10 to 15 range, maybe even a single stack sub 10 BB, then it's understandable. You can really widen your ranges. The table will expect it, but they'll also have no choice but to respect it. Here they might fight back in a way that gets you into a lot of trouble. Well, ace-jack suited will ensure that we have back-to-back hands being played by Shikai. Fold it to the big. That's pretty unplayable. A little bit of bonding, as does tend to happen on final tables. Proper hand on the cutoff, ace queen, and a proper hand in the small blind as well. Cannot go around folding king queen in the small blind 5-handed. So curious how this is approached. It's approached with aggression. We've cut out a 3-bet. Gets the big blind out of the way. And I have to wonder if Shoei has had enough. Had to fold the ace-jack previously. Now has ace-queen. About 35 bigs effective. Believe it or not, this is a good spot to jam. I know it feels like ICM suicide, but if you're playing against good players, their range on the small blind is going to be wide enough. And their calling range will be pretty capped once you block the ace. That being said, we see just a flat call, and look how these spots balloon up. 2 million in the middle. 3.6 million effective, and it comes queen high. Oh my goodness. Shen is in trouble. He
Yeah,
somehow
yeah.
checked it.
In this instance, if she had jammed pre-flop, and he could just easily fold his hand. But now, they've both flopped top pair.
They both checked it, to my utter surprise. And now a slight action killer, 3 hearts on the board. Shui does have the heart for backup. And Shen with a delayed c-bet on now a dangerous looking board. He's looking for some pot control. He's essentially down betting out of position, wanting to set his own price, 700k. And it's been quickly called. Only 2 black kings for the upset. Otherwise, the check mark is coming for Shui, and the river is pretty pure. Shen could think that a flat call in position signals a hand way weaker than top pair, top kicker. I'll tell you what, either way, whether he bets here or he checks and then is faced with a decision, I think Shen is about to lose more chips in this pot.
Yeah, I think, kind of feel like he's going to be the one taking the lead and making a bet here. We have seen a lot of instances where she has, checked a lot of hands behind. He does want to get value with his top pair here.
Yeah, hands such as queens with the worst kicker, queen jack, queen 9 suited comes to mind. The action did begin when the 10 came on the turn, so a lot of pair straight draws, maybe with the single heart, would have been possible in Shui's range. Let's see the sizing he's gone with. 1.5 million. No doubt going directly into Shui's stack. Yeah, it's going to be quickly called, I imagine. And Shui just finds a way to come right back in it. Loses half her stack, 1/3 of her stack, and then takes the chip lead. There we have it. Pipped by the next best hand. And that is a cute
And that
reaction.
gets a reaction out of her. Very happy. And glad to see that hand.
Totally get the reaction. We all feel it inside anyway. Might as well express it from time to time. Huge swing in chips. We should see the chip count shortly, but I think she'll be second in chips now. 8 million in change still for Jin. Playing the rush, pocket sixes, pretty reasonable. Although the table might not be inclined to believe it. Are we getting a bit frisky as Shen? Jack 10 on the button. Oh, looks like we are. Looks like we are. Speculating. Jack 10 off.
Who wants some of his chips back?
Ace A7 favors the pre-flop aggressor under the gun. He's checked it though, giving Shen the opportunity. The 8 brings a ton of outs in the form of counterfeits and straight draws. She quickly checks again. Shen is just wanting to realize Queen means that the sixes will win at showdown, and another 300k leaks from Shen to Shui Jiawin's stack, and with that I believe she's tied for the chip lead.
Ace 4 of clubs for the chip leader, Jindy. Going for minimum raise to 320,000. Small blind, Wang Haiyang with the Jack 10. Now Wang Haiyan here picks up ace 10 on the button. Just happy picking up some small pots here and there. Now, Xue Jiawen finds ace 4 of diamonds on the dealer button here. Jindy picks up ace king of hearts. He is going to go with a 3-bet. This is chip leader versus second in chips. She lets it go quickly. Not gonna get stubborn, even in position with her hand like ace 4. And a right fold at that. Jindy now with 8.5 million chips. And Xue Jia went back to where she started on this final table as a chip leader. Shen Yingchao does not raise his small blind with the ace-5. He chooses to just call. And then that allows Shikai to see a flop with his 9-7. Great flop here for Shikai with 2 pairs now. Shen Yingchao probably not gonna fold with just 1 bet. He does check it over to Shikai. $160K. Ace-5 does come in, and usually they do on a paired board. Check now. Shikai. Continue betting, this time 400K. Good enough for a fold from Shen Yingchao. Needs to preserve that short stack at this point in time. 14 bigs left. Not a coffee you're drinking, are you?
Say again?
You're not drinking another coffee, right?
I like to make sure that in case the final table goes long, my caffeine intake is a bit more regulated. So I'll save it for maybe another 2 hours from now. A couple of levels, we might still be at this, considering this 5-handed play is showing me that no player is giving an inch. Still the 1 short stack to target. You did seem a little concerned for me, though.
Oh yeah, I'm just like, you could be up all night.
Nothing wrong with that. Some side events we can play. Let's take a look. There's a win the button at 10 p.m.
Oh, there you go.
我在想，只要有个 K 以上，我就直接。这牌也许我只要看到一张 K， 我都不会看第二张，就直接。
Really do appreciate the small nuance in all the expertise of our production to actually show us the chip count after every hand on the final table, because it really is so relevant. The strategy changes appropriately. And it's so much easier online because you can just see everybody's stack. In live tournament poker, you're actually eyeballing stacks so that you can make those decisions. I have noticed Jin become quite snug under the gun despite having the chip lead. Jack-8 suited actually seems quite playable. Now the chip lead means a lot more because we have a 14 big blind stack out there. The ICM pressure is absolutely amplified. Let's not forget the next pay jump is nearly 20,000 USD.
Now look here. Xue Jiawen with the ace queen, the big blind, asking to look at her opponent's stack.
下面是200，下面你就第一层一共就当200出来就好了。对，第一层是400。一共400吗？没，这还有600万左右，差不多。
Gets an accurate chip count, and Shikai's button open is being attacked. Slightly tempting sizing. If he could see he was up against ace queen, he would click call with the suited baby 1-gapper. Yeah, feels a bit too loose in case you're up against the overpair. She shows an ace, I believe, which should signal 2 overcards more often than aces, so Shikai might be wondering if he should appeal one. It's as you said, right, Selena? If you connect pretty hard with the flop, you're facing somebody who you might perceive is more likely to pay you off.
And then you probably be also less inclined to bluff them because they're more likely to call you as well. So with certain image, it actually works to your favor because I think in the past, against a pro who's able to hand read well or put people on ranges, when players come out with like a very, let's say, what would be the word? Brave kind of bluff, right? Usually you can get pros to fold much easier than the amateur player. When someone who is known to be more of a calling station on the board and just how quickly she actually makes calls, it actually makes the players less inclined to bluff her.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd have to be really not paying attention to bluff Shui on the river at this point. King 9 will face the King 7. Shen Yunqiao has been having a rough go of it ever since the King Queen Ace Queen situation. Now going into the flop, dominating his opponent. 5-4 deuce. Arguably more representable by the big blind, but it's just too low. And Shen could take this down with the c-bet. Jin not ready to give this up just yet, it seems like. We're check raising. Really pushing Shen around and using 750k as leverage, suggesting that the rest of Shen's stack could be at risk. And this gets the job done. Really well played by Jin. So astute, so aggressive. 9 million in chips now, a third of the chips in play. I gotta say, Selena, I feel like I'm watching a high roller. The level of play and aggression is just so world class here.
Yeah, for sure. Because, a lot of the players you say with almost no resume are Hendo Mob. Looks like, they're not your seasoned player who's being at these final tables and so forth. But yet the level of play is something that surprises me, right? You don't really see players who's just passive and weak. These players are all very capable of, being aggressive. And it's kind of like they've studied those pre-flop ranges. They know what to do. And they all seem pretty comfortable here.
And the intuition in the game flow, right? I mean, for Jin to put together that the King 7, which really has no equity on that board, makes for a great check raise because of the ICM, because of the stack size. As a reminder, Jin's Hendon Mob shows up as $3,000 based on his score in the TLPT main event last year. Talk about being a TLPT main event specialist. Chip lead down to 5. And finally, a favorable flop for Shen. Middle pair. Oh, a quick all-in and a quick call with middle pair. Looks like Shen is on the verge of being right back in it. That being said, 30% equity to dodge. Shikai just went for all of it on the 9-6-4 board, and Shen knew he had to come along. Aces and eights to dodge. That is a brick. That is another brick. In fact, makes him 2 pairs, and just like that, up to 3.3. And we no longer have a short stack. The dynamics, once again, back to everybody having at least 25 bigs. I'll make that 20 bigs. The blind's up to 80k, 160k. 3 stacks between 20 and 30. 2 stacks between 50 and 60. Still quite a ripe situation for Jindy, I would argue. Not only because of that slight discrepancy, slight buffer between himself and Shui for the chip lead, but also the position. The three short stacks on his left, the 1 big stack on his right. Quite a dream spot. Jacket suited. I expect participation. Quickly looks at the tournament clock for the blind level and opens. Jin with Jack 7 suited. Does let it go. Shen with the newfound chips. Can see this going either way. I think if it was 9-8 suited, we might enter the pot. We can let this go from the small. And Queen 10 should come along. Pretty connected cards between these two. Nine, 6, 4. Big blind misses completely. Could decide to represent. Does not donk at it. And Shui continues to not continuation bet. Every time the board slightly favors the big blind, she's willing to let them have it in a way. This opportunity once again being offered to Shikai. Yeah, looks like he's about to bluff with the best hand. 6-9-4-5 is just too favorable for the big blind after a check on the flop. He catches onto it and steals the pot. Well done. So Selena, I have a pop quiz for you. And it's a tough one.
Okay.
Do you know what we're streaming tomorrow?
The high roller 15k?
That is what I would have guessed as well.
Oh, we're not.
We're not. We're actually streaming the circuit closure event. And tomorrow's going to be one of the day ones, day 1B to be precise.
Oh, that's interesting.
And we'll take it to day 2 and what I assume will be all the way to the winner the day after that. Yet to see the numbers coming in for that. Did see some of the entries in the field building on the outer tables. I was certainly surprised as well, and then I realized it makes a lot of sense. Because it's the last chance for us to cover one of the circuit events, which is to say it's the slightly lower buy-in events, before we move on to focusing purely on the high rollers. So stay tuned for any of you watching. And we do see the 10-4 deuce flop. Not too much action pre-flop considering the strength of the holdings, but now Jin has been out-flopped. And this is my least favorite situation in poker. You have a strong pair. There's just one overcard. So difficult to navigate. In particular, out of position. Being in position will help J&D maybe lose the minimum. We begin with a 160k continuation bet. Just one big blind. We're playing back. We're not letting Jin set their own price and then check behind on the turn. Instead, we've check raised. And now, how do you perceive this bet? You bet so small on the flop that you might be up against somebody just bluffing, taking advantage of the small bet and not their holding. Oh, we're playing back? Oh, we've turned the nines into a bluff. 1.7 million. And as per the graphics, she has snapped 4-bet. You don't see this every day, folks. A 4-bet jam on the flop, and Jin has to know that the nines cannot be good here. The insta-jam against a 3-bet on the flop on the dry 10-4 deuce board. Frankly, this looks like a set more often than ace-10. She looks like he's desperate to get it in against an overpair.
So much strength. You know, and yeah, once nines kind of went for that raise. You know, we call it testing your opponent's hand strength, maybe. You know, now you've got the answer. And I think you can confidently, you know, make a fold here without committing. 2.8 million, chip small.
Yeah, it's an expensive answer in the form of that 1.7 million 3-bet on the flop, and now we let it go. And Shikai actually exceeds Jin in chips now. I mean, what do we make of that 4-bet? Completely removing overpairs from Jin's range.
I just really didn't think these two hands would have ever played it like this on the flop, but, you know, it did. I don't know, what do you call it? Merge range? Is that the right term?
I don't know how you get called by worse barring King 10 precisely.
Does King 10? Yeah, King 10. Does King 10 call?
King 10 maybe Psy calls, but how can you? It's a 4-bet on the flop. I haven't even said those words in like a year. And just look what that's done to the stacks up top. Nearly a 3-way tie. Just the fact that the pocket nines decide to not just maybe take one off against a check raise in position, but instead turn their hand into an absolute bluff. Representing the overpair. And you know, if Shikai had taken some time and then found the jam, I would at least work through some logic. You know, overpairs, much more likely to just call in position in Jin's shoes, in case your opponent is bluffing, in case they're getting out of line, and maybe you try to commit on the turn. So I can understand if he takes some time, understands an overpair is unlikely, and then jams. He just snap gets it in. He's like, I'm top of range, barring deuces and fours, I guess. Let's just get it in. Funnily enough, now that I think about it, and this is what it is, it takes some time, at least for me, to think about poker hands. Not these gentlemen and Shoei on the final table there. The more I think about it, I think the hand that made the most sense for Shi there was actually pocket aces. Trap pre-flop, and then just go to battle with the check raise and then the 4-bet. Cutoff opens an ace. King queen suited will flat call on the button. Oh my goodness. Shikai has just flopped the joint. And Shen does have an ace. And it comes another ace. I mean, this is just an action board. It's gone check, check on the flop. But we have to build a spot now in Shi's shoes. Cannot risk a diamond coming, killing the action, or the board pairing, and turning the aces into full houses. He's grabbing chips. Check, check on the flop. Now 200k bet on the turn and the 900k ask. And we have top trips. Cannot go anywhere.
And Shikai is pretty much targeting that kind of hand right now. A hand like ace deuce with the trip aces.
Flops the absolute nuts. No longer on the paired board. Shen has to know that if the board pairs, he automatically has the best hand. But every so often, he might have the best hand at the moment and want to play it back. For now, we'll just call. If this comes a brick, this is going to be curtains for Shenyan Chao. Do not see him getting away from trips, and that is a brick. Should note that his kicker is likely to play against another ace, considering the low cards. Shikai looks quite confident, I must say. But we do have the advantage of this angle. And perhaps the bias of seeing that he has the nut flush. Once an accurate chip count, how much do we extract? He says all in. And starts arguing whether he uses time bank or not, but is Shenyan Chao in the blender? The check on the flop will be quite confusing. Very tough to give your opponent credit for an ace when there's two of them on the board. And if they flopped a low flush, anything but the nut flush like we do see Shikai have, in fact blocking the second nut flush, wouldn't they bet the flop? This would be quite a hero fold. I don't think I can make it.
It is tough, but at the same time, I mean, if you were to count how many hands beat you, there is actually a lot of combos out there. You know, and for a player who did show strength on that turn, Shen Chao, can he break it down and make a fold here? And there it is.
Wow. Wow.
Big pat on the back, especially if he's going to look back on the stream. And he's going to realize what a great fold that was.
Sometimes you can own your opponent by folding, and I think we just saw that. Literally only losing one street of value after being in a trips versus flush situation. This is not Omaha, this is no limit hold'em. And he just folded trip aces.
Oh, he actually told him what he had. That's very friendly. Because it's like, why you can't really lie with a 30-minute delay, because then you might still be on the same table with a player, and then they're going to be like, you just lied to me, right? Like,
so what do you make of that? I feel like you can lie. I mean, 30 minutes of edge is 30 minutes of edge. We're playing for 220k up top.
I don't know. I feel like the honorable, you know, the idea of being honorable where you win, right? Like, I don't know if you ever catch like Beast Game, right, where they kind of play that three seasons of it now, and it's all about talking about that honor, right? Like if you promise someone something, or if you said something, that you're supposed to keep your word. Otherwise, you're very much seen as the villain, and everybody just starts rooting against you. And money's involved, yes, but at the same time, you want to win honorably. I think that's the word that comes to mind.
Listen, I think poker is quite a unique ecosystem where certainly honor applies a lot. I mean, a lot of deals are done by handshakes, sort of the old school mentality. Oh, dealer error. Shouldn't impact too much, but we'll have to do the math on which card would have been the flop, which card would have been the turn, or perhaps shuffle it up. I don't have enough floor knowledge to know what the right approach is. We'll find out soon enough. There we have it. So a card exposed. I believe it was a 5. Yeah, we can actually see from the graphics. It's not 5-8-9. Becomes ace-8-9. So all the players know that a 5 will be burned. Shikai looking to extend his chip lead and is given the opportunity with the pocket sixes, check, call, multi-way. This is quite loose. Jack of spades. Board looking quite dangerous now, even for an ace-queen. And do we see the same principle of opponents sort of taking more bet lines against Shui? Not in this case. Comes a 7, 4 to a straight on the board. Dare I say this spot suddenly is within reach of Shui to the extent she wants to make a big bluff. Everything gets there.
Oh, and she does go with the bluff on the river there.
Looks like she's picked a small sizing though. 625 into about 17.
Yeah, that is very small. I don't know if it's going to do it. It's just that he's being given really good odds, but at the same time, I think he's going to think that she does have it. It does seem like a value bet.
Oh, wow.
Oh. He lets it go, and she's going to be very happy with that result.
Shikai loses the chip lead.
Yeah, so it's one thing to play poker and say bluff your opponent overhand. It's another for your opponent to ask you to your face what you had and for you to lie.
So, would you ever say a good fold even though your opponent made a bad fold?
No,
Oh,
I
people
can't
do that a lot, I feel.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because you want to make them feel better.
Yeah, that's not me.
Would you say bad fold?
I just wouldn't say anything.
Yeah, so not saying anything is the classic poker thing to do, certainly. You don't expect to reveal info.
Yeah. I can't just bluntly lie. That's just not how, for me, when you play poker and you win a pot and you do it strategically, that's one thing. But to actually kind of lie, yeah, that's
Let me press you on this, right?
Mhm.
This is a streaming table, so the hands will get revealed,
Yep.
and your lie will be revealed.
Yep.
But in a usual poker game, you're not just playing one hand, right? You're setting up a dynamic for the rest of the table. Sometimes could be for the rest of the year. You want your opponent to put you in certain ranges. So if they press you and ask you what you had, and you have to say something, wouldn't you lie?
No, I say, come and ask me at the end of the tournament and I'll tell you.
Interesting.
Because you don't need to give them that information, right? So to me, by me revealing that, it's going to give them an advantage, and that's not something I want to do. But at the same time, how rare is it going to be for me to be on that table with that person again, right?
Yeah, what you're saying is a very tournament approach, because in cash games, you tend to play the same people.
Yes, right.
And it's not about lying or not lying. It's about sometimes people just want to really know what you had, and you just kind of appease them.
Right. Well, I mean, because it's got to be streamed, you don't really need even
In the stream situation, just blatantly lying, and then in 30 minutes getting
I
the
can't do
eyebrow
that. I can't do
from
that.
your opponent is quite awkward. As we do see Shen take the spot with the king 8 suited and get the queen jack suited to fold. Well navigated from the big blind. Quite surprising to see the queen jack suited fold as well, mind you. We were only looking at about a 12 big blind jam. Queen jack suited misses out by not jamming to begin with. A misplay by Jin there, leading to Shen Yin-Chao, pardon me, picking up crucial chips. So this leads me to ask you the obvious question. Tony G, good for the game or a villain, according to you? Because he is sort of the most famous liar at the poker table of all time. And most famously, a couple of hands against Phil Hellmuth, where he lied about having seen his whole cards.
Yeah, I think it takes quite a person to do something like that. You know, to some people, hey, it's just a game, right?
Well, to quote Tony G, and you'll have to imagine the Aussie accent for me, of course I lied. It's poker.
Exactly.
That was his reasoning.
Yeah. I like to go with the same, like to me, who I am on the poker table is who I am off the poker table, right? Me as a professional, for as long as I have, would find it extremely exhausting if I have to put on an alter ego when I'm at the poker table. I don't think I could keep it up. I don't think, the burnout, I don't think I would be as, survive in the industry for as long as I did by having to put up that kind of like personality where I'm not myself.
Oh, we might have a situation here because the ace-7 has limp trapped and it has worked. I'm not sure why we're counting our stack because after all, wasn't this the plan? Shen Yin-Chao navigating really well to get the chips into the middle against a weaker holding. Now needs to do the difficult part. It's the name of the game. Can we hold him?
He's quite ahead now with the 65%. At the same time, when you shove it in pre-flop and the opponent just folds, you can take it down without a risk of busting the tournament. But by trapping there...
Oh, no. Did you mean to jinx that, Selena?
No.
Because it came a king right as you described.
Yeah.
One of the dangers of the trap.
It is, because what you want is a greater return, right? So when you're looking for a greater return, greater the risk. And, we see almost 90% now on that turn for Shikai and locks it up on that river card. And we're seeing that Shen Yin-Chao here has been eliminated.
We've broken the 5-handed gridlock that had been going on for a while. I think Shen Yin-Chao can be really proud of his performance. Beyond the obvious of finishing 5th place for 54,000 USD, 82 million Korean won. He got it in good for a mountain of chips. That's about the best you can do in poker. Really well played, and the beneficiary of his chips. And now the beneficiary of his elimination. All 4 players really, because $75,000 locked up. But a huge swing as we do see those towers stack up in front. This is the run good that can make or break final tables as well. King 6 besting the ace-7.
When I was looking at the update of the player number being 4, I'm at the time trying to figure out if we're 4 or we have 3, because there is one player on the table that we almost have not seen play a hand.
Who are you thinking of?
C8.
Oh, that's right. He has been a bit snug recently.
Yeah, he's kind of really flown under the radar.
So Jin has been going with... Oh, seed 8, you said?
Yeah. It's not even Jean.
Oh, okay. Well, action will be him in a moment. Let's see if he lives up to the slight nit accusation he just made. Wang Haiyang. First of all, let's just point out how he was the shortest stack, 5-handed, has made his way up to 3 million. But you're right. It's also slightly now removed from the rest of the table in seat 8.
What did he come into the final table with? Because he's really kind of flown under the radar. I don't
middling
remember.
stack.
Middling stack. Didn't really see him. Like, can't really even think of any hands he got involved in. Yeah, so he's kind of maintained his stack size about 3 million. He came into this final table with 2.76 in chips.
Yeah, he was the shortest stack 5-handed and found a way to chip up. And look at this, we're firing. It's a great hand to fire with, but he's essentially been trapped in this case.
A small bet though, so not detrimental to his stack, but just taking a stab there.
One of the features of the 7-5 that Shohei has managed to extract some chips from is that it actually makes for a great double barrel candidate. It just unblocks a lot of call and folds, which is to say hands that call on the turn and fold the river. Any big spade, for instance, the ace of spades, more often than not, could have qualified. He doesn't go for it, and it's good timing too, because certainly Shui was coming along. Also understanding his opponent. We mentioned that she has been calling quite wide. Really well played by both. So once again, Wang Haiyang navigating at the bottom of the chip count. Quite a gap between himself and the remaining 3 players. It's those little moves like the check behind on the queen high board from Shohei that just keeps her so unpredictable. Did extract from essentially a 7-high hand. Chat Pro in the chat calling me out. But let me just pivot from your comment, Chat Pro, and explain what the real good business in this situation is. 968 players in for about 1100 USD with a 1.5 million guarantee, amounting to a near $500,000 overlay. So the real good business is to be in this tournament. $75K guaranteed aces for the now chip leader. She's about to potentially reach an all-time high in the tournament. And Queen Jack suited. Surely too strong to give up just yet. About the most equity you can have against aces. Yeah, we're continuing. This is a pot and a half. 1.8 in the middle. Queen or Jack would be trouble. Ace of hearts instead. Too much of the board locked up. This is the curse of flopping top set with aces. You don't leave much for your opponents. About as safe as a board can get for you to check, and she does find the check. Makes a lot of sense. You're actually going to be pretty balanced here, considering you might want to check with kings, queens, jacks, and the like.
The trap has been set. Her opponent is reaching for some chips.
Oh my goodness. Are we about to blast off into top set?
Yeah, because he's going to read her at this point, being afraid of that ace since she didn't c-bet that flop.
She's just loving life. Cannot fear a single card on the turn, which should mean a check call is the way to go. Not a bad performance, I will say.
Yeah, no, it's good. Because I think she's keeping it quite consistent with, you know, the other times that she does hesitate and she doesn't have the goods. But that turn now brings a flush draw plus straight outs now for the Jack Queen of Hearts.
One of the best cards in the deck. I suppose the 10 of Hearts would be the only one that would give him more outs. So what is the golden rule here? If you've picked up more equity, you tend to fire, especially when you're bluffing without too much equity. However, 3 million in the middle, 4.9 million in your stack, and huge ICM at play. He's going to try and realize. And he ends up with just a pair of jacks. So now this is interesting. If she did want to represent kings, queens, that would play a bit timidly. First off, the jack would still be behind. She'd have to make some sort of a weird-sized bet to try and throw off her opponent. A kind of bet that should feel a bit polarized. If you want to get called by non-ace hands, which are obviously going to be the hands in play here, having top set of aces. Yeah, and dare I say she's done it. She's gone about half pot, I believe. Half pot precisely, and this is so confusing now. What does this represent? Doesn't scream of value. Unless she had aces precisely, that would check the flop. Maybe ace-king, that she decided to play tricky on the ace-8 deuce. Think back to a hand we saw, Selena, where she check-called pocket sixes, then turned them into a bluff. I mean, what if she's doing something like that here, right?
Yeah, that's possible. This is kind of the problem with playing against her, right? A lot of times it's that guessing game. And it's whether you get it right or you get it wrong. And it could go both ways.
And you're getting 3-1. So the temptation is always there. If she's bluffing half the time, you're supposed to call when you're getting 3-1.
Oh, whoa,
Has he
whoa,
converted?
whoa. What did he say? What did he say? Did he...
Oh, for a moment, I thought he took the Queen of Hearts blocker and converted.
Yeah, that's what I thought
Would have
too.
been snap called, I'll tell you that. Instead, she gets paid off with just a pair of jacks. And we have a 12 million stack in play. Safe to say, she extracted maximum value.
Yeah, I mean, on that flop with the set of aces, it's just so strong. And, you know, you do want to give your opponent some room to catch up. And, you know, that's a pretty bad river card for the Queen Jack. You know, any other card, he makes the hands he's looking for. And the rest of the cards, you know, he could just fold facing with that bet. But it just happened to be, you know, either a jack or a queen that really makes him stick around for a call.
And he had a decent amount of wins as well. That would have just ensured a double up. if he caught that gut shot or the hearts. Shueijia Wen, certainly the story of the tournament ever since her explosive appearance on our feature table yesterday. And the fireworks continue. Wonder if our friend in the booth, DJ Washburn, has been watching, because he was certainly a fan.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a lot more action than we had ever bargained for. Sort of, fun player to watch, because the lines that she takes is quite different. Wang Haiyan here is gonna, looks like a 3-bet with his pocket threes to 1.2 million, only leaving himself with 1.5 behind. Ace Queen, massive hand, 4-handed.
Maybe thinking the chip leader is going wide, or not the chip leader anymore, pardon me, with the 12 million stack, but certainly tied for the chip lead, and it's right back in his face. So he's called it off. He's called off the pocket threes, and it's correct to do so. He's flipping. Could we be down to 3-handed? Well, you mentioned Wang Haiyan. Certainly called him out a bit, Selena. He did get activated, did call it off. Now flipping for his tournament life. Can he survive? Well, it's been quite a grind.
One of the best spots to be in with the threes. Facing 2 overcards, not an overpair, right? So,
true. And great flop as well.
Ahead.
Safe so far. Safe in the turn as well. Yes, the sandwich card, no ace, no queen. And another king. 5.8 million is the stack now.
Well, patience has really paid off for him. Just took that one hand. He is not the shortest anymore, and he's doubled up.
One of my toxic poker traits is that I'm convinced that ace queen is well more than a flip against pocket threes. I don't know why. I see the numbers, but every time my threes hold up, I feel like I've hit a 2-outer. Shikai finding out exactly how much he needs to pay off. Once Wang 3-bet, he decided, you know what, if you have it, you have it. I'm going with my threes. Is rewarded. And it's now Jindy after that Queen Jack interaction with the top set of aces as the shortest stack. Just 3 hands to go, and then we reach the next level. 100K, 200K.
何况你还领先，反正。
Aces, Fuan. What timing? Quick look at the tournament clock. And pocket fives for Shui, who might take it to the streets. Just a flat call for now. Avoids pre-flop disaster at least. Five on the flop.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Oh my word, this could be it. Right after a double up too.
Talk about Lady Luck being on your side today. The times that she's ahead, she's getting paid off at this point in time. The times that she's behind, she hits the set. And I can't see pocket aces getting away from this.
How can you? How can you against this opponent?
Exactly, and especially with the queen 10 of spade there, right? Like there is just going to be so many hands that just flatted pre, that is on a draw, or even just having top pair here. And the argument here for him is that he probably might want to get it in to maybe just... Okay, so he decided to just call, but there are a lot of players who actually just get it in here just because they don't want to lose their customer if they're on a draw, and a lot of people do call it off, you know, drawing.
Just a pure turn as well. I just don't see an off-ramp for the aces. We're talking about being in a situation where Shui Jiawen will often be value betting with worse hands. Ace, queen, king, queen, play trickily come to mind. Certainly weaker queens as well possible. We're just piling in chips. Selena, is this it? Are we down to 3?
800K.
It's quite tiny.
It is quite tiny. And the thing is, if at any point he feels like he might already be behind, he might just opt to call, you know, like he might reassess on the river. He is a player that I find doesn't really get in over his head.
I'd be blown away if we can preserve chips here. Absolutely blown away. We're on a $30,000 pay jump, mind you.
Looks like those are calling chips.
Love that he's constantly looking at his opponent. An underrated aspect of live poker. And he does so while grabbing his chips, trying to get a read, trying to get a reaction.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like if he thinks he's going for a raise here now, it's possible for him. Oh my God!
My word.
Whoa.
How has he folded aces?
Whoa.
Constantly looking at Shui and picking up on something.
Because what if she's got like king queen there, right? Or like just like, I don't know. I just, wow.
Ordinarily, I'd be like, did he get a look at his cards? At her cards, I should say. But they're as far apart as possible on the table.
Wow. You know, I did not expect that. I thought that 800 was going to be 100% call. Now, it would have impressed me the fact that, you know, he doesn't lose his stack. But to fold that turn?
That's one of the best folds I've seen in a long time. I don't know what he's picked up on, ranging from bet sizing, live tells, even the pre-flop action perhaps. But as I was saying, sometimes you can own your opponent by folding, and that might be one of the biggest owning of an opponent I've seen on our final table thus far.
Okay, I'm impressed by that hand.
You know, you were giving him a little bit of flack, Selena. You know, he was biding his time, and now he's won us all over. I'm blown away. He has preserved his ability to win 220,000 in this tournament.
And he's got no earnings to his name.
Can't find his hand in ball, which is a story for a lot of the players. Absolutely incredible.
And with that hand, looks like we're heading to a break of 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more action.
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT, anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is a moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From Sydney nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名，
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名，一战成名。
Anyone could be for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From CV nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star.
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah, this is for the real players. From CV nights and Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment's play, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dead. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At the Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the the stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, that they lost spoke will raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Rise, hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No crown of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment. Here you are.
Welcome back, everyone, to the main event here. We're down to 4 players. 220K up top being played for, not to mention the glory and, of course, the amazing TLPT trophy. What a hand we had before the break with the aces finding the fold on a relatively clean board correctly against the top set of our chip leader, Jeju Wen. 4 contenders, massive pay jumps. The next one, 30K. Everybody's locked up an astounding 75,000 USD. There's a ways to go in the form of 3 competitors. As we do see Jeju Wen, who now has 14 million, nearly half the chips in play. Wang Haiyang, after that amazing fall, maintains his 3rd place position. And as Jin D, with just over 3 million in chips and 15 bigs, who is a bit of a target, although 15 bigs is quite a lot of bigs. 4-handed, the blind and antes come along so frequently. The players would have had some time to reset in that 15-minute break, but thanks to the 30-minute delay, I'm not sure if it's clear to Wang yet that he made the perfect fold against the pocket 5s. Now we'll open King Jack suited on the button. Super strong holding, 4-handed. Much stronger than the button holding is likely to be on average. We'll get the job done here. Jin D now down to 2.7. What a final table it has been. Non-stop action, considering we went down from 9 to 5 players well within 45 minutes, which is to say a level. 5 to 4, slightly more dramatic, leading to the elimination of Shen Yin Chao. What kind of a roller coaster does 4-handed have to offer? Step number 1 is for Jin D to find the comeback. With $30,000 in ICM pay laddering to do, there is the opportunity for this woman, Jeju Wen, to put the pressure on her opponents. And here we have ace-10 for Jin D. Perfect spot to 3-bet jam against the button open. And Jeju Wen is quite high up in her range. We actually saw her call off Queen Jack suited right at the start of this final table. How does she feel about King Queen suited? About 13 big blinds is the jam. She's not getting amazing pot odds, 3 to 2 though, and her stack can afford it. I don't see her letting this go. I don't think she's supposed to let this go. Jin D is supposed to jam quite wide, and certainly hands such as Queen Jack suited, King Jack will be included in that range. She would dominate them, flipping against quite a few hands as well. There is some incentive to keep the short stack around, but she just goes with it. She wants the chips, and this is what Jin had been waiting for. No doubt Wang is anti-railing hard, because 5.7 million would be the beginning of quite a comeback. Nearly 30 big blinds in the middle. Just needs to hold. He's also quite dangerous when he has a lot of chips. Saw him make quite a lot of moves. That is quite a safe flop. 9, 6, 7, and 8 pretty much ends it. King or queen to dodge. Just one spade on the board. There's a king! A dagger through the heart for Jin. Ace or 8 needed. Instead it's the deuce of diamonds and the celebration from Jeju Wen, who climbs up to 17 out of 29 million in chips. But for now, let's just take this moment to congratulate Jin Di on a great run. 4th place for 75,000. That's off an 1,100 buy-in, folks. Was on our feature table on day 2 as well. Made some amazing moves. Lots of aggression throughout. Can walk away with his head held high there. And we're down to 3, and Jeju Wen continues to be the story of the series. 2/3 of the chips in play. Can we have a female main event winner? Certainly. All signs point to yes. The competition in the form of Shikai and Wang Haiyang, who, by the way, with that fold from the aces, now officially secures the extra 30K. Next bay jump, 47,000 USD. We go from 1 of 5, locked up for these players. Actually, that bears a pause as well. These 3 have locked up 6-figure scores in USD. An astounding result in an $1,100 tournament. And they're looking just 2 spots away from going all the way. Off we go to the first hand, 3-handed. A whole different brand of poker. 5-4 of clubs. We the 10-3 off. Small versus big. Limp pot. Shikai flops best. Shortest stack is Wang, but as you can see, 24 bigs. Are we just fighting for getting to heads up at this point, or do we take on the monster 17 million stack as well along the way? And how do you stay in the zone? That's the real question in these tournaments. I often wonder covering final tables. Just think about it. You've 100x'd your buy-in. Can you make the right decisions to go for the 220x? Does your brain process the 100x, maybe relax a bit, or maybe just the adrenaline absolutely gets to you, makes you make slightly looser decisions? Certainly hasn't been the case for this man with ace 5. Getting away from the aces. Now the ace 5 against the understandable big blind ISO with the king jack suited. Goes check, check. As we've seen Shui do a lot. Mind you, her c-bet frequency quite low. Would have gotten the job done perhaps. Now clips the jack. And it's going to be a delayed c-bet surely now with top pair. Effectively best kicker. You feel a bit under-repped with the ace, but the board doesn't really look like one you can continue on. We'll let it go. folded on the button and a walk for Shikai with an ace. Expect to see a lot more of this, although I will say with the 17 million stack, the amount of pressure that Shui can put on Shi is hard to imagine. We're talking about a $47,000 pay jump. We already saw Wang make an amazing fold, but no doubt influenced by the fact that he was almost 2x of the next shortest stack, the shortest stack in the tournament. So I see him no doubt playing a role. Similarly, now Wang being the shortest stack, but just within reach. There's a lot of pressure to be applied. We don't know Shui's history with tournaments. It is possible, and I look forward to finding out if this is the case, that this is, at least on a global stage, her first outing. What an outing it's been. Can she intuit her way into putting the ICM pressure this moment deserves? Certainly the question of the table at the moment. Really nice to look down at pocket eights after the small blind attempts to steal. We've raised big. 10-7 suited cannot continue. Friendly show of the cards as well. As I do see a member of our production staff running over to put the trophy next to the feature table in preparation for whenever we get down to heads up. Only preparation, not a spoiler by any means. I don't even have any access to spoilers. Could just see the beautiful trophy, and you guys will see it soon to the extent you haven't yet, with the huge emerald top being placed next to the table for whenever we get down to heads up. Might not be for a while. We're deep stacked enough, and the money ladders are so big that I think every decision will be weighed appropriately. 15 hands to go at each level. King 4 of diamonds releases, which is actually on the tighter side, certainly worth consideration against the button open. Shui comes along with the queen 10. 8-4 deuce. The king 4 would have been in better shape than the queen 10, as it turns out. Can play some honest poker here. Neither player flops a pair. The king 4 would have made two pairs. I might have cursed it a bit, but sometimes Shui is just not interested in pots. This is one of those moments. Ace-Jack gets to showdown. As I do welcome back Selena to the booth. Selena, first off, I was a bit worried for a moment because I do know that you will be handing over the trophy to our winner eventually. And for a moment I was like, is it going that fast? Are we down from 4-2 in real time or something?
No, it just takes a little while for me to say goodnight to my daughter. She's at a point where she misses me so much. She refuses to hang up. And, she's going a bit of an emotional roller coaster when I do call her. And, yeah, it's kind of getting to the tough, I think usually it's almost that 10th day. Yeah, so usually towards that 10th day of being away, she gets quite emotional. Yeah.
I mean, I can totally imagine. That is certainly a tough ask from any 7-year-old. Hopefully, you had a fun chat. Let me just fill you in on the situation. We did lose our 4th place finisher, Jin D, for a cool 75,000 USD. We've now locked up about 105,000 USD, 6 figures. After that amazing fold right before the break by Wang, we came back and we did end up losing the shorter stack. I can only imagine his amazing fold had something to do with waiting out the shorter stack. Now he himself is the shortest stack, although has plenty of bigs, as we do see 24 bigs. But the beneficiary of Jin's chips was Shui Jiawen, and as you can see, she has 17 out of the 29 million chips in play.
And what was the hand that
Yeah, a bit of a soft flip situation, ace-jack versus king-queen suited.
I see.
When you're hot, and that king bink on the turn, I believe it was, just got the job done for Shui. But our stack depths right now are no longer friendly to those pre-flop all-ins, and we're actually seeing quite strong holdings three-way. We're a little bit spoiled here. King-jack suited this time on the button. With the massive page jump, I would argue Shikai is the one who will be playing a little bit snug. Has a much bigger stack than Wang's for the moment. Heading to the flop, Domination Nation with a slight chance of rotation. We do see the open ender for the king 3. Monotone board. Really would love a higher c-bet frequency from Shui. She seems to be just taking any hand with enough showdown and checking behind quite frequently. And look at that, the king 3 steals it. Whatever she's doing is working. There's no doubt about that. But a c-bet in that spot, for instance, could have led to a different hand altogether. This is not full ring. You know, the big blind will defend quite wide and doesn't need to be always smashing those low cards. Another reason I was only half joking about whether you were already prepping for some sort of trophy ceremony. I was telling our viewers I actually saw the trophy get lifted up from our booth and production area and kind of rushed over to the table. It's only to prepare for when we get down to heads up. But for a moment I was like, oh my word. Are we ready to give away some trophies or something? Never know what happens in a 30-minute delay.
Yeah, because we have been predicting tournaments to last a little bit longer than they have, right? And, you know, especially with this event, we just thought that players would play a little bit tighter. But, yeah, like right after my final table presentation, I was away for about 45 minutes. And I came back with only 5 players left.
Five-handed. Took 40 minutes to go from 9 to 5. Yeah, we need to fix this raise size a little bit. He's only gone 2x from the small. I don't think he has any fold equity against the monster stack. But he also doesn't need it. Looks like he actually knew that the flop was coming so favorable. Got the jack 9 to come along. We've played it tricky with a check, and it's induced the 300k bet. I'm really hoping we see a check raise with a hand that's quite vulnerable, like just a pair of 7s. You either want to build a pot or get the hand over it quickly. Yeah, really well done. After the 300k extraction from a hand that cannot continue, we're now denying equity. And these are the small dents you need to keep making against the monster chip stack. It doesn't just eat into her chip stack, but the momentum and confidence as well. So Wang Haiyang making some moves and now nearly ties his stack with Shikai's. 31 bigs for Wang, 36 for Shi, 76 for Shui. I will say it's a bit different when I should say Shui, because she's facing Shi. I meant to say she, the pronoun. When Shui raises to just 2 bigs from the small, because it puts a lot of pressure on the middling stack. Still though, standard sizing from the small blind when you're trying to at least steal the blinds tends to be a bit bigger. In this case, works out perfectly so far. Top pair, top kicker versus bottom pair. Straight draw as well. 10 means a double gut shot in the form of a 9 or a 5. And Shoei has quickly checked. We're betting in position, semi-bluffing. I suppose a bit of a merge. Does it get better hands to fold? Maybe 5s and the like, better 4s. But we bloated the pot in position, hopefully trying to hit a straight of some sort. Instead, it's aces up, dead man's hand, aces and 8s.
Oh, she checks over to Shikai again. Oh, that might just be enough. Oh, whoa. Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
I mean, we're just heads up, right?
We're just heads up?
We're heads up.
Right? Like, I don't know if she's folding this.
How can you? He might be doing this with 10s and 8s.
She is gonna think about it with the amount of chips he's putting in for. She's gonna try to look what's gonna beat her. She's gonna maybe even talk to her opponent here.
I think we just time bank, take our time, and hit the call button. Gotta respect Shikai going. What?
Whoa.
Folds her hand face up?
I just don't think any hand that beats her shoves the river there.
So what about now, Selena? Are we lying? Did Shikai mention what he had?
Whoa.
I am gobsmacked. There are not enough words to explain how perplexed I am. Watching the aces up, the beautiful gift of the ace on the river for added comfort. It wasn't even more than 40% of a stack. A good rule of thumb is if you feel that you can beat some value bets, I think you should call off strong holdings and don't want to chastise her too much. It's her game style that's taken her this far. Did not feel like she was ahead for some reason. That one will hurt though. I'll tell you who that'll hurt the most is Wang Haiyang. We could have been heads up. A $47,000 pay jump if she just clicked the call button with what felt like a monster hand.
Because it's the fact that she underrepresented her hand so much that her opponent was so confident shoving in on that river knowing that she can't call. But because you've underrepresented your hand so much, that is why you have to call with a hand like ace-8 with a 2-pair there.
Underrepresented and improved on the river. That is a deadly combo that usually leads to a call. And watch what's developing here. First off, standard open, king queen is pretty strong on the button. Small blind comes along with king 7 of clubs, which is usually a hand you see 3-bet. And the ace jack now manages to squeeze and take the spot down. So once again, slight leakage of chips from Shoei, who's now dropped down to below 50% of the chips in play. Kiwi in chat says that is a shocking fold, to say the least, Kiwi. To say the least. One correct hero fold that left us all bewildered and impressed. And one incorrect hero fold. Face up, mind you. And this man, Shikai, knows he's effectively free rolling this tournament from this point on.
But to have the, guts to do what he did is quite admirable too, but I really didn't think he thought she had a hand like what she did, and he must have been so surprised when she turned over that hand. How do you think Tony G reacts to being shown the ace-8 in that spot?
I think he lets his opponent know that she was ahead. Shikai remained the gentleman. Aces and eights, famously called the dead man's hand. Somehow, the opposite for Shikai in that situation. Not only is he alive in the tournament, vaults up to a clear second place in chips.
Now, if she had called that ace-8 hand, she would have so much chips in the tournament.
Yeah, I was so ready for us to be heads up. It would be a 23 million to 6 million heads up. Instead, we have quite a fair fight three ways.
Shikai can't help but have to smile on the inside after seeing the gift that it was to still be sitting on our feature table. Xuejia won, King 10 on the button.
Mind you, she doesn't seem as rattled as we are in the booth.
No,
she doesn't know. She
not
folded
yet.
the winner.
And it might be best not to know for a while, just so it doesn't affect, doesn't affect her game, because might go on tilt. Oh.
Once again, three strong holdings leading to a squeeze for Wang. This is getting too easy. First off, Shui consistently has proper hands on the button. Last time around, King Queen. This time a bit weaker. And this time Wang is a bit stronger. And once again, Shikai not 3-betting from the small blind with hands that are as strong as King Jack suited. Disciplined fold by Shui can talk yourself into maybe continuing.
A massive 3-bet.
Yes, the King Jack suited to fold, and the Ace Queen is shown. These two, Shikai and Wang Haiyang, have been quite friendly with each other. Showing hands, discussing strategy ever so slightly. The stacks a lot more scrunched than they were very recently. 39, 43, 60 and change. What else will we see, Selena, as we work our way to a champion? What other madness lies ahead? Aces folding to the tiny turn bet. Aces up, folding to the river jam. Once again, a strong holding is trapping, and a strong holding in the big blind as well. Just checks behind, doesn't take the bait. Just never know what these players are going to do. It's like this quantum soup of probabilities that can go any direction.
Right, and it's also one of those things where, like, after watching all these streams, can you really say you can confidently put any of these players on hand?
No, and now imagine being in their situation without even watching cards up. I mean, how do you profile anyone or get a sense of their tendencies? The only thing I can say so far is that Shui doesn't c-bet frequently enough. Mind you, we see quite a disastrous turn card here for Shui because the kicker plays and goes check. Once again, I'm in shock because blind versus blind, you might start extracting considering the backdoor hearts game as well. And looks like Wang is going to get just one street. But the kicker does play, and it's going to be meaningful nonetheless. 1.4 in the middle, and no doubt whatever he puts out will get called. 600K it turns out.
The kicker is going to play here.
in this case, I do like that she showed her hand, just in case the kicker does play. Let the dealer figure it out. Smart move. Look at those stacks, though. 43,
they're getting closer, aren't they?
46.55. That's crazy. She had 17 million chips earlier in this level.
Now, what time does the closer event start? Because it seems like I see a lot of players still coming to the registration desk.
Yeah, I've seen a mix of players coming in for the high roller and the closer. Do suspect that the flight tomorrow, which hopefully we cover on the stream, is slightly busier because it doesn't interact with day 2 of the main event, which might be day 3, pardon me, the event that we're covering at the moment, which might be when a lot of players take a break since they have 2 flights for the closer to try and participate. Some satellites going on as well. Gives the walk at the right time. Can point out one more tendency from Shui is that she doesn't really believe in limping the small blind too much, which is fair enough at this 50 big blind stack depth.
I actually can't believe how close the stacks are.
Anybody's game.
And Wai Hei Young has done so well with, man, like that aces fold. That's written down for my highlight reel for sure. I'm gonna retweet that one.
I was talking to one of our live reporters, Tim, and thinking through that hand, I realized it's one of those folds you make off stream when nobody's watching. Because sure, it's the 30k pay jump that might be playing a role, and sure, you've read your opponent beautifully, but on stream, risking looking, and I'll say this without censoring myself, looking like an idiot in case you're wrong, just being up against, let's just say, Queen Jack. That is the most impressive part to me. Did not worry about what the world might think, what his fans, friends, or family watching might think. Went with his read, and look at him now, in contention for the 220k. 500k will get the job done. 12 million in chips. Still the chip lead. Let's not forget the value of the chip lead. No need to play the coulda, shoulda, woulda game. This is just so cagey. 43, 43, 58. Neck and neck and neck. Strap in, folks. Pocket queens. This time we didn't need to snide the poker god Selena to get a slew of premium holdings three-handed. Yesterday we had to complain a bit to remind the poker gods about what it was like when we were seeing a lot of premiums. Three-handed, we've actually seen very playable hands. And King 5 suited is playable as well. We flop a flop. Pardon me, we flop a 5. That's tough to say. Monotone board. She's actually donked it, and it's only a flat call in position by Shikai. And a quick check. I think we have to build this spot. No reason to be afraid of the spades. Certainly no reason to be afraid of the deuce. Would love to see him go big because... Oh, he just checks? I was going to say, Shui's continuing range should be pretty inelastic, which is to say not affected by the size of the bet. We saw her call a small flush draw, and any pair might feel they're up against a flush draw. It goes check, check, and now the ace in the river. How much value have we given up here? It's almost like we've rejected the gift of pocket queens. Still, does it seem like we might get value from this small pair in this spot? It just feels like it's too obvious to be betting the ace. Wouldn't blame Shui for calling this off. In a heads-up pot. Tempting to go to showdown with any pair. She's time banking in this spot. Code signal. Now we're just calling it off. 600k, very affordable, which sometimes can work against you in these spots. And would you look at that? 10 million v 10 million pocket queens gets paid off in a pretty non-conventional way. Check, check on 4th Street. Bet the river and still get paid when the ace appears. No longer the chip leader. She has been in this spot so many times in this tournament. Climbs to a clear outright chip lead and finds her way back to the middle of the pack, in this case three-handed, tied for the biggest chip stack. Well, she hasn't been limping small blind, so 10-3 is not going to do it. I mean, take a guess at her mental state right now, Selena. In the past, we've seen her make comeback from this situation. But when you get to 17, 18 million chips, I mean, can you just start tasting the victory? And is that going to have more of an impact when you descend down the chip mountain?
Yeah, I mean, like, for her, I think that it's a bit of a roller coaster stack that she has had. But the way and the style she plays, I think she's very used to doing that. I believe, you know, all throughout this tournament, that's probably how her stack was, right? There are going to be times where she's running hot, people are paying her off. And there are times where she's paying other people off. I don't know, it doesn't seem to bother her. Like, I kind of feel like she doesn't look at how much stack she has. It's more like she kind of looks at her, you know, holding and looks at the board and she's like, you know, I either call or fold, really. And I don't think, like, she worries too much about, like, whether or not she's the chip leader or not. Doesn't seem very emotional. Obviously, you know, she does call for cards and she gets super happy. But majority of the time, yeah, she's kind of like focused on the game. You know, she does make decisions very quickly though. So to me, it seems like she's more, you know, a player who has been playing poker for a while. Maybe just not tournaments, but she could have been playing cash for quite a while.
Well, she gets paid with the King 10 to retake the chip lead. And I certainly agree about her emotional resilience. She's actually completely stone-faced. Apart from when she wins the all-in or maybe is hoping to hold an all-in. That is actually inspirational. I mean, that's how you want to be. You want to be emotionless in the hands, and sure. When there's a big situation when you can't control the action anymore, that's the time to show emotions. But often I find people repress themselves in those scenarios because it's tough for them to come back to equilibrium and be emotionless once again. And that's the part that she's done really well. Nine-8 suited. Fair enough to open on the button. Second biggest stack now. Has reached the 7-figure mark. That's 10 million. Oh, those are 3-betting chips. Mystery hand. Good timing for it. Let's play along with Shikai. 9-8 suited. In position. Super deep. 50 bigs apiece. Did he just say all in? What? Well, no clue what Shui has, but clearly Shikai picked up something. I can only assume that there's some sort of a tell in terms of sizing or weakness, because there's no reason to take 50 bigs and jam them in there. I mean, last time around we had the all-in situation against the Ace-8. We were on the river. We were trying to represent straights. Here we don't have blockers to the premium holdings that you want to have if you're bluffing, and the 9-8 suited is basically a bluff. This is a 6 sweat. I have no idea what she has. She's put in a time bank. Could be posturing. The dealer now places it on the RFID. Do we get a reveal? Oh my goodness, still a mystery hand. The dealer plays the cards. If she folds this and we never find out, I'm going to be so tilted. Goes to show how spoiled we are in the booths, because that is certainly how the players need to experience the game on the felt. But be that as it may, looks like she isn't just posturing. She's called it off. And it's going to find out that she was being bullied, and she had ace-king this whole time, was hesitant to put in 50 bigs. What in the world have we done in Shikai's shoes? That being said, 40-60, 2 live suited connectors for 20.8 million chips in play, and Wang Haiyang is loving life, because one of these two will either be out of the tournament or down to 3 bigs. $47,000 pay jump. Here we go to the biggest board of the day. King on the flop. It's basically over. One of the biggest blunders we've seen from a man who made very few, and that's going to be it, because the 10 is worthless. And she puts it together. I was wondering what else this day will bring, along with 2 of the craziest hero folds. One correct, one absolutely incorrect. And it turns out the exhaustion of a long 8-hour grind so far, leading to the hyper aggression with the 9-8 suited, running into ace-king and not being able to clip, means we're down a heads up. Shikai walks away with a 6-figure score, one that he can be proud of, but will certainly be wondering what could have been.
This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights, cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise under rise, rise under rise. This is a game that rewrites time. No crown, no fame, until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is a moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High roller, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. the stakes, play your part, light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time. No ground of fame until you dare. 'Cause greatness starts from anywhere. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the grind to the golden card, at Daylight's poker we raise the bar.
TLPT 一战成名，你们可以在这儿一战成名。TLPT 可以一战成名。
你可以一战成名，你可以一战成名。TLPT anyone can be a star。
TLPT anyone could be a star， 你可以一战成名。TLPT 你可以一战成名。一战成名。
Anyone could be a star. This is for the high rollers. Be a star. Yeah. This is for the real players. From CD nights to Vegas lights. Cards are down, the stakes are high. Just one hit, just one spark. One moment split, you could rise, rise. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the line. This is a game that rewrites time. No ground of fame is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Anyone could be a star. For the players, anyone could be a star. High rollers, anyone could be a star. Oh yeah, anyone could be a star. Champions born in silent ways. A single bluff can steal the day. With every trip, your story grows. The Lord's game where the glory flows. Anyone could be a star. This is the moment, here you are. Play your soul, play it hard. Raise the stakes, play your part. Light it up and leave your mark. From the ground to the golden card. At their Lord's poker, we raise the bar. Anyone could be a star. Hearts on the line. This is the game that rewrites time.
There we have it, folks. I hope you enjoyed listening to the TLPT song as we are now heads up in the main event. 220,000 USD. That's 330 million Korean won being played for. What a journey it has been, with some of the most exciting hands and overall action that I've seen in a long time covering final tables, in part due to the chip leader and, dare I say, the star that is being born here at the TLPT. After all, we do say anybody can be a star. 22 million in chips versus about 6. We're playing for all of it. $152,000 locked up. Think back to 5-handed, where Wang Haiyang manages to get away from the aces against Shui. Would have been out, most likely in 5th place for 54,000. Since then has added nearly 100,000 guaranteed, as we will now place that glorious trophy. Just look at that beauty. Nearly $65,000 being played for. Advantage, Shui. A mountain of chips. About 90 bigs. As she does find the right time for a walk now. We have seen her short-handed game, blind versus blind, is certainly not conventional. And that allows her to get away from that ace-queen, queen-5 situation. She's happy to give a walk. With a lot of hands, players like to limp, because I don't think limping is that big a part of her game. Really curious to see both players and their heads-up strategies. Even though the chip differential is so high and nearly 3.5 to 1. 6.5 million is a hefty enough stack. Around 25 bigs. King Jack now on the button. Let's start developing some dynamics. Min open. King 7 is folded. This is very unconventional once again at a time that she would have been dominated. But there you go. Take a look at those stacks. Now exactly 3 to 1, and that is by no means a done deal in heads-up poker. 1 double up, and we're even. Just spotted your kind words in the chat, Kiwi Special. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us, as always. King 10 suited. Shui now finally opening a hand. 5-9 of clubs. Reasonable defense in the big. 5 and a 9. He's flopped the world. And quickly checks and quickly faces a continuation bet. The strategy has been changed. One of the things I said was that she wasn't c-betting these type of holdings precisely. Unfortunately, it's at the wrong time. 9-5 has the board so locked that he only check calls. Now the ace, and this must be tempting to represent. Little does she know, an ace would not be good enough. We're about to see her bleed some chips. She's drawing dead, mind you, and since I don't see Wang ever getting away from this hand, all of a sudden, we're going to have stacks with less than a 3-to-1 chip differential. And that number is relevant because if you have an all-in situation, you can take the chip lead. He announces the strength of his hand and raises. I actually really like this timing. Targeting aces against an opponent that has shown herself to be extremely sticky. Really, really well played by Haiyang there. Even though the result doesn't work out, obviously when your opponent is drawing dead, check calling is arguably superior, but goes to show how dialed in he is. And would you look at that? One more pickup and we'll be 2-to-1 instead of 3-to-1. This is moving quickly and it's moving in the direction of Wang Haiyang. Just about processing how we got down to heads up. Certainly thought we'd get to heads up with the exact chips we did if Shoei had just clicked call with the aces and eights. Instead, we see the 9-8 suited. 2 trigger happy. 4-bet jam 50 bigs into ace king. That was the mystery hand too. Really gave it a tease. Jack 3, Jack 4, 2 diamonds on the flop. Advantage Wang. Very different strategies as we can see pre-flop. Wang is limping these kind of holdings. He's folded before he can put any chips into the middle. On to the next one. Pace of play is just incredible. Which does mean that we will be jumping levels quite quickly. After all, we're going by hands as opposed to time. So heads up, the hands will go as fast as possible. Mystery hand once again, and looks like Shoei has found the limp button. She's realized it's a possibility. Mystery hand is being limped. Instant stab on the ace-8 board. Bit surprising since it's difficult for the big blind to ever have an ace. Oh, she's raised it, and what does she show? I'm guessing an ace? Certainly, if anybody else had raised it, I would not guess an ace, but Shoei has been playing in her own style, and it's certainly worked out so far. Look at that emerald on the top of that trophy. That is one you want to take home with you. Computer hand. Another limp candidate, yeah. Makes a lot of sense. He feels like he can outmaneuver post-flop. Also helps to outflop your opponent this strong. 8-7 deuce. $79 bigs versus 36. Over 2-to-1. Less than the delta we came to heads up with. Nearly 120 big blinds in play. We're very, very deep. No reason to get stacks in unless we're talking about getting coolered. Or I suppose unless we're Shikai with the 9-8 suited. Raising, not limping with the 7-4 of diamonds and pocket nines. Should be a comfortable 3-bet. I believe the first 3-bet from the big blind in this heads-up match. Shui can give it the respect it deserves. Or is she tempted? Oh, she's taking a flop. 3 million in the middle, a golden opportunity for Wang. Just 19% with the undercards for Shui. Seven, 10. Are you kidding me? Sometimes it's just your day. 3 million chips in the middle, and more likely than not, whatever Wang puts out there, going the direction of Shui. 84% lock on the hand. Note the 9 of clubs interacting with the board as well. Could give him backdoor equity to the extent we see a turn. She's just ripped it. You never see this heads up. And now with the 10 on the board, how do you feel about pocket nines? He's called it off. He's called it off, and she has a huge smile on her face because she knows she's going to be way ahead. All she needs to do is hold, and she will ship the main event. Don't blame the call by pocket nines there. You do tend to get attached, and we are heads up with so many draws possible. Sometimes it's just your day, and 84% of the time, this is Shui Jeon's day. Is this the end of the tournament, or do we have a new chip leader in the form of Wang? It comes the King of Diamonds, just 2 outs now. 9 and a 9 only. And that is it. An understandable scream of delight. And dare I say, a star is born. And her name is Shui Jeon. 220,000 USD, give or take, coming from the 330 million Korean won first place prize. As she gets a grip on her emotions, ready to receive that beautiful trophy. What a performance. Maybe the star of the show since yesterday's stream, and certainly coming in to the final 2 tables today and gets the job done and ships the main event. That was an amazing final table and final 2 tables. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Don't forget the coverage continues tomorrow here at the TLPT. We'll see you then.